This story starts with the male lead saying, "I've fallen in love with Grace. I'm sorry, but I'd like you to break off our engagement as soon as possible, Selonia." Selonia Bessin, the only daughter of Duke Bessin and Ian Cherville's fiancé, stood in shock. She asked, "Excuse me," Ian continued. "I feel bad about saying this now, just as you've woken up, but I'd like to marry Grace as soon as I can." Selonia thought, what did I just hear? Break off our engagement? All of a sudden? And who's Grace? What happened while I was asleep for the past few months? It's already been 9 months since she woke up in this novel and started living as Selonia. And now, the male lead of this novel and her fiancé, Ian Cherville, wants to break off their engagement. Surviving the Demon Lord. It's an ordinary romantic fantasy novel she was reborn into. As the title predicts, it's a novel about defeating the most powerful villain of the story, the Demon Lord. The story goes as follows. The person she was reborn as, Selonia Bessin, is the novel's heroine and one of the few healers in the Empire. The hero of this novel is her fiancé, Ian Cherville. Meant to have a marriage of convenience at first, the two shared little affection for each other. Around the time their relationship was starting to dwindle and their dates were becoming boring, the Demon Lord suddenly resurrected. Following the appearance of the frightful Demon Lord, the Empire assembled a team of elite warriors to subjugate him. Ian Cherville, the captain of the Moonlight Order, together with Selonia, wholeheartedly accepted the Empire's request in the name of peace. They were joined by the supporting male lead and Holy Knight, Leif Hetchel, as well as another supporting male lead, Mac Ryan, who inherited the blood of the dragon. Both Leif and Mac Ryan loved Selonia, but Ian and Selonia realized their true love for each other during their expedition. While Leif and Mac Ryan had no choice but to look on as their beloved chose another man, they still devoted themselves to helping Selonia and genuinely wished for her happiness. And so, the four friends worked together to defeat the Demon Lord. The male and female lead got married, sealing their love with the oath of marriage. At least, that's how the story should have ended. Until the subjugation of the Demon Lord, the story followed the same path as the original novel. But Selonia became bedridden for some unknown reason on their way home. When she finally woke up 3 months later, the first thing she heard from her fiancé's mouth. "He wants me to break off the engagement," Ian sighed. "You won't be disappointed with your compensation. If you understand, I'd like to get this over with right away." Suddenly Selonia felt a throb and recalled him saying, "It's alright. I just wish for you to suffer less. I'd rather be sick myself than see you sick." When Selonia joined the dangerous expedition right after her rebirth, she relied on Ian a lot to endure it. He may not have been her real fiancé, but she had no idea that their engagement would end like this. Ian continued, "I don't remember you being such a pathetic person. How much longer are you going to drag this out for?" Hearing that, she thought, he had a look on his face I'd never seen before. It was as if he had had enough of me. I must really mean nothing to him anymore. She spoke. "Fine. Let's break off the engagement," she thought in her mind. It wasn't my position to begin with, but if the first thing he asks his fiancée, who just woke up, is to break off their engagement, I'm not interested either, she said. "In return, I'd like to decide the compensation, so wait until I inform you," she concluded. "Nevertheless, I won't let this slide. He betrayed me, so I'm going to take away the thing he cherishes most," Ian sarcastically said. "Ha! I had no idea you were so greedy," she countered. "What a pity." Ian agreed. "Fine. Should I write you a pledge?" She thinks in her mind. He sounds so annoyed. He really has no respect for me whatsoever, huh? And to think that I trusted a man like this. He's made the moments I trusted him, as we risked our lives together, completely meaningless. No, this is who he really is. Maybe it's good that I found out as soon as possible. Thanks to that, a bastard like him won't be able to affect my life at all. Ian signed a piece of paper and throws it towards Selonia. "Here. My pledge. Happy now?" Looking at the paper, she thought, "Happy? The time I spent with you has culminated into a single scrap of paper. Yet you expect me to be happy?" Then he turned and said, "Since we're done here, I'll get going." She stopped him. "Wait, one more thing," he asked, turning. "What now?" She thought to herself. "I can't just let him go like this," she said, smiling. "Can you come closer? This is our last moment together." She extends her hand towards him. He replied, "Ha, fine, I guess I can shake your hand one last." As he reached towards her hand, she clenches her fists and strikes him across his face. He staggered and shouted, What in the world do you think you're doing?" she replied. What am I doing? Did you really expect me to be so sophisticated as to shake your hand? You're right, I'm pathetic. But if you've done something you deserve to get hit for, I have the right to do so, don't I? Please don't tell me you'll get back at me for this. You're not that small-minded of a man, are you? She replied, goodbye. I won't see you off. As he left, slamming the door, she said aloud, bastard. I thought he'd be my first real family. Before she woke up in this novel, she lived a lonely life without any parents or friends to rely on. She died an early death after becoming sick. With no body to return to anyway, she wanted to continue to live as Selonia. Here in this world, she had a family, friends, and even a man who loved her. After all, she thought to herself, well, that lover is long gone now. But still, how many people get to live as the female lead and a duke's daughter in a novel? Forget about what happened in the past. I don't need a lover. I still have my dear friends beside me. My precious friends with whom I shared my life as we hung between life and death at the front lines. Regardless of them being the supporting male leads, they're my dear friends whom I wouldn't give up for anything. Well, that's what she thought until a few days ago. Leif told her about his withdrawal. She gasped while drinking tea. He asked, Are you alright, my lady? Wiping her face, she asked. But Leif, what did you just say? He averted his gaze, saying, I'm sorry to say this, but I'd like to withdraw the knight's pledge I made to you, he added. I have a new lady I'd like to protect for the rest of my life. Selonia got a hunch. This can't be. He continued, I'm going to make an eternal pledge to Miss Grace Benet. Hearing that, she thought, Leif Hetchel. Even my friend has changed his mind? She wondered. And who on earth is this Grace? She remembered Ian saying, I'd like you to break off our engagement as soon as possible. And Leif saying, I'm going to make an eternal pledge to Miss Grace Benet. Selonia touches her face, thinking, Am I dreaming? She pinched her cheek. Leif flinched. Ah, Lady Selonia. She thinks to herself, first, Ian wants me to break off our engagement, and now Leif, who promised to protect me for the rest of his life, has withdrawn his pledge. That hurts. Only after pinching my cheek so hard that I teared up did I realize that none of this was a dream. He nervously asked, Are you alright? She thinks in her mind, if someone asked me if I loved Ian Cherville, I would say no. Regardless of the fact that he was a gentle and affectionate hero, the real Selonia and I were different people. On the flip side, because I wasn't really her, it was easier to accept that the story was moving along a different path and my dear companions had left me. However, she said aloud, the time we spent together wasn't fake. Leif asked, Pardon? What did you just say? She replied, Oh, nothing. She continued, thinking, It's true that I'm sad the same thing happened to me twice, but there's no need to be mad about Leif withdrawing his knight's pledge. Still, I should tell him the truth as his friend, right? She began. Leif, I'd like to support you, but Grace Benet will soon be engaged to Ian, she thought to herself. I'm sure it must be a shock to him. When he pledged his love to me, he didn't get anything in return either. He has lost to Ian once again, so he must be heartbroken, he said. I know. Selonia gets baffled. Why, you're aware? He replied. Yes. But I can't stop being fond of her. I'm fine with just admiring her from afar. She recalled the scene where Leif confessed to her earlier. Being able to protect Lady Selonia is all I ask for, Leif told. Being able to protect Miss Grace is all I ask for. She thinks that's exactly what he said to me as well. She was about to say but stopped, thinking. It's not like I feel betrayed or hurt. Who he loves is his choice. And unlike Ian, Leif isn't cheating on me. He simply had a change of mind. But Leif is the first friend I made after I came here. Him telling me this means that our friendship is as good as over, and that we won't be seeing each other anymore. So I can't help but be disappointed. Then he said, Forgive me, Lady Selonia, she replied. It's alright, Leif. It's your heart, so you can do what you want. No need to be sorry. She realized, however, something is strange. First Ian, and now even Leif. How did they both end up falling in love with the same person? Could it really just be a coincidence? I'm sure it's no use asking Leif. She rises up from her place saying, Leif, thank you for everything, for how you cared for me, and the time we spent together. She went close to him, extending her hand and said, I wish you happiness. Leif began. Lady Selonia, but stopped in the middle. After a moment he stands up and clasped her hand, saying, I wish you good health. Selonia beamed. You too, Leif. Then he bowed. Goodbye, my lady. and started walking away. After he left, Selonia thought, so this is the end of me and Leif. She plopped to her chair in despair and said, what exactly happened to me while I was out cold? From the minute I arrived here to the moment we defeated the demon lord and headed back home, everything happened as per the original novel. The point at which the story suddenly changed was when I suddenly collapsed during our journey back. I was on the verge of death for 3 months, unaware of what happened. And during that time, the male leads all fell in love with another woman and turned their backs on me. Suddenly she remembered, wait, come to think of it, there's still one male lead left. Someone came calling. Sally! Sally! Are you here? He came close and said, oh, I found you. Mac Ryan, descendant of the dragon. She asked, why now of all times? She thinks, could it be, he said, about the heart that I gave you before. I'd like it back. I have someone else I'd like to give it to. Selonia jolted hearing that. She said inwardly, you once told me that heart would protect me forever, didn't you? And now you want it back as if I was just holding on to it for you temporarily? I felt even more horrible, because I just knew who he was going to give the dragon's heart to instead. She said, this person you want to give it to, I suspect it's Grace Benet. Mac Ryan gets startled. Huh? How did you know? Have you been digging up information on me? Hearing that, she chuckled at first, and then burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. She thinks the male leads have fallen in love with someone whose name didn't even appear once in the original novel. Grace Benet. Extra and extra. A few months ago, during the expedition, Selonia tripped at the edge of a cliff. While she was falling, she thought, and no, this can't be happening. Am I going to die like this? In such a ridiculous way? Then Mac Ryan also jumped after her, shouting, Sally! Sally! Stay still! I'll come and save you! He transformed into a dragon and saved Selonia. After catching her, he flew and dropped at a steady place. Then Selonia took a breath of relief and said, I thought I was going to die. Mac Ryan, thank you for save. Then after transforming again, Mac Ryan quickly grabs her and shouted, Sally! Are you out of your mind? Why did you climb up that steep cliff? It's dangerous there. You could have died, she replied hesitatingly. Well, Silkia grows there, so, the Silkia flower. It's a flower that's considered extremely precious by adventurers due to its effectiveness in treating illnesses. In the original novel, there were never any issues obtaining this flower. So why did the cliff I stepped on that time come crumbling down? He sighed. I'm sorry for getting so upset. I just freaked out when I saw you falling. Human life is so weak and can be crushed so easily. It's fleetingly short and delicate. She interrupted him. Mac, sorry but he cut her off. Sally, since you're a weak human instead of a transcendent being like myself, you'll need this. He puts his hand on his chest, and a light glows from the place of his heart. It was a glowing heart. While showing it, he said, It is said to hold the power to protect whoever possesses it. There's only one of this in the world, a dragon's heart. Seeing that, she felt touched. Mac, but if you give me this, what happens to you? He replied. I'll only be able to use 1/10 of my powers, but it's fine, as long as it means I can be with you a bit longer. He handed her the heart. Then she said, Mac, I'm content with that. Back to the present, Mac Ryan demanded. What are you waiting for? Give me back the heart that I gave you. She sighed, thinking, and now, even Mac Ryan, he asked. But how did you know about Grace? Are you sure you were bedridden for 3 months? She glared at him. Is that all you have to say to me after I just woke up? He shrugged it off. Oh, sorry. Do you feel all right now? She felt annoyed for a moment, then she said, Follow me. I'll give you back your heart. After getting inside, he asked, Sally, you really are better now, right? Sorry, I was a bit inconsiderate before, she replied. It's fine, Mac. I understand. Shall we continue where we left off? Then she called out. Ella, the maid came and replied. Yes, my lady, Selonia ordered her. Bring me my jewelry box from the safe in my room. After the maid left to get it, Selonia said, You'll get it back soon, so sit down and wait, he replied. All right. Then he glanced at her, saying, Aren't you going to ask me why? She replied. What other reason is there than the fact that you've changed your mind? She clasped her hands, thinking, Actually, I want to ask him, but I'm scared of finding out the truth. That everything these men did was only for the original plot to unfold. I'm starting to doubt that I actually experienced everything that happened in the past 6 months. Then he said, So you've been storing my heart in a safe all this time? She replied. Of course. I wouldn't want to lose it. It's precious to me, he repeated, precious. He felt slightly nervous. Sally, the thing is, He was interrupted by the knock on the door. Selonia said, "Come in." The maid came with a box. Selonia said inwardly, "The heart of Mac Ryan, the Empire's last dragon. Just as the legend says, I've never gotten hurt since receiving this heart. I'm sure there was another reason why I fell unconscious for 3 months." She then stands up holding the box and said, "Mac, thank you for always protecting me," she said to herself. "Thanks to him, I was able to survive until now," she added. "Have a safe trip back. I won't be seeing you off." After receiving the box, he replied, "Sure." After he left, Selonia plopped to sofa and sighed. Seeing that, the maid said, "You must be devastated, my lady." Selonia then said, "You know," maid replied. "Why, yes?" she asked. "How would you feel if someone snatched up and ate the dish you cooked with ingredients you put your life on the line for?" maid replied. "Oh, I'd feel really upset," Selonia said. "You would, right? I'm not just disappointed. I'm furious," she flared up, thinking, "The moment I arrived in this world, I was forced to join the expedition, so the only people I had were my companions. After going through a living hell, I thought I'd finally live a decent life. But all my efforts went up in smoke." She then called out. "Ella," the maid replied. "Yes?" she instructed. "Ask the finest guild to gather information on Grace Benet. Have them find out if she's been displaying any unusual behavior lately, or if the way she speaks or acts has changed. Make sure nothing is left out." She then said to herself, "Whether this is all merely a coincidence or not, I'm going to find out." The next day, Ella asked while brushing her hair, "My lady, how are you feeling now?" Selonia asked. Why?" she replied. "You still look rather listless." Selonia agreed. "Yeah," she said to herself, "actually, when I dozed off for a second a moment ago, I had a dream about our expedition to subjugate the demon lord. The heavy rain made it difficult to travel through the mountains that day. Following the others, I lost my balance on the muddy path and fell down. And when I did, all 3 of them rushed to reach out their hands to me." Leif said. "My lady, please take my hand. The path is rough," Mac Ryan said. "Sally, should I take you on my back?" Ian offered. "This way, my lady." She recalled, "Of course." I took the hand of my fiancé, Ian, and we walked together, hand in hand. Behind me, I could feel Leif and Mac Ryan withdraw their hands in disappointment, but I thought it was better not to create any room for misunderstandings since I couldn't reciprocate their feelings, and so I didn't look back. "But of course, these are all faded memories now," she replied to Ella. "I'm fine. I just had a dream about the old days, that's all." "Anyway, how is father?" Ella said. "His Grace? Why, of course." She remembered her father saying, "Oh, my beloved Selonia, why did she skip dinner? Prepare a delicious meal for her right away." "He's been very upset, making a lot of these remarks," Selonia said. "Oh, dear father." Duke Galloway Bessin, after losing his beloved wife, devoted himself wholeheartedly to raising his daughter. He was a father who genuinely loved and cared for his family. When the female lead woke up as Selonia, it was already decided that she would join the expedition, but her father still strongly opposed it. Of course, he ended up giving in to his daughter, like most parents do, but as a result, his daughter returned home in an unconscious state. Selonia remembered, based on what Ella told me, all the renowned physicians, healers, and priests across the country had come to see me. But when his daughter still failed to wake up, Duke Bessin fell into deep despair. Then, when I finally woke up after months of slumber, I was able to experience the love of a father, something I had never felt before in my old life. She said to herself, "He makes a fuss every time I skip a meal." Even just a little while ago, Ella tried to wake Selonia, saying, "My lady, hurry up and wake up, because you skipped dinner last night. His Grace is saying that he will also not eat." She replied quickly, "What? I'll be down right away." Ella thought to herself, "I swear, he's a sucker when it comes to his daughter." Selonia smiled, thinking, "That's why. It's completely understandable that he reacted the way he did when he heard about Ian." When her father learned of the news that Ian wanted to break off the engagement, he immediately barged into Duke Cherville's manor, holding a sword in his hand. It was only after everyone stopped him that he managed to calm down. Originally, the engagement was a pact. Selonia's grandfather, the late Duke, had made it with House Cherville. It was the union of House Bessin, the golden house known to own more wealth than the imperial family, and House Cherville, a prestigious family that held sway over the political world. It was a powerful marriage that even the emperor couldn't help but be wary of. Of course, it all went up in smoke. After that, Ella said, "All done, my lady," Selonia said. "Thank you, Ella." Selonia was as exquisitely beautiful as, if not more than, her mother, who had earned great praise in high society for her appearance. Looking at her face, she thought, "My looks are certainly befitting of a novel's female lead. Thanks to the magic potion Father gave me every day, I hardly lost any muscle despite having been bedridden for months." She then stood up and said, "Come on, Ella. Father must be waiting." At the dining table, her father said, "Selonia, I heard that you requested the Finesse Guild for information on that woman," she replied. "Yes, Father," he asked. "By any chance, do you still have feelings left for that bastard? If so, I'll go talk to Duke Chervy." She cut him off. "No, Father. It's not that, so please don't misunderstand." She thinks in her mind, "I knew the guild would get in touch with Father." Finesse, the biggest information guild in the Flanagan Empire, is one of the businesses run by House Bessin. Information equals power and money. Following House Bessin's creed, the guild had been established by the first head of the family, and it still supports House Bessin today, she said inwardly. Until not too long ago, I didn't really feel the need for an information guild, but now that I require unfabricated information, the guild has become quite helpful. But of course, Father ended up finding out. Her father drops his fork saying, "Sally, if you're still fond of him but are worried about our family's reputation," she again interrupted him. "No, Father, there's just something I really need to check." He flinched. "Something you need to check?" she began. "Leif and Mac Ryan visited today, you see, and by some weird coincidence, the two of them also seem to have fallen for Miss Grace. The timing is so strange that it's almost as if they planned it. That's why I'm curious to find out the cause of all this." She thinks in her mind, "My dear friend's change of heart is no longer something I can just overlook. If their feelings for me were simply for the development of the original story, then what about me? I treated them with sincerity. If Grace is suspicious, it means they changed because of something she did. And if she isn't, they simply had a change of mind. Perhaps I just want to confirm that none of this is because of me," she said. "Don't worry, Father. Whatever it may be, I will find out the truth," she concluded. "Right. There must be a reason. I must have overlooked something." Meanwhile, Ian went to meet Grace. He said, "I'm glad I quickly finished my work. Now I can go on a lovely date with you a day early. Do you like the scenery? What do you think, Grace?" he asked her. "Grace, is there any place you'd like to go?" she replied. "I'd like to go to that dessert cafe that the other ladies recommended," he asked. "All right, what's it called?" she smiled, saying. "Roblink." Ian hesitated, thinking, of all the dessert cafes, she wants to go to Selonia's favorite shop. She called. "Yo, Grace?" he replied. "Grace, that place is far out, and it's not even that famous. How about Bredrel? It just opened, and I hear the interior looks beautiful." She snugged him, saying, "I really want to go to Roblink." Ian's heart raced as she hugged him. He caressed her, saying, "Gee, Grace, Roblink's a bit far out, so let's go somewhere closer by today." Then she coldly asked, "Yo, Grace, have you been there with Lady Selonia already? Is that why you don't wish to go with me? Because you're afraid you'll be reminded of your old memories with Lady Selonia?" He tried to deny. "Grace, that's not why." She freed her hand as Ian tried to grab it. "It's fine. I see there's still no room for me between you two." Saying that, she started walking. Ian tried to stop her. "Wait, Grace, that's a misunderstanding. I'm simply worried that you'll be tired. If you'd like, we can go to Roblink right now." Hearing that, Grace stopped. Ian added, "I don't care about Selonia at all." Tears welled up at her eyes. She asked, "Do you mean that?" He replied, "Of course. You're the only one for me. That woman has nothing to do with me anymore." Then she said, "I trust that you're telling the truth," he said. "I give you my word." She smiled, saying, "All right then. Let's go to Roblink." So her ordered the servant, "Prepare the carriage right away." Hearing that, Grace smirked to herself. Later, a newspaper boy was shouting, "Extra! Extra! Read all about it! The latest news on the Warriors! Extra! Extra! Read all about it!" He was selling newspaper in the capital. Some passerby buys it and reads, "Look at this. Lady Selonia Bessin has confined herself to her room after getting her heart broken." Meanwhile, Selonia was also reading the same news. She said, "Ha! I can't believe this. How could they publish such crap? I confined myself to my room? For the first time in 9 months since I woke up in this world, I'm finally enjoying the splendid life of a noble woman. I couldn't be any happier. While drinking tea in the garden, she said aloud, "This is the best. It's exhilarating. So this is what lavish life in the city is like, huh?" The expedition entailed many realistic struggles that weren't described in the novel. Sleeping on the muddy ground made my whole body ache. I had to take showers with freezing cold water, and most of my meals consisted of stale bread. I don't ever want to experience that kind of life again. I know my situation isn't good, but it's the first time I'm experiencing the actual life of a duke's daughter, so why would I confine myself? Get out of here. I'm going to live the high life from now on. Suddenly Ella came and asked, "What did you just say, my lady?" Selonia asked. "Are you back, Ella?" Ella told. "I also heard some unexpected news." "Ah, my lady. I heard His Majesty will be holding a congratulatory banquet." The victory ceremony after defeating the Demon Lord. The Emperor hosted a victory ceremony for the saviors. Ian, Mac Ryan, and Leif all attended, but Selonia couldn't since she was bedridden. Selonia thought, "He must be hosting a banquet for me, since I wasn't able to attend the victory ceremony." Ella replied, "Of course. You deserve it, after all. On that note, did you see what the newspapers are babbling on about? They wrote nonsense as if it were the truth. Are they asking to get smacked?" She complained. How could they write such articles without even checking the facts? She fumed. "I think they're even more out of control because you keep quiet." "You should just sue them," Selonia asked. "Should I?" Looking at her frustrated on her behold, she thinks she's so cute. While she was staying inside the manor, using her recuperation as an excuse, Ella gathered information about the outside world on her behalf. Currently, the hottest topic in high society is no doubt the saviors who defeated the Demon Lord. And among them, most of the attention is on Selonia and Ian's broken engagement. Selonia thought, "I guess it's the same in any world where people like to gossip about others," she said. "By the way, Ella, what about the thing I asked you to do this morning?" Ella replied. "I sent the letter you wanted me to send, but the recipient," she filled in. "That's right. It's Ian Cherville. It's about time I get my compensation." She thinks in her mind, he'll probably have a fit when he sees my letter. After all, I did request something very valuable to him. Nothing would be better to receive from that bastard as compensation than that. Suddenly another maid came and said, "My lady, the deputy chief of the Finesse Guild is here." Selonia asked, "What? Already? It hasn't even been a day." She thinks, was it father's influence? He's quick to gather information. She instructed, "Send him in." At their meeting, Jillian informed, "Lady Selonia, I brought the information you requested. It includes everything you asked for. Her personal information, the names of those surrounding her, and even her family history." Looking at the information, she said, "Thank you, Jillian." Looking at him, she thought, Jillian? He became the deputy chief of the Finesse Guild at the young age of 24. Knowing how competent he is, the information he brings will surely be reliable. She looks at the envelope. So this envelope contains all I want to know about Grace Benet, huh? Let's see. After taking a look at the information, her heart sank. She asked, bewildered, "Is this information true?" He replied, "Yes, it is." She was flabbergasted. A single piece of paper. Was this all that could be found on Grace? She turned to Jillian. "Jillian, I think there may have been a misunderstanding. What I requested was everything you could find on Miss Gra." He cut her off. "As you can see, that's everything." She thinks in her mind, even if I couldn't uncover the full truth about everything that happened, I thought I'd at least be able to find something on Grace. But this? I could find this kind of information without the guild's help. At this rate, Jillian spoke. The only thing that stood out was that she often interacted with the three men for about 3 months following the victory ceremony. However, that was only because they asked to see her first. Hearing that, she thought, right, I already read about that. The four of them first met at the victory ceremony without any prior connections. Coincidentally, they started talking to each other, and by the last day of the banquet, people said the three men never left her side. It meant they gradually fell in love with her during the week-long event. Jillian slides another paper saying, "This is the guest list for the victory ceremony." She stared at the list. The Emperor and Empress, the Crown Prince, high-ranking officials, my father. Nothing stood out. She wondered, then was Grace not the cause of all this? Did they really just happen to have a change of heart? She gets confused. I don't know anymore why I even started this. What should I do now? Suddenly Ella cautiously approached. My lady, she suggested. How about you leave the manor this afternoon to get your mind off things? Dazed, she nodded. Sure. Seeing her, Ella thought, poor Lady Selonia, she's completely spaced out. Selonia's mind was racing. Was it because I didn't find out anything? I'm not feeling any better. While I didn't expect to uncover everything at once, I had hoped to at least find some sort of clue. Suddenly Ella interjected. How about we go downtown? You like cake, don't you, my lady? We should go to Roblink and get some nice desserts. It's been ages. Hearing that name, Selonia's ears flinched. She said, nice desserts? Ella replied. Yes. She straightened up, right. I don't have time to wallow in frustration like this, she said. Let's go, Ella, she complied. I'll get ready, my lady. A few hours later, after reaching the bakery, Selonia thought, my timing couldn't have been worse. She saw Leif there standing. She called out, Leif? Seeing her, he flinched. Looking at him, she thought, what twist of fate led me to bump into the person I guaranteed I'd never meet again in just a matter of days? Well, I still can't ignore him, she asked. What are you doing here? He hesitated, flustered. Oh, I. Looking at him, she thought, why is he making that face? It's as if he's seen someone he shouldn't see here. He asked, are you here to buy some cake? She replied, confused. Yes. What about you, Leif? He began. She thought to herself. I was sure Leif wasn't completely comfortable seeing me either. But something was strange. Leif was a gentleman. He would never act like this in front of someone, he said, blocking her way. Lady Selonia. Well, the thing is, I don't think you should go inside. You see, today's desserts are all sold out, so… Selonia interrupted him. I see, you're still bad at lying. He averted his gaze so she noticed he had a habit of avoiding her gaze whenever he lied. Seeing that, she thought, so that habit hadn't changed, huh? She then remembered him saying, being able to protect Miss Grace is all I ask for. He hesitatingly called, Lady Selonia. Selonia said, Miss Grace must be inside. Hearing that, he flinched. Well, Selonia concluded, so that was the answer. Grace is inside the shop. It hadn't even been that long since we wished each other the best. Smiling, she wondered, had I already become this much of an uncomfortable presence to him in that short amount of time? My lady, Ella whispered. Should I take out some cakes? She replied. No, I'm going to eat inside. Selonia then turned and said, well, have a nice day, Leif. He again tried to stop her. Lady Selonia, but she didn't stop. While walking, she thought to herself, why do I have to avoid Grace? If she and I can't be in the same place, I shouldn't be the one having to move out of the way. Grace was the one with whom my fiancé cheated on me. Moreover, I wanted to see what this woman, whose name I'd heard countless times, actually looked like in the flesh. While standing in front of the door, she gets anxious. But why was I so nervous? She reached out to open the door, but someone suddenly opened from inside. It was Grace. She said, oh my, I didn't expect to bump into you here. A smooth and shameless voice greeted her. What a pleasure it is to see you, Lady Selonia. I've always wanted to meet you. Looking at her, Selonia thought, so it's her. She's more shameless than I expected. The male lead's new woman, Grace Benet. A few months ago, during the expedition, Ian was fighting the monsters in a dungeon. Selonia rushed towards him and asked, Ian, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? He replied. I'm fine, but what about you? She smiled. I'm alright, since you protected me. He looked at her, concern flickering in his eyes. You look a bit feeble. When we return, let's go to Roblin together, he suggested, forcing a small smile. We'll order a whole table of your favorite desserts, and reminisce about today, she agreed. Alright, let's do that. Back to present, Grace said with a sly smile. You must have come for some dessert as well, Lady Selonia. Seeing that, Selonia thought, why is she acting as if she knows me? Does she want to make it a point that she's seeing my ex-fiancé? She's even more brazen than I thought. Who are you? She asked coolly. It looks like you know who I am, so wouldn't it be proper manners to first introduce yourself to me? With a slight bow, Grace responded. Excuse my late introduction. I'm Grace Benet, daughter of Baron Benet. Forgive me if I was rude. I must have mistaken that I knew you because you're one of the saviors who defeated the demon lord. Hearing that, Selonia thinks in her mind, savior, huh? Right. That's what it also said in the original novel. The four saviors will be forever together based on their trust and affection for each other. She grinned, thinking, although now I'm just by myself. She then spoke, I didn't become a savior just so that anybody could pretend they know me. Hearing that, Grace flinched and Leif quickly guarded her, calling, "Lady Selonia!" Leif's sharp voice interrupted. "I must say, that was rather rude of you. Miss Grace may have been discourteous, but there was no reason for her to hear that." Looking at his response, Selonia thinks in her mind, so Leif also knows how to make this kind of face. It's surprising that his attitude can change this much. She took a step back, but before she could say anything, a new voice cut in. "Grace, is something wrong? Why are you still?" It was Ian. Looking at him, Grace responded, "Ah, Your Grace." Selonia thinks in her mind, "As I thought." The two of them came together. How dare he go as far as to bring her to Roblink? He knows better than anyone that this is my favorite dessert shop, so how could he? He called out, "Selonia, Your Grace." Grace clung to his arm, her eyes wide and teary. "What do you think you're doing, Lady Selonia?" Ian bellowed. Bewildered, Selonia responded, "Pardon? I didn't do anything." "There's no need to defend her, Grace," Ian said firmly. "It doesn't matter what happened. I asked you not to be rude to my fiancé." This came as a sudden shock to her. Selonia thinks in her mind, why was I trying so hard to find the reason, when our relationship was clearly already over? How foolish of me to linger over a past I can't return to. I've been wondering how the story may have changed and what could have affected our relationship, but I see. I was the only one who has been holding on to such thoughts. Ian added, "I hope we don't ever see each other again. That would be the best for both of us," to which Selonia responded, "You're the one who should be conducting yourself properly." Ian gets shocked. "Excuse me?" She thought, determined to not back away. Whatever the reason, they're the ones who changed. "I didn't do anything wrong," she questioned. "How dare you go around like this?" Ian again gasped in shock. "Lady Selonia," she continued, "I've always known she was the brazen type. But you could at least pretend to feel shame when there are so many eyes watching. Are you proudly showing everyone the woman with whom you cheated on me?" Ian gets flushed, so Grace whispered to her, "We should leave, Your Grace." Then Ian stormed away saying, "Ha, I've been deceived all along. It was all just pretend." As they were leaving, a dragon flew above them. He was Mac Ryan. Looking at him, Selonia thinks, Mac Ryan. He must have been waiting for Grace nearby. "I'll just get some desserts to go." Before she could leave, Grace spoke again, her voice sickly sweet. "By the way, Lady Selonia," she said, her tone dripping with amusement, "His Grace and I will be getting engaged soon." Hearing that, Selonia thinks, "Ha, so she wants to brag, huh? And why are you telling me this?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Selonia gets shocked by the sudden remark. "What?" But Grace quickly clasped Ian's arm and said, "Your Grace, let's go together." Grace clasped his arm tightly, and he gently held her hand in return. Ian replied, "Grace, let's hurry back." "Good idea," Leif agreed. "She must be exhausted from traveling," Mac Ryan added. "Should I take you home on my back? That would be faster." Looking at them, Sally thinks in her mind, Grace has become their new heroine. I'll accept that our relationship wasn't as significant as I thought, and that everything has changed. "Thank you," she murmured, closing her eyes, "for helping me let go of our past." Later, Leif was holding a paper. His thoughts were interrupted by Mac Ryan. "You made your choice knowing what you were getting into." Leif turned to face him. "Mac Ryan, yes, I did. Even though the situation changed, things are still the same for us." News of Ian and Miss Grace spread quickly. Duke Ian Cherville announces engagement to Miss Grace Benet. I knew the two were in love, yet I still chose to stay by her side. He wondered aloud, "It was my decision, so why do I feel so empty?" He told Grace Benet, "When I first met her at the victory ceremony, I was captured by her innocence. I thought things could change this time around, that I wouldn't have to remain beside her as just a friend, like with Lady Selonia. But this time was no different. Instead of me, Ian stood by her side, and all I could do was watch the two from afar. It was the same as with Lady Selonia." He sighed, "But that doesn't mean I can stop liking her. Before I even knew it, I was completely captivated by her. I got used to the fact that she would never reciprocate my feelings, and all I can do is be content with staying in her presence." "Are you regretting it now?" a voice broke through his thoughts. "After withdrawing your knight's pledge in the blink of an eye? If you were going to regret it, why did you even bother changing your mind?" Leif asked coldly. "But you also asked her to return your heart. If you were going to take it away like that, why did you give it to her in the first place? You're being true to your heart, right?" he continued. "Well, I am too," Mac Ryan responded. I simply did the best I could to save Sally back then. If I hadn't, she would have died, Leif argued. Then you should have stayed by her side until the end. I had no idea you'd take back your heart. Are you saying you don't care if she gets hurt anymore? That's nonsense, Mac Ryan shouted. As he was speaking, a sudden thump in his mind stopped him. A ominous feeling stopped him from speaking further. He wondered, thinking about Selonia. What is this feeling I have? It's as if… Mac Ryan! A voice called out. He turned his head. It was Grace. She said, "Come here and eat with us." As he heard her voice, all the thoughts about Selonia faded. He stood silent for a moment, then turned to her. "Grace, I'm coming." Seeing his irregular response, Leif got a hunch. Just now. Mac Ryan seemed confused for a moment. I wonder why. He also started feeling nauseous a little. But again Grace's voice removed all the uncertainty in his mind. She said, "Sir Leif, you too." He also forgot everything and gets drawn to her beautiful voice and lovely smile. He said to himself, "Right. Grace Benet is the one I truly love." Meanwhile, Sally was thinking, the original novel is over. Whether it was a happy or a sad ending. In the novel, a month after subjugating the Demon Lord, Selonia and Ian get married, and the story ends there. But we're already past that point. She crumpled the piece of paper she was writing on and thinks, that means there's no predetermined story to unfold any further. In other words, I'm the writer of my own story now. She tossed the paper around. Then Ella said, "My lady, would you like another piece of cake?" She replied, "Of course. Order some more." Suddenly she heard the whispering of other noble ladies. "My gosh, Lady Selonia's over there. How did the daughter of a baron take her spot?" Another whispered. "What in the world did she do to get rid of the heir of that golden family?" Listening to them, Sally thinks, here we go. But Ella frowned. How dare they talk behind your back? Sally tried to stop. Ella, calm down. Scratching her cheek, she thinks, I really don't mind. Just as she had told me, Grace and Ian's engagement was soon announced, and as a result, I naturally became the center of everyone's attention. But I've already found closure. It wasn't easy to rid myself of any lingering feelings, but I didn't want to waste this precious new life I was given by getting carried away with my emotions. She said, smiling, I'm busy enough enjoying all this tasty food. Then Ella asked, by the way, when are you returning to the treatment center? She drooped at the question. I'd forgotten about that, but now you just reminded me. Ella asked, pardon? In the novel, Selonia worked at a treatment center as one of the Empire's top healers. She said, I still have 6 months of vacation left, so I'm going to use it all before I return to work. Now all that's left is to take things easy and enjoy my life, Ella remarked. That sounds great, my lady. You can use that time to do everything you want, Sally replied. Yes, I'm going to do everything I've been wanting to do. After all, I won't have anything to worry about. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a mysterious figure was walking. Some days ago, few maids were talking to each other. One said, Doesn't Lady Selonia seem like a different person these days? You feel it too? It's like she's been reborn. She never loses her temper or gets cranky anymore. Other added, Recently, she even smiled and said hello to me. Another asked, Whoa, so why do you think she suddenly changed? If you think about it, she's been different ever since she joined the expedition, one suggested. How about this? Defeating the Demon Lord is something that requires you to risk your life. And after the expedition, she was even unconscious for 3 months. They say a person changes when they've had a taste of death, one replied. True, she was bedridden for a long time, after all, First agreed. Yes, that's possible. Sally was listening to their conversation. She thinks in her mind, I was cranky and often lost my temper, huh? It sounds like they're talking about the old Selonia. But was she really like that in the original novel? This conversation is definitely worth remembering. Back to present, Sally invited the noble ladies that were whispering about her. She invited them to her table. A lady responded, Lady Selonia, thank you so much for allowing us to sit with you. It's great to hear that you feel better now. You look more and more beautiful as the days pass. At first the atmosphere was tense. Observing them, Sally thinks in her mind, look at their faces. They must find me really uncomfortable. I was just talking to Ella and happened to notice there were no more empty tables, so I told them to sit here. Based on the conversation I overheard a few days ago and the looks on these ladies' faces, I can tell the old Selonia must have had quite a difficult personality. But I'm living her life now, so I might as well work on improving my reputation, she finally began. Don't mention it. I should rather thank you, ladies, for keeping me company. As you know, I've been away from high society for a long time, so there aren't any fellow ladies who socialize with me. Hearing that, the noble ladies glanced at each other and nodded. One of them began. Haha, no, the honor is all ours, another added. Ahaha, thanks to you, I'll be able to enjoy the cake I've been craving, the third also chipped in. Me too. Their coincidental meeting turned into a long conversation, and right around the time Selonia learned just how much influence these ladies had, so they started talking about Ian. Lady Abel began. I'm not sure if I should say this, but, Lady Pelaine asked. What is it? Lady Roanna said. Please go ahead, Lady Abel said. Perhaps it's inappropriate of me to say this, but I heard about Duke Cherville and Miss Grace's engagement today. I'm just worried that you might be too devastated, Celie responded. Oh dear, I'm fine, Lady Abel continued. I'm glad to hear that, but I'm still surprised someone would dare to do such a thing. How could she flirt with a man who's already engaged? Other ladies also added. It seems Baron Benet's family has no dignity. It's a disgrace for us nobles, Celie then remarked. Both the man who cheated and the woman he cheated with are to blame. Hearing that, the ladies flinched. Lady Pelaine said. Yes, His Grace went too far. He tainted the great Cherville family name by having an affair, Lady Roanna agreed. Exactly. Lady Selonia wasn't just any fiancé. Moreover, she was unconscious at the time. Listening to them, Celie thought, I have to say, it feels pretty good hearing all this. While there were a few newspapers that spoke positively of Ian and Grace's relationship, most condemned his behavior. However, due to Ian's influential position in high society, everyone stayed quiet. Of course, that was only because I, the victim, hadn't spoken up yet. He'd be wrong if he thought I'd keep quiet after being humiliated, Celie responded. Who knows? Perhaps it's the severity of the situation that allowed me to get over him this quickly, a lady expressed. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me so mad, right? Suddenly a jingle of bell interrupted their conversation. As the whispers arose around them, Lady Abel wondered aloud. What's all the commotion about? Lady Roanna scared. Who could it be? Looking at the person in tattered clothes, Lady Pelaine said. My gosh! Wait, that's... All of them froze silent, unable to respond. Celie gulped. What's going on? Who are they talking about? A person in black with a chilling aura walks past them. Lady Abel said, of all people, what's he doing here? Celie asked. Who is he? She replied, the Beast of the Night. Celie looked at him. The Beast of the Night. She had a hunch, Why does he look so familiar? I definitely met him somewhere. She thinks in her mind, that's strange. This is a romance novel, so all important characters have looks that stand out, and the main characters are all drop-dead gorgeous. So, for a character I'm seeing for the first time to look so attractive, and he's called the Beast of the Night? Normally, extras don't receive such nicknames. I have to admit, it does suit his appearance. He doesn't look like the type to like sweet things. But maybe he's not what I think he is. That person talked to a servant, and the servant handed him an ominous-looking bag. Looking at them bag, Celie thinks, that looks really fishy. Celie spoke. Ladies, I hope that man isn't doing anything to harm the owner. Lady Abel denied. Oh no. That's food, my lady, she asked. Food? Lady Abel replied. Yes, I heard he receives food from this place and distributes it to those in need, Lady Pelaine said. Really? What a wonderful thing to do. I didn't expect that at all. I always found him a bit scary. So Celie concluded. So he's famous because he's a good person? But what's this nervous premonition I keep sensing? I strangely feel as though I shouldn't send that man away. As the person was walking away, his robe flutters and Celie saw a scar on his chest. She gets startled. Wait, that scar on his chest. It's not an ordinary scar. Aside from the demon lord, this world has always been a peaceful place. So how could he have suffered such a dangerous wound? She wondered. That man. Who is he? On her back and carriage she told about the scar to Ella. She said thoughtfully, a scar? On the Beast of the Night's body? I don't remember seeing one. She added, among the rumors about him, some say he goes around fighting criminals and dangerous beasts. Perhaps that's where it's from, Celie concluded, but it didn't look like that kind of scar. Is that really all there is to it? Ella continued. Anyway, how was today? I think you met some really nice ladies. I hope you feel better now. Hearing that, Celie said, going out for the first time in a while certainly lifted my spirits. While they were on their guard in the beginning, before I knew it, we had become close and started gossiping. I even promised to invite them to the Bessin Manor for our next tea time. Ella responded. We'll have to decorate the garden and make it look pretty, in time for when your friends visit, my lady, she replied. The garden looks just fine as is. It does feel like I'm starting over from scratch. But this kind of life doesn't seem so bad either. During their way back, Ella asked, My lady, I've always been curious. What does the Demon Lord look like? Sally reminded of the Demon Lord. Ella continued, There are rumors flying around about his appearance, but I heard only the saviors know what he really looks like. He must look like the leader of, no, like a monster, right? Sally was surprised by the question. She remembered, the Demon Lord's appearance? Well, he possesses black scales covering his body, and stands at a towering height of at least 3 meters. Moreover, with his half-human, half-beast appearance, he gazes at you with eerie red eyes, she said. He was scary, Ella said. I knew it. Actually, at the dessert cafe today, I heard people saying the Demon Lord was extremely good-looking. They said he captivates people with his good looks. Hearing that, Sally flinched. Is it alright to let her misunderstand like this? Well, I suppose I'm the only one who's actually seen the Demon Lord's true form, so... Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden neigh of the horses. Her carriage was blocked by the monsters. As the carriage abruptly stopped, Sally asked, My goodness. Cohen, what's wrong all of a sudden? He replied from outside. Apologies, my lady. I was trying to cross the woods, but suddenly, these beasts approached. Sally thinks in her mind, oh no. Starving monsters must have smelled our tracks and followed us here. She asked, Are you alright? Can't we just pass through them? He replied. The horses won't budge. They're too scared, she resolved. But it's even more dangerous if we stay still like this. If I'd at least brought my sword, I could have handled a few myself. But this is just too many. Looking at the sheer numbers, Cohen said while trembling. I'm really sorry, my lady. I'll try to block a few in the front, so please take the carriage in. Sally refused. No, I won't be leaving you here by yourself, Cohen. If I chase away the ones blocking the front, do you think you can get the carriage moving again? He said. Yes, I think so. She gets determined and said. Alright. I'll try and create a path using my healing powers. When that happens, you should start moving right away. She thinks in her mind, I can't have Ella or Cohen get hurt. I have to do something. Ella stopped her. Don't go, my lady. There are too many monsters. It's dangerous, she responded. Wait for me here, Ella. Don't move. As she stepped forward, the beasts growled at her. Looking at them, she thinks, I can shortly create a gap using my healing light. And if I give Cohen the signal right then, we can get out of this mess. She moved her hand and a white light in shape of a ball emerged. She said, Right now! Cohen, quickly move the carrier! But the remaining beasts recovered quickly. She gets startled. What? Already? Was the light not strong enough? The spell got lifted too quickly. But we have to get out of here. Suddenly a beast rushed and lunged at her. But it was stopped by the beast of the night using magic. With the sound of boom, the beast disappeared and the remaining scattered away. But Sally falls to the ground. She wasn't able to move lying on the ground. She wondered, what was that black light just now? Magic? Did someone come to save us? As the person walks close to her, she wondered, who is it? She took a glance, and it was the beast of the night. As he was walking to her, she thinks, what's he doing here? Suddenly her gaze fell on his face, and she gets reminded, that face. I remember now. I experienced déjà vu when I first saw him at the cafe, but I failed to recognize him because he was too far away. But how? She spoke lying on the ground. Why you? I swore you were dead, he asked. You know me? She said inwardly. How could I forget? He's the man I killed with my own hands. No, he's the Demon Lord. A few months ago, right after the subjugation of the Demon Lord, at the Demon Lord's castle, Leif announced, Finally, everything's over. We brought peace to this world, Ian said. Good job, everyone. I'll send a letter to the Imperial Palace notifying them of our victory, Macryan said. Then I'll send a carrier pigeon as well, Leif then said. I feel a lot better thanks to Lady Selonia's healing, so I'll scan the vicinity, just in case there are still monsters around. Sally smiled. Alright. Be careful, Leif. As Leif was walking away, Sally thinks in her mind. The last battle was truly brutal. She staggers as she was walking. She said inwardly, I can't even stand properly because I used up all my energy. Will I endure the journey back? Suddenly she noticed. Huh? Where's my sword? She tried to find it but couldn't. Looking at the ominous castle, she thinks, I didn't leave it inside the castle, did I? She ended up heading back inside. While walking in the eerie hallway, she thinks, ugh, it's so creepy in here. Let me quickly find my sword and go back. I could just leave it here, but it carries too many precious memories of the expedition. While walking, she reached the place where they defeated the demon lord. His corpse was lying in there. Looking at it, she checked. He's dead, right? Chills were running down her spine. Then she saw her dagger lying on the ground. Looking at it, she thought, I knew it. It was here. Now let me get the heck out of here. As she reached to pick it up, she heard a sound. She flinched, thinking, what was that? I just sensed something. She turned her head and saw a human lying at the place of the demon lord. She gets startled. What? Isn't that where the demon lord was lying? What's a human being doing there? Wait, or is that what the demon lord really looks like? The person lying there opened his eyes. Seeing that, she freaked out. Eek, he's alive? She wondered, did he come back to life in a different form? No, this can't happen. Due to her quick resolve, she raised her dagger, thinking, I need to stab him. I must kill him. So she stabbed him, but she suddenly jolted awake, shouting HAA. She wondered, was that a dream? How much of it was just a nightmare? Suddenly Ella came and asked, my lady, how do you feel? I'm glad you woke up right away, Sally called out. Ella, what happened? She replied. Please be careful. It hasn't been that long since you were treated. You might not be hurting anymore, but you still need to take it easy, Sally asked again. What in the world happened? And what time is it? Ella replied. It's been about 2 hours since we escaped the woods. Hearing that, she thought, so what happened in the woods wasn't all a dream. Then what happened to the demon lord? Ella continued. Let me help you. You're going to greet the guests, right? Sally asked, surprised. The guests? Ella smiled. Yes. Our savior. Sally was dazed after hearing that. Her instincts screamed, don't tell me. She quickly lunges away from bed, running. Ella called from behind. My lady, where are you going? Sally's mind was racing. It can't be. There's no way. At the door to the guest room, she gulped, fearing the worst. She opened the door and saw her father heaving tea. Her father said, Selonia, you finally woke up. How are you feeling? You're just in time. Say hello to our guest, the man who saved your life. Her heart sank looking at the demon lord. She questioned herself, what is that man doing here? Why is the demon lord in my house? The person said. So we meet again, she recalled, those unforgettable crimson eyes, the distinct feeling of my dagger piercing his skin. I thought that nightmare had ended forever. Her mind was in shambles. What the heck is going on? Her father left, saying, please serve our guest some tea, Selonia. Well, I need to run now. He's your savior, so make sure to treat him like an honorable guest, she complained in her mind. Father, please. You can't just leave like that. The person was staring at her as she doesn't spoke. He suddenly questioned. You know me, don't you? Sally replied calmly. I don't think so. This is my first time seeing you. Thank you for saving me. I'll compensate you generously, so please leave now, he asked. You said to me, I swore you were dead. Sally felt caught, damn it. So he remembers. She had a hunch, but something strange. Why does he speak as if we're meeting for the first time? Does he not recognize me? At some dark place, a mysterious person was walking cloaked in dark. He walked to a glowing sphere. He raised his hand and asked, how did it go? A person who was behind him kneeled holding a body bag. He said, I got 2 more. After he said that, there was a moment of silence. The first person thinks in his mind, this won't do. We must work faster. Just a little more. The sphere behind him glowed even brighter. It was a magic circle, the person said, TSK. At this rate, it'll take ages. We'll need to speed things up. The person kneeling replied, I await your order. Hearing that, the first person grinned. Back to the guest room. Sally was reflection on his words. You know me, don't you? Does he really not recognize me? Should I be relieved or not? She resolved, first I must kick him out of the manor before he remembers everything. I can't jeopardize the safety of father and the servants. I'll think about the next step later. She Finlay spoke. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Demon Lord replied. So, you'll keep quiet until the end, huh? She denied. No, he pressed. I lost my memory, she asked, surprised. Excuse me, he said. I have nowhere to go, and I don't know anyone. She thought in her mind. So he didn't recognize me because he lost his memory? What does that mean? he added. So I have no choice but to stay here. She was caught off guard. What in the world is he saying? She said. I appreciate the fact that you saved me, but I never said you could stay here. If you won't leave, I'll call the guards. After a moment of silence, the demon lord stands and started walking. She felt defeated. Ugh, I can't read him at all. What the heck is that man I mean? The demon lord thinking. He walks to the window and asked, Aren't you curious? She gets confused. Sorry. He raised his hand and with a finger flick a small flare lit up. He said, Just how long it will take for this fire to spread throughout the entire manor? She felt threatened. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to call the guards right ah. He cut her off. The guards? Go ahead if you want to see what happens to them with your own eyes. She flinched at his provocation. She thought to herself, I have to stay calm and think. I went through so much effort to get rid of the demon lord, but I guess it's impossible to defeat him alone. If I provoke him in the wrong way and he recalls what happened, then what will happen to me then? I can't possibly reveal that he's the demon lord who threatened world peace, and I'm the savior who stabbed him. Her mind raced. I'm guessing the reason he's acting this way is because he thinks I'm the only one who remembers anything about him. She said, I'll say it again. I do not know you. Therefore, I can't give you the answer you want. She said to herself, I have no choice but to continue to pretend I don't know him. He accepted. Fine, I'll wait. I have plenty of time on my hands. He extinguished the flare. He walked and plopped to the sofa and said, And in case you haven't heard, the man who's your father has already permitted me to stay here as long as I want. Sally sighed to herself. Father, why on earth did you do that? The demon lord said. I couldn't turn down a gesture of kindness, she mumbled. Actually, you could. Hearing that, he said, It seems you don't like me being here. Well, the solution is simple. If you want me to leave, tell me how you know me. If you do, I'll be out of here right away, she denied. I don't know anything, he smiled. Fine. Tell me if you change your mind. She thinks in her mind, who knew the demon lord would be so childish? I can't get used to this. He won't budge at all. Why do irritating things like this keep happening to me? Well, it doesn't look like he'll try something right away, so I can take some time to think. If I sweet talk him, I might just be able to get him out of here without any issues. Her thoughts were interrupted by him. By the way, weren't there going to be snacks? Huh? He brazenly asked. When are they coming? At this rate, I'll be eating them for dinner. She wondered miserable. I'll be able to overcome this, right? Later Ella asked her. My lady, did you have a nice chat with Mr. Beastly? She was completely infatuated by him. You don't know how amazing he was when he saved you. Hearing that, Sally wondered, when did he suddenly become Mr. Beastly? She recalled last night, after I finished my talk with the demon lord, Ella told me about what happened in the woods. Just like his first attack, he took down the remaining monsters in the blink of an eye, and then escorted us safely back to the manor. Or at least, so she says, Ella told. Mr. Beastly sent all the monsters flying with just a single motion. I wish you'd seen it, my lady, Sally said inwardly. Right. And he also sent me flying through the air, Ella added. I don't know what we would have done without him. Of course, the most important thing is that you're safe, Sally then asked. So there are only good rumors about this beast of the night? Ella replied thoughtfully. I wasn't sure either, so I asked around, but everyone only had good things to say about him. They say some people in the slums even worship him like a god. Hearing that, Sally thinks, they all believe such nonsense? That man is the demon lord who made the whole world tremble in horror. He can never be a hero. However, I am confused about one thing. When the demon lord resurrected, a rift appeared in the woods. Monsters poured out of it and caused great harm. When the demon lord was defeated, the rift disappeared, allowing us to be certain that everything was over. If that's the case, since a new rift hasn't appeared, can we really still refer to that man as the demon lord? A knock disrupted her thought. My lady, his grace has returned. She went to her father and called him. Her father replied. Sally, did you have a nice chat with our guest? She hesitated. Well, I heard you allowed that man to stay in the manor, he replied. That's correct. He saved my precious daughter, so I must repay his kindness, her father smiled, saying. Plus, I heard the young man is referred to as the hero of the slums. It's hard to come across such a respectable young person these days. Having an esteemed man like him staying in our home is a truly invaluable opportunity. Don't you think? She felt burdened. You're right. But wouldn't it be enough to express our gratitude with money? Her father said. Of course, we'll be paying the young man too. But since he doesn't have a place to stay at the moment, I think it would be good to receive him at our manor for the time being, she argued. But we don't know where he's from. He might be dangerous. How could you just let a strange man? Her father stopped her with a cold gaze. Selonia, she stopped talking. Her father said, never forget your duty as a noble. If you have plenty, it's important to know how to share. She thinks in her mind, it's not like I didn't expect this kind of response from father. But still, I can't help but feel frustrated. Noblesse oblige. The belief that nobles should act generously toward as many people as possible. It's a belief Duke Selonia Bessin has held on to his entire life. But I can't give up here. I need to stop him, even if it means revealing the truth. It's not something easy to believe, but if it's coming from his beloved daughter, then perhaps he'll believe me even if I say that man is the demon lord, she began. Father, that man is actually… She suddenly stopped in between. She tried to speak again but couldn't. She wondered, what's happening? I suddenly can't speak now that I'm trying to tell him about the demon lord. Her father asked, confused. Selonia? What's wrong? She said to herself. I'd like to know that as well. I don't know what's going on. But speaking is not the only way I can tell him. She glanced around thinking, what other method can I use? Her gaze fell on paper. Right. I'll just write it down and show him. She grabbed a paper and said, please look at this, father. She began writing, that man is… Her father recited what she wrote. She wasn't able to write ahead it. She struggled to write but couldn't. She wondered, wait, why can't I write properly? She said aloud. What's going on? The words repeated in her mind, demon lord, demon lord, demon lord. She felt confused. Why can't I speak, or even write those words? Her father stopped her. Selonia, enough. She tried to alter. Wait, father, he said. Whatever the case, he saved your life, and all eyes are on him right now. If we simply handed him some money and kicked him out, what would people think of the Bessin family? Hearing that, she resolved, it looks like I won't be able to persuade father. I should have known better. He always considers the house's reputation first, and no one will be able to understand my problem with that man anyway. I'll just do as father suggested for now. I have no choice but to keep an eye on him while I look for another solution. She finally accepted. All right, I'll see to it that he finds his stay here comfortable. Her father smiled. That's my girl. He patted her, saying, Selonia, you don't know how startled I was when I heard you fell unconscious again. Your body shouldn't be harmed in any way. Make sure to always be careful. You're all that I have. Don't forget that. Later at night, the demon lord was huffing and puffing. He was feeling pain in his chest. He thinks in his mind, damn it. Selonia Bessin, was it? Her face definitely indicated she knew me. He remembered her words. I swore you were dead. He wondered, what sort of relationship did we have for her to say that? He thinks in his mind, well, it doesn't matter as long as I regain my memory. The only person who remembers me. A glimmer in the darkness. He grinned to himself. I can't miss this opportunity. If she plans to hide the truth until the end, I'll just have to make her talk myself. The Cherville Manor. Ian crumpled a piece of paper. Damn it, the news read. Does Ian, a man of many sins, deserve to be called a savior? Ian Cherville and his new lover, Grace Benet, is it romance or adultery? He was furious. Have they lost their minds? How could they write such nonsense? He ordered his attendant. Put together a list of all the newspapers and report back to me. The servant replied. Yes, Your Grace. The sound of crackling paper filled the room as Ian read the article again. Does he deserve to be called a savior? This is ridiculous. How dare they question my qualifications because of such a small issue? I'm one of the saviors who took down the demon lord. They used to respect and worship me, and now, these fickle people have turned their backs on me so easily. Do they think they'll be fine after writing such horrid gossip about me? A servant stepped forward hesitantly. Your Grace, what should I do about this letter from House Bessin? He replied. Bring it to me. Ian took the letter and scanned it, his thoughts wandering. He thinks in his mind. I always considered Selonia to be an innocent and loving woman, but the behavior she showed outside of Roblink that day was rude and vulgar. He remembered her words. Are you proudly showing everyone the woman with whom you cheated on me? It turns out she's been deceiving me all this time, he thought bitterly. They go on about her being some tragic heroine, but these articles would have never been published if they knew her true self. Asterisk. The word tragic doesn't suit that woman at all. I wish everyone could see that. The servant handed him the letter. The letter, Your Grace. It's probably a request for compensation in return for the broken engagement, he mused. She must want something big, considering how she even made me write a pledge. He opened the letter, and after a brief moment, his expression darkened. He grits his teeth and said, "Now," the servant asked. "Pardon?" Ian seethed. "Send a letter to House Bessin immediately saying I'll be visiting today," he ordered sharply. The servant flinched at his tone. "Yes, Your Grace." Meanwhile, Selonia sat in her study, staring at a half-written letter. "Dear Lady Abel, Lady Pelaine, and Lady Roanna, the tea time we decided to have at my house will have to be postponed for the time being. Due to an unwanted guest, I'm unable to invite you to." She crumpled the paper. "No, what's the use?" Instead, she started anew. "I hope you will attend my celebratory banquet, which will soon take place at the palace. I hope we can pick up where we left off on that day." She felt assured. This should do. She set the letter aside and picked up another blank sheet. "Dear Sir Leif," she hesitated. "I don't know how to start this letter. I had no idea I'd be writing this kind of letter to Leif," she murmured. "But since I don't know when the Demon Lord might regain his memory, I should inform the other saviors of the situation as well. And among them, Leif is the one most likely to listen to what I have to say. Right, there's no need to beat around the bush. I'll just get straight to the point. That will be the best for both of us." Taking a deep breath, she steadied her pen. "Leif, you probably won't believe this, but the Demon Lord has resurrected." Her hand trembled. The pen scratched against the paper before suddenly stopping. Her breath hitched. "The Demon Lord." She tried again, but her hands shook violently. She wondered, "Damn it, why won't it let me write his name? Why is this happening? What could be the reason?" She tossed the paper thinking, "While I'm struggling here, the Demon Lord apparently went somewhere without informing anyone. It's not that I am curious what he's up to. I just really wish he wouldn't act out. I can't believe I need to live in the same house with such a dangerous man." Finally she stretched her arms, saying, "I don't know anymore." Suddenly a maid came and informed. "My lady, Deputy Chief Jillian has arrived," she said. "Ah, really? Just as quick as I expected," she instructed. "Tell him I'd like to see him in my study." Minutes later, Jillian entered the room. "Greetings, my lady. Thank you for making the time. I'm sure you must be busy with the guild," she said, gesturing for him to sit. "This time, I'd like to request information regarding the Beast of the Night. In addition, please tell me if you notice any strange things happening in the Empire." Jillian complied. "All right. Oh, and one more thing," she added, her voice dropping slightly. He asked. "Yes?" she said. "About Grace Benet. I need you to keep a close eye on her." Her expression hardened, thinking, "I'm no longer curious about her relationship with the other saviors. I must find out if she has any connection to the Demon Lord now. It's suspicious how Grace and the Demon Lord showed up at a similar time," she added, gripping the desk. "Something strange is happening to the original story." Jillian nodded. "Sure, I'll put someone on her tail right away," she instructed. "Select someone who can maintain confidentiality." "I don't want any word getting out," he replied. "Yes, I have someone suitable." Then, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Your Grace, please, I ask you to wait until her ladyship approves," a servant pleaded. Heavy footsteps stomped toward the room. Ian shouted, "Get out of the way! Didn't I tell you it's an important matter concerning Lady Selonia?" The voice made Selonia stiffen. This voice. It looks like the unwanted visitor has come sooner than I expected. The doors flung open, and a tall, imposing figure stepped in. Jillian whispered beside her, "Does Duke Cherville still bother you? If you want, I can take care of him." He gets alarmed as he said that. "And no need for that, Jillian," she replied quickly. "I'm all right," she said to him. "You can go now. Sorry for keeping you so long." Jillian hesitated before bowing. "Goodbye, my lady." As Jillian left, Ian stepped forward, burst opening the door. He shouted, "Lady Selonia, have a word with me." The servants rushed to stop him. "Your Grace, please don't." "It's all right, everyone," Selonia said, standing. "Please step aside." She met Ian's gaze with a composed expression. "Have a seat, Duke Cherville," she said coolly. "I know why you're creating all this commotion. I'll listen to what you have to say first, before I hold you responsible for your rudeness. Then I guess it'll be easier for me to talk to you since you know," Ian said, his voice firm. "Lady Selonia, please explain to me in a way I can understand." "Enough." Her sharp tone cut through his words. "If you wish to talk to me, please keep your manners. There's not a single person in House Bessin who will speak to a goon." What happened to the dignity a duke should display? She continued coldly. He dropped his jaw. What? She continued. And didn't they tell you to wait? I already had a visitor. She leaned back in her chair as his temper flared. My ears are about to burst because of your shouting, Duke Cherville. Is this all the elegance you have to show? Ian scoffed. Ha! What about you? You must have forgotten who I am. Is this how House Bessin will be treating the Cherville family from now on? Why are you involving our families in this personal matter? She countered. Her gaze was ice cold. This is between you and me, Ian. Anyway, continue with the talk about the letter. He watched her, annoyed at how effortlessly she talked back to him. I get why you're acting like this, but watch your tongue, he warned. The reason the once innocent and lovable Selonia has become a venomous viper is obvious. It looks like you hold a grudge against me because I chose another woman over you, he continued. However, it's disgraceful of you to act out like this because of jealousy. Listening to that, she thinks, is he really out of his mind? She narrowed her eyes. Are you serious? Otherwise, why else would you go this far? Ian shrugged. Then she said, let's just get to the point. You personally paid me a visit because of the compensation issue, right? That's right, the compensation, he said, as if just remembering. He sat back, waving a hand. What you asked for is out of the question, so request something else. I'll give you whatever you want. Something like a mine or real estate, Your Grace. Selonia interrupted, tilting her head slightly. I think you've misunderstood something. You're talking to the heir of the Golden House of Bessin. You haven't forgotten that, have you? She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Do I have to explain to you why all of those things are absolutely useless to me? Ian inhaled sharply as she continued. All I want is what's in that letter. His mood shifted. Why do you need that? Are you thinking of using it yourself? That's none of your business, she replied smoothly. I'm requesting that because it's the only thing I want. The only thing of value to me in House Cherville is that sword, she stated. She thinks in her mind. The thing I requested as compensation is the sword Ian used to kill the Demon Lord. Sure, the sword holds great symbolism since it was used to slay the Demon Lord, but the real reason I asked for this sword is because it will become a holy sword in the future. Is there something you know about that sword that I don't? He asked. No what? She snapped. He replied. Forget it. Anyway, ask me for something else, Ian insisted. I'll give you anything else you want, she scoffed. You're the one who's acting strange, Duke Cherville. You seem very reluctant to give it to me, she mused, studying his tense posture. Is it because the sword holds some sort of special power? Ian flinched. Don't be ridiculous, he barked. She smiled. All right. That's good to know. Ian felt his frustration spike as she continued. Why are you so upset? Then please send it to the Bessin Manor by tomorrow. And don't think of fooling me, she added. I'm going to ask the Imperial Court to notarize it. Tisk. Ian clicked his tongue. The jealousy of a woman is truly annoying. She watched him with cool amusement. Look at him, spewing nonsense again. Oh, and while you're here, she said suddenly, a congratulatory banquet will be held at the palace for me soon. As you know, I was the only one who couldn't attend the victory ceremony, she continued. Ha! Ian scoffed. Are you actually asking me to attend your banquet after everything that happened? I have no intention of going to such a, she replied. Yes, please don't come. Ian froze. I was worried that you might actually come, so I wanted to tell you not to. I'm glad we're on the same page, she added. Please leave now, she said. Just looking at you is hard to bear, he sprung up saying. I can't listen to this rubbish anymore. I hope we won't have to see each other again, he said coldly. And this is a warning for old time's sake, but I suggest you don't infuriate me again, she remarked. Pretentious until the end, she said. Good day. I won't be seeing you off. He turned away without another word. As Ian stormed out, his heart pounded furiously. Damn it, what's that attitude of hers? Does she not miss me even a single bit? Has she truly forgotten about me this soon? Before he could process the emotion swirling in his chest, a commotion outside drew his attention. All right, geez, you're so annoying, a voice groaned. The servant murmured. She's still in conversation. You shouldn't be here. Ian turned to see a tall figure standing near the entrance. He narrowed his eyes. Look, I told you they'd be done talking soon, the Demon Lord continued. I can go in now, right? Huh? Are you a servant? Ian asked. Get out of my way. Hearing that, the Demon Lord stood silent for a second, then grinned. There was someone here. I didn't see you because you're so small. Ian stiffened. I'm S small? The air grew tense. Ian's entire body tensed. Wherever I go, no one has ever exceeded me, he thought bitterly. Everyone has always looked up to me. So who the hell is this cocky bastard? Selonia, I need to talk to you, the man said. Ian's blood ran cold. Did he just call her by her name? He took a step forward and his shoulder bumped into Ian. Ian shouted, Hey, who do you think? Enough. Selonia cut in. You just can't help yourself, can you? Please don't be rude to my guest. Ian froze in place. What? Did you just say guest? That's right. Our house owes him, so please refrain from being discourteous, Selonia said smoothly. You really should go now. Selonia and the person started whispering. She said, I told you to stay in your room, he replied. Are you trying to keep me locked up? Ian could barely register her words. She has someone else, other than me? His vision swam. Why am I feeling this way? Later, walking towards him, Grace called. Sir Leif. Leif looked at her. Ah, Miss Grace, here you are. I've been looking all over for you, she responded with a smile. Did you really come all this way for me? He asked. If you had called, I would have come to you right away, he assured her. She replied. It's all right. You came to mind today, so I thought I would drop by. It's today, isn't it, Leif? He said. Yes, it is, she asked. When do you start? He replied. It's almost time. I'll go in as soon as the preparations are finished. Knowing that I wouldn't be able to see you for some time, I already felt sad. I'm genuinely happy that I was able to see you before I left. For 15 days out of the year, the Holy Knights participate in a sacred ritual. It is a ceremony meant to erase the fatigue and worries experienced in the secular world and to regain purity and virtue. Me too. But I wanted to give you this. She reached into her bag. I made this thinking of you, Leif. The ritual must be tiring, so have this as a snack afterward. What is it? He asked. I'm a bit embarrassed to say since it's nothing fancy, but it's a cake that I baked myself at home. She smiled softly. I made it using pargeling leaves since I know you like them. You'll be hungry after the ritual, so I made this for you to eat. It should last 15 days. He gets surprised. Miss Grace, are you saying you remembered what I told you? A few months ago, during the victory ceremony, they had spoken briefly about the holy ritual. I see it's already time for that. I hope it goes well, though I know it'll be tough, Ian had said. Don't worry. It's not that hard. It's just a ritual that every holy knight must attend annually. It's nothing extraordinary, Leif had replied. Mac Ryan added, he's lying when he says it isn't difficult. The holy knights had to fast for 15 days. I could never make it, he giggled. Haha, Mac Ryan, back to present, Leif said. I'm very pleased. I remember just briefly mentioning it to you at the victory ceremony, but I see you remembered it all this time. Grace smiled. Of course. It's something that concerns you, not just anyone. Make sure you eat it afterward. You could feel dizzy if you suddenly move too much after fasting. All right? I will, Miss Grace. He took the cake from her hands. That's a promise. You have to eat at least one slice, she insisted playfully. As they were talking, a priest came and said, Sir Leif, it's time to go to the temple. Oh, all right. He turned back. Miss Grace, I must go now. Suddenly Grace grabbed his arm. He blushed. Miss Grace, she said. Leif, promise me that you'll return in good health and come to see me. Yes, I give you my word, he replied, his heart was racing. Meanwhile, Sally was thinking, everything went well up until I sent Ian home. What brings you here? She asked as she turned to face the demon lord. You make it sound like I'm harassing you, he replied coolly. Who was that guy earlier? She halted in her mood. He asked. Do you dislike him? She replied. Sorry? He asked ominously. If he's bothering you, should I kill him for you? Her breath caught. What did he just say? He'll kill him for me? Does this mean that while he may have lost his memory, his temperament still remains? She clenched her fists. How could he say something so inhumane without missing a beat? She asked. What are you? He pressed. Just tell me if that's what you want. I can bring you his head. It's not that difficult, she replied. So that's what you meant, forget it. She exhaled sharply. No matter how much I hate someone, I'd never want to do such a thing. His expression was indifferent. Looking at your face earlier, I thought you wanted to kill the bastard. Maybe I was wrong, she felt annoyed. I told you that's not what I want, he said. I just thought it might be a good condition for our deal, but I guess I misunderstood, she thought. Condition for our deal? Just like I thought. He's convinced that I know who he is, she sighed. It looked like things were going to get complicated. Later at night, she was walking reflecting, is it because of all the stressful things that have been happening lately? I just can't sleep at night. While the demon lord was at the manor, the things I had been concerned about never happened. I thought he would create problems and act violently. But other than bumping into him every now and then in the hallway, he rarely left his room. I heard he's not even eating. Is it alright to just leave him like this? Suddenly she heard someone groaning in pain. Ugh, she wondered, huh? What's this sound? Keg. She followed the voice and reached the door. Wait, this is the room where the demon lord is staying. What in the world is he doing? A month ago. An abandoned house, deep in the woods, with no signs of habitation. That was where the demon lord woke up after having lost his entire memory. In order to find out who he was, he wandered from town to town, but wasn't able to find any clues or people who knew him for over a month. What he did find out was that he could wield a strange power, and every time the clock hit midnight, an unbearable pain came over him. He felt a throbbing pain in his chest. It was a dreadful pain that couldn't be described in words. He wondered, will I be able to make this suffering go away if I retrieve my memory? Suddenly Selonia opened the door and asked, "Excuse me, what are you doing in there?" There was no one in the room. I definitely heard something. She again heard a groan that was coming from the bathroom. She walked to the door and asked, "Hey, what are you doing in there? Is something wrong?" She knocked the door and said, "If you don't answer, I'm coming in." She creaked open the door and saw Demon Lord lying on the ground. She rushed to him. Hey, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? Let me take a look." As she gets close to him, he shouted, "Get out! I'll take care of it myself, so get out," she argued. "Now's not the time to let your pride get in the way. You're bleeding. Wait here, I'll go get the physician," he said. "It's none of your business, so get." He wasn't able to continue as the pain arose again. Arg! Hearing that, Selonia rushed back saying, "It looks like we don't even have time to call a physician. Wait, I'll use my healing power too." Suddenly she halted, wondering, wait, what am I doing right now? I barely managed to take the demon lord down, and now I'm trying to save him. Then again, leaving him like this might cause a misunderstanding. What if he realizes that I'm hesitating to treat him because I know he's the demon lord? But on the other hand, what if he regains his memory after seeing my healing power? Suddenly servant came and asked, "My lady, are you alright? We heard a loud noise." Her mind was conflicted still. Is it really okay for me to leave him like this? I'm a healer, so I can't neglect a person in need. She concluded, "Right, I'll save him for now," she instructed. "I'm glad you're here. It looks like our guest is severely hurt. Please call the physician." The servant complied. "Yes, my lady." They hurriedly took the demon lord and started treating him. Selonia said, "It's going to hurt, but please bear with me. The physician will arrive soon and take a look at you." He was still in pain and panting, but refused. "Get out," she began. "Before he comes, let me perform some first aid." He grabbed her arm saying, "I told you not to touch me." As he grabbed her hand, something glowed and the pain stopped. While in shock, he thinks in his mind, "This unidentified pain pierced me like a knife." Whenever it became midnight. But what drove me even more insane was the fact that this agony, that felt like my body was being ripped into pieces, would suddenly disappear with the sunrise, as if it were a mirage. To think that the first person to free me from this suffering, just when it felt like it would last forever, was this woman. "Who is she?" she asked him. "Hey, what's wrong? Do you feel better now?" He grabbed her hand and pulled her close. He then asked, What are you? How did you do it?" she asked. "What are you talking about? I'm trying to treat you. How could I just leave you when you're in such pain?" He reflected. After touching this woman, the pain disappeared completely. "If I let go of this hand, the suffering might," he said. "Then do so while holding my hand." She gets confused. "Excuse me?" he said. "I'll let you treat me if you hold my hand." She gulped. Looking at him, she thinks he looks rather desperate, unlike his usual image. She agreed. "Alright, but loosen your grip a bit, will you? Let me take a look at this part." Suddenly she realized, wait, aren't we a little too close? Then a servant came with a physician and said, "My lady, I brought the physician." Seeing Selonia and the demon lord close, he felt awkward. He laughed awkwardly. Should we leave?" Seeing the situation getting worse, she shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. The imperial family hereby confirms that this sword is authentic." Looking at the sword, she thinks, Ian's sword, which I asked for as compensation, has finally arrived. Unlike my worries that he might play some tricks, fortunately, it looks like he didn't mess with the sword. Now that I have received my compensation, I'm sure I won't need to see Ian again. Just as I thought, it was a great decision to ask him for the sword. Look at this brilliant blade. Suddenly the demon lord came and asked, "Are you done talking?" She said inwardly. I told him to knock. Well, I'm not as surprised anymore, now that I've dealt with him a few times. She asked, "Are you feeling better? Yesterday, your wounds looked pretty bad." Last night, the physician said, "While your wounds are deep, they aren't fatal. It seems you underwent a cycle of healing and infection due to a lack of proper treatment. But seeing the severity of the wounds, it must have been very painful, and there's something slightly artificial about them as well. If I may ask, how did you get hurt?" The demon lord replied, "I don't know. They were there when I woke up 3 months ago after being unconscious for a while." After hearing that, Sally thinks, 3 months ago? That coincides with when the saviors and I went to take down the demon lord. These wounds are definitely from when I stabbed him. While it's true that I feel uneasy, I can't be concerned about that right now. The most important thing is to kick this man out, he said. Well, it's bearable, thanks to a certain someone. But, his gaze fell on the sword, so he asked, "What's that sword?" She wondered, does he remember it? But if he doesn't even recognize this, then I have no choice but to sound him out to see just how much he actually remembers. She replied, "It's a holy sword. It was the sword used to subjugate the demon lord," he replied. Is that so?" She figured out few. "I guess he really doesn't know anything," he asked. "Is it yours?" She replied. "No, it used to belong to the blonde man you bumped into last time," he asked. "So that man's still coming and going, huh?" "Seems I let him off the hook too easily," she replied. "And no, he just sent me the sword. By now, he's probably too busy going crazy and causing a scene to even think of coming here." The Cherville Manor. Ian was lashing out on the surrounding. "Damn it," he said to himself. "That sword isn't just any old sword. It's a prized item that even the Emperor coveted. I can't believe I had to give it to that useless woman. I felt a strong energy from it ever since the demon lord died. So I had been waiting, thinking the sword might be imbued with the powers of the demon lord." He remembered, moreover, who in the world was that arrogant bastard? How dare he not even bow to me when I'm a duke? I can't let this slide. Selonia is probably using him to make me jealous. But even so, how could she allow for such rude behavior? Just how far is she going to stoop? That pretentious, cocky guy. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. A servant informed. "Your Grace, Miss Grace is here." The door opened and she came smiling. "Your Grace." She glanced around and said, "Oh my! Why is it so messy in here?" Ian said to himself. "Good grief, I need a break," he said coldly. "Do you not see that I'm busy right now?" Hearing that, chills ran down her spine. She flinched, but Ian quickly retracted. "No, Grace. What I meant to say was," Grace cut him off. "I understand. I see it was my mistake to come home today. I won't bother you anymore." She turned and started walking. He tried to stop him. "Grace, wait." But she didn't stop and left, slamming the door. Then he thinks, damn it. What's wrong with me? My head's all jumbled up. Something like this would have never bothered me before. Dinner party at the Bessin Manor. At the dining table, her father laughed. "Ha! It's good to see everyone here," Selonia said. "I know. It's been a while since we've all had a meal together like this," her father said. "Sally, it's your first time seeing Sir Rubwis in ages, isn't it?" she replied. "Yes, father," she said inwardly. "Actually, it's my first time seeing him at all," Rubwis said. "I hope you've been well, my lady," Rubius said, captain of House Bessin's Order of Knights. As the second son of Count Sip, he received numerous job offers due to his exceptional talent. Yet, he chose to remain as the captain of House Bessin's Order of Knights out of his loyalty to head of the house. Her father added, "I also should have invited our honorable guest to dinner much sooner. I ask for your understanding, as I've been occupied with many work affairs," the demon lord replied. "No matter." Everyone gets shocked and confused. "No matter?" As Rubwis glared at him, Sally thinks, "This is why I didn't want him to meet anyone else." Rubwis asked with a chilly tone, "You there? How dare you show such disrespect to his grace?" Her father interjected. "It's fine, Rubwis. He is the man who saved Sally's life. He has his own reasons, so don't concern yourself with such trifles," he replied. Is that so? Forgive me, your grace." "Lady Selonia, are you all better now?" she said. "Yes. Thank you for your concern, Sir Rubwis, he said. That's good news. I couldn't sleep because I was so worried. She chuckled at his remark. Then the Demon Lord said, You look quite rested for someone who hasn't been sleeping. Sally gets startled hearing that. Rubwis asked, What? Sally quickly jumped and shouted to the servants. Excuse me, is dinner not ready yet? A servant replied. My apologies, my lady. We're bringing out the food now. Sally prayed, Please, just one day. Can't we just spend one day in peace? Please. The mood was so grim. The silence in the room only amplified the tension. Her father finally spoke. By the way, I heard our honorable guest had some serious wounds. Are they healing all right? A nudge followed the question, urging for a proper answer. Humph, I'll be fine, he responded dismissively. A sigh escaped Sally. What was I even expecting? Why that cocky? The thought was interrupted by a sudden chuckle. Her father said, Haha, I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, but I heard you've been skipping your meals. I'll tell the servants to take extra care of you, so make sure to eat well. You must think of your health. Is it really necessary that I eat? He asked, as if the concept was foreign to him. Her father asked, Oh dear, you speak as if you're someone who's never been hungry before. Your wounds won't heal properly if you don't eat. He continued, You need to pay special attention to these things when you're hurt. He looked at the food for a moment, and then asked, What is being hungry? The question echoed in everyone's mind. Aha! No wonder it felt like something was wrong, Rubwis mused. Seeing that you don't know what it means to be hungry, you must have hurt your head too. That's right, Sally quickly agreed. A sharp glare followed. She continued, I think he hurt his head too because I noticed he has trouble sensing things. I see. That's why you must not feel hungry like other people do, her father observed, gazing at him curiously. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted the conversation. A servant informed, Your Grace, it's time for you to leave, her father said. Ah, I see it's already time. Rising from his seat, he turned to face the others. Selonia, I'm sorry, but Rabenis and I must go now. I hope our honorable guest understands too. Rubwis also stood up. Till we meet again, my lady. Goodbye. Few months ago. Thank you for your help. A young man stepped forward, eyes bright with gratitude. Why, you're my savior. I run a cafe in the city center. Please drop by when you have time. I'll have some freshly baked bread ready for you. The man added eagerly. After getting the bread, a single thought crossed his mind. Who needs something like this? Suddenly a kid said. Excuse me, he replied. Scram, the kid asked. Are you going to have all of that by yourself? A faint growl echoed in response. Thank you. They bowed deeply after receiving the bread. Thank you, sir. It's so delicious. It's enough to last us a few days, the kid said to other. The Demon Lord wondered, hungry? Delicious? Why am I not aware of such senses? Why? Now that the tension had eased, Sally felt suddenly starving. The sound of a utensil clinking against a plate brought him back to reality. Go ahead and eat. Father's gone now, Selonia said. She observed him carefully. He might be the Demon Lord, but he still needs to eat. He looked at the steamy food and wondered. What's this feeling? He glanced at Selonia and then picked a spoon and started eating. Looking at him, Sally thinks his movements are surprisingly natural. He even had proper table manners. Or maybe that's expected of him since he's the Demon Lord, she mused. So, you haven't eaten anything since you lost your memory? She asked. He replied. That's right. I didn't feel the need to. She thinks in her mind. His lack of basic human needs, hunger, sleep only reinforced the idea that he was far from human in nature. And yet, looking at him now, he seems just like an ordinary person. Tilting her head slightly, she said, If you want to eat something, you can just ask anyone around here. Will you join me? He asked. She said. No, he said. Then I see no reason to eat. She stared at him, confused. What the? She hesitated at first, then spoke again. By the way, why did you give food to those people? He replied. Because they were in need, she asked. You mean in need of food? No, he replied firmly. They needed me, the one giving out the food. Later at night, Sally reflected on his words. They needed me, the one giving out the food. She thinks, was he trying to recall his memory through the people who needed him? Or could he simply not ignore those in need, even when he couldn't remember anything? He somehow seemed different from his usual self. No, I don't need to try and find out. It doesn't concern me. Anyway, when is he going to come? After the meal, the Demon Lord made a surprising proposal. She asked. Do you really mean that? He said. Yes. In a month, I'll leave this house of my own accord. That is, provided that you cooperate. She thought. It was a tempting offer. It's good for me if he gives me a reason to kick him out. Let's hear what he has to offer, she asked. What do you want me to do? A grin appeared on his face. Your hand. She gets alert. My hand. A sudden wave of alertness, nervousness, anxiety. He extends his hand towards her. She reached out and he grabbed her hand. He said, when your hand touches me like this, all my pain goes away. This is what I want. She gets shocked. What? You're sounding really strange, she exclaimed. You're talking about the chest pain you feel every night, right? And you're saying I get rid of that pain? He replied. Correct. You must know the reason. Since, after all, you know who I am. She flinched hearing that, then she yanked his hand away and said, so if I hold your hand at midnight every day, you'll leave this house in a month? He accepted. Yes, even if you don't tell me who I am, she complained. I already told you. I don't know anything. But doubts crept in. Won't this be dangerous? I'll have to stay with this man every night. What if I take him up on his offer, and he regains his memory in a month? You want me out of here, right? He said, watching her hesitate. If you won't help me, I plan to stay here for good. He took a stride closer. Your father seemed quite approving of that as well, he added, leaning in. Gee, get away from me. She pushed him back. All right. I'll do it. She rubbed her temples thinking, I'm not too enthusiastic about it, but if I just stick with it for a month, he'll leave, she said. In return, I also have something I want you to do for me, she thought to herself. I need a safeguard as well. That night at midnight, the demon lord appeared in front of her using teleportation. Looking around, he said, so this is your room. She recalled her words. Come to my room, but make sure no one sees you. She gets surprised. He was able to come here, without anyone seeing, because he teleported himself? What's with that face? He asked, amused. I came just as we agreed. He grinned. She replied. Well, I didn't think you'd teleport yourself here, he said. Is that what you call this? Then from now on I'll Suddenly he faltered. Are you alright? She rushed to him. He plopped on her, staggering. Arg, he blinked. She said, hang in there. I'll get a chair. Both of them sat down. She clasped his wrist gently. He was nauseous, huffing and puffing. She wondered, looking at him. How did we end up like this? Well, at least I made a deal that benefited to two. She recalled the scene before. She said, in return, I also have something I want you to do for me. She met his gaze firmly. Promise me that from now on, you won't lay a finger on me or those around me. She thinks it was the best choice for everyone. She just needed to see it through for 1 month. Just 1 month. After some time, as he calmed down, she said, you definitely don't look as pale as before. She hesitated. So, you'll be coming every night, from now on, right? He replied. Yes. A strange feeling settled in her chest. I feel uneasy. When I see him in pain like this, I can't see him for who he really is, the evil demon lord that deserves to die. She asked. Are you fine once this time passes? He replied. Yes. She hesitated again. I'm asking just in case, but you're going to teleport yourself out of here too, right? He replied. Of course. She felt relief. Then I suppose we won't get caught. He leaned closer. Well then, see you again tomorrow. As he left using teleportation, she thins. He looks like he's in a good mood today. Fresh vegetables and thoroughly cooked meat. That was his first proper meal. He experienced a feeling he never felt before. Hunger. Up until now, nameless and denied by the world, he lived without knowing who he was. But she was the first person to acknowledge his existence. He was certain that if he was with this woman, the shackles of this cursed life would be broken. He raised his hand, thinking, she looked as if she only agreed because it was a month. But does she really think that I'm going to let her go? A grin formed on his lips. Not a chance. Even if I don't get my memory back, and even if that woman didn't tell me anything. He clenched his fist. I'll keep her by my side forever. The next day the demon lord was banging the door. He was shouting, "Hey, get up!" As he was banging the door, Sally pulled the blanket on her, covering herself. She complained, "Ugh, geez, it's about time you learn how to eat by yourself," the demon lord said. "Come out before I break down the door." Finally she surrendered and woke up. A week had passed since she agreed to hold the demon lord's hand. Every night at midnight he teleported to her room, and she held his hand to make his pain subside. A lot of thoughts went through her mind every time she saw him suffer, but she stuck with it in the hopes that everything would be over in a month. "Do I have to eat breakfast with you too?" she protested. You just need to wake up a bit earlier. Is that so hard? He replied nonchalantly. Achie, she grumbled. I'm lacking sleep because of you. I don't want to get up early, but I can't refuse either, because eating every meal together was part of the deal we made. She thinks in her mind, he could survive without eating, so why was he being so fickle? At least he upheld his part of the deal. If I kept my promise like this, he wouldn't teleport himself anywhere except at midnight, and he wouldn't harm anyone in the house. And yet, as she was thinking, she dozed off. The demon lord wondered, is she dozing off in the middle of her meal? I've never seen someone like her, he muttered, watching her. She's certainly a sight to see. She thought, I wondered if people knew how bothersome it was to deal with a demon lord who had lost his memory. Later, what's that? He asked, pointing outside. They're the family's knights. It seems they're training, she answered. He asked again. And that? She replied. A pigeon. He kept asking about different things as he saw them. She narrowed her eyes, thinking, was he pretending not to know just to mess with me? Aren't you going to the cafe today? She asked. You need to give out bread to the people. Go on, ask me your next question, he replied. I already went while you slept until the middle of the day. I have no idea why you feel the need to sleep so much. She froze. The middle of the day. I never slept until that late. She clenched her fists. I don't want to hear such questions from a demon lord. She was about to retort further when he noticed something. Who are they? He asked, frowning at a pair in the distance. She turned to look. What now? The couple stood close, lovey-dovey, and then they kissed. She froze for a moment, then she turned to them, face burning. Don't kiss there. Go somewhere where no one can see you. The maid gasped. Oh my. Lady Selonia. Yes, of course. The demon lord tilted his head. So, what were they doing? She sighed. It's just something people do when they like each other. Just because they like each other? He repeated. She blushed, averting her gaze. Yes, that's what I said. Later, Jillian came to give the information, he said. The information you requested, my lady, she replied. Thank you. She reflected. Jillian had come to see me again after finishing his investigation. Thanks to his arrival, I was able to escape the demon lord's annoying questions. I had hoped to obtain some new information, but, he said, this is all I found on the beast of the night. Her heart sank hearing that. She flipped through the papers. They were no different from before. There's hardly any new information, she muttered. I'm sorry, Jillian said. According to his findings, the beast of the night had been staying in the slums after appearing 3 months ago. He had run into some trouble with thugs harassing the people. In other words, insignificant information. If this was everything a guild under one of the Empire's great dukes could find, maybe this really was all there was. Miss Grace hasn't made any noticeable moves either, Jillian added. She thinks in her mind, but there was no way all of this had just happened by coincidence. Then what was I missing? I needed to find another way to obtain information outside of the Finesse Guild, she said. Thank you. That will be enough for today, he stood up, saying. My apologies for not living up to your expectations. I'll continue investigating and visit you right away if I find anything new, she replied. All right. Thank you for coming. As he was walking away, she thinks, do I need to find a new information guild? Then she noticed a note. Did Jillian drop it? She reached out to pick it up, calling, Jillian, I think you left this. He stopped. Pardon? What do you? He flinched seeing the note, and quickly snatched it from Selonia. She gets shocked at his odd behavior. He hesitated. My apologies. I was just so surprised that She grinned, asking, What is it? A love letter? Jillian replied. Yes, well, something like that. Good day, my lady. He left as soon as he said that. Selonia was stunned, thinking, this isn't a dream, is it? She recalled, I definitely just saw a strange magic circle. And below that, Grace's name, Grace Benet. On the memo that Jillian had, there was a drawing in the form of a magic circle and Grace's name, Grace Benet. I don't know what it means, but Jillian's behavior was rather strange. He works for father, so whatever the reason, it's possible that he's hiding things from me. If I want to find out more, it may be best to inquire somewhere else. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden banging on the door. My lady, it's Ella. I think you should quickly come outside, Saley called out. Ella? Ella shouted. Sir Rubwis is in trouble. Mr. Beastly. When they reached the servants already present, they were whispering to each other. What do we do? Shouldn't we stop them? The murmurs and whispers of the servants filled the air. She stepped forward. Step aside, everyone. She saw Rubwis on the ground while the demon lord was standing holding the sword. She said inwardly, I urged him not to hurt anyone in this house. She spoke sternly. Enough. What do you think you're doing? She stared at him. Sheath your sword right now. Rubwis tried to stand. It's all right, my lady. I'm fine. I can handle TAGH. He groaned in pain. She asked. Sir Rubwis, are you all right? She ordered a servant. Take him to the physician right now. The servant complied. Yes, my lady. The servant asked Rubwis. Do you think you can walk? He replied, yes, if you assist me. After they left, she turned to the demon lord. Was it that difficult to keep your word? He replied. I just did what he wanted me to do. She thought, he's not feeling sorry at all. This is all my fault. I should have never trusted that the demon lord would keep his promise. At times, he looked like a normal human being, and seeing him in pain made me feel that way even more. But, she gripped her hand tightly, saying, I can no longer trust you, but I'm going to continue with our deal. I will keep my promise. I don't think I need to say more. I hope you won't forget your promise that you will leave this manor in a month. She turned and started walking as she said that. The demon lord left the sword there. Seeing the situation unfold, Ella said to herself, oh no. It was already way past dinner time, but Selonia chose not to go down to the dining room. She thinks, it must be way past dinner time. When it becomes midnight, I wonder if he'll shamelessly show up again. Is it unrealistic of me to expect any form of human behavior from him? Suddenly Ella knocked the door and called, I'm coming in, my lady. She presents the tea. Here's the hot tea you requested. Sally replied. Thank you, Ella said. I heard Sir Rubwis will recover soon if he massages his shoulders with some hot towels. Sally picked her cup, saying, Really? That's good news, Ella continued. But his grace seems a bit disappointed in him. The fact that the head knight was wounded indicates Mr. Beastly is exceptionally skilled, Sally then said. All right. Can you leave me to be by myself now? Ella gets flustered. Oh, my lady! Are you not interested to hear more about Mr. Beastly? She replied. No, I'm a bit tired, Ella pressed. But there's something you don't know, my lady, she asked. What? Ella began. Remember how you ordered me to be with Mr. Beastly? I know it's not my place to interfere, but what I'm about to tell you may be important. Sir Rubwis wasn't the only one who was injured earlier. Mr. Beastly was also cut. I clearly saw blood dripping from his arm. Sally said, No way. You're saying he got cut by Rubia's sword? Ella said. It's true, my lady. And the duel that took place earlier wasn't because of an argument. Mr. Beastly simply responded to Sir Rubwis. Rubwis taunted. Do you think you're someone important just because His Grace calls you an honorable man? You only caught her ladyship's attention because you were lucky. You're a mere beggar. You should know your place. Asterisk. She felt chills. What? Ella continued. And Sir Rubwis was the first one too. Sally cut her off. Ella, gather all the knights and servants who are at the training grounds here. Tell them I have something I'd like to ask them. While Selonia was meeting Jillian, the demon lord asked Ella, Hey, where's Lady Selonia? She replied, She's gone to receive a guest. Then Rubwis came and said, So this is where you were. We meet again, guest of Lady Selonia. He grinned. Perfect. I actually had something I wanted to say to our special guest. I had no idea you were still in the manor. I know His Grace favors you, but who knew you'd be so shameless to stay here this long? The demon lord repeated. Shameless? Ella whispered to him. It means you don't know any shame. Rubwis continued provoking him. Since His Grace treats you with respect, you must actually think you're someone important. Ha, the beast of the night? As if. You're just a good-for-nothing from the slums. Hearing that, Ella thinks, how immature. Rubwis continued. It seems you're plotting to freeload off her ladyship by using sweet talk. But you're just a mere beggar who used to wander the streets. You're just a parasite who was lucky enough to stay here. Leave right now while I ask you nicely. Stop bothering Lady Selonia. The demon lord brazenly refused. No. Rubwis grits his teeth. What? Why you? He then said. Fine. I heard you wield a good sword, so I'll officially challenge you to a duel. He pointed his sword, saying, If I win, you'll leave the manor before you even have the time to beg for forgiveness. The demon lord asked, And what if I win? He smirked. Ha! That will never happen. What will it be? The demon lord stood silent for a moment, then he said, I accept. At night Selonia was looking at the clock. A lot of time had passed already. She wondered, is he just being late, or is he not coming? It's already. She recalled the servant saying, it was a standard duel. I watched them from the start, and the guest never used his sword, even though he held it in his hand. Then Sir Rubwis threw soil, and I think that's when he got cut. She thinks, I thought I knew him best, but I was actually unable to see the truth. I doubt his wounds have healed yet. She clenched her fists thinking, let me go look for him. Suddenly with the sound of thud the demon lord appeared groaning in pain. Selonia rushed to him. Hey! She checked him as he was gasping. She said, you're in so much pain. She observed, he looks especially bad today. She removed his shirt and saw the cut on his arm. Blood was dripping from it. She said, I heard you never attacked once. He replied, what does it matter? She concluded, as I thought, he's upset. It was my fault. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions without asking. She said, sorry. He flinched hearing that. He asked, what? She replied, sorry. I made a mistake, he said. Say it again, she said. I genuinely apologize, he pressed. Again, she again said. I'm really sorry. He smiled. This feeling is not too bad. She also smiled. Then she covered his wound with the bandages. Then he called her. You, she replied. Yes? He asked. You said you were sorry, right? She replied. Yes, and I meant it, he said. Then, from now on, don't call me Hey. Call me by my name. She asked. Your name? What's your name? He replied, oblivious. How should I know? Why don't you make one for me? She asked, surprised. And me? He nodded to her. She forced her mind. I need to come up with a name for the demon lord? I think he was only referred to as the demon lord even in the original novel. What else should I call him other than that? She remembered, wait, demon lord. She said then. How about Tan? He repeated. Tan? She said thoughtfully. Yes. It's easy to say and it suits you, he said. It does? All right. Then from now on, my name is Tan, she said inwardly. I'm glad he likes it. But it's a secret, that I got the name from the word Satan. Later Rubwis lashed out and broke the glass in anger. Damn it! He recalled his conversation with the Duke. The Duke Galloway said, you, the captain of House Bessin's Order of Knights, got defeated by the Beast of the Night? With so many witnesses, it's only a matter of time before House Bessin's status comes crashing down. Rubwis pleaded. Why, your grace, please allow me to expla, the Duke shouted. Get out. You'll be on probation for the time being. Rubwis thinks to himself, I worked so hard to become the captain, yet everything almost came tumbling down. Still, if his grace takes matters into his own hands, there won't be any rumors going around, and I'll be able to keep my position as the captain. However, he recalled Selonia saying, I heard everything that happened. It seems you were very discourteous to my special guest. Make sure it never happens again. He tried to stop. And my lady. But she left, slamming the door. She wondered why. Are you taking that man's side? He slammed his hand on table thinking, when wedding talks were being exchanged with Duke Cherville, I was going to step aside. However, I can't hand her over to some beggar from the slums. Unless it's someone better than I am, I will make sure no one else gets her. Montera Street. Montera Street is the largest downtown area in the Flanagan Empire. At its center is the Fountain of the Angel. To the north is an eating district highlighted by Roblink, and to the south, a shopping district with sprawling boutiques and jewelry shops. The east is an accessories district, and the west is a magic district, Ella said while roaming the streets. My lady, today you'll be visiting the magic district in the west and the shopping district in the south, right? She replied. That's right. Today's goal is to find information about Jillian's strange note in the western district, and to have a dress made for my congratulatory party in the southern district. Ella asked. By the way, did you sort everything out with Mr. Beasley? She gets confused. What? Ella said. You had breakfast together. It was a pleasant atmosphere too. She was taken aback for a second, then she replied. Well, I guess you could say we sorted things out. She recalled, like Ella said, I had breakfast with the demon lord, Tan. When I told him he had to eat lunch alone because I needed to go out, he glared at me so angrily. She asked. Ella, you seem to be quite fond of that man. Ella replied. Well, not only is he your savior, but I also realize something important about him. While he may be a bit slow, he's a fair and square man. She wondered, is that a compliment or criticism? Montera Street's Western District. They told description to the shopkeeper. He replied, a magic circle on sheepskin paper? It's a method people no longer use. I'm afraid I don't know. It's been a while since we stocked those because no one asks for them anymore. Well, no one sells outdated products like sheepskin paper these days, Sally replied. I see. She thinks in her mind, maybe I won't be able to find out anything this way. This is bad. But the shopkeeper gave them a clue. How about you check out Weeklander's store? She asked. Sorry? He said. He should be very knowledgeable about old magic. Both Ella and Selonia beamed after hearing that. At Weeklander's store, they entered the shop. Excuse me, anyone there? Ella gets intrigued. My lady, look at this. It feels like jelly, Selonia said. Is no one here? There are a lot of unique items here. Make sure not to touch anything since we don't know what they are. Suddenly a person popped out. That's a house decoration made by prying a goblin's tongue. Ella freaked out for a moment. Sally asked, decorations made from monsters? The shopkeeper said. It's to show off one's power and wealth. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Selonia. It looks like you've been looking for me. They told him the situation. He repeated, sheepskin paper with a magic circle drawn on it, huh? He asked. Do you remember what kind of magic circle it was? She replied. No, I only took a quick glance, Weeklander told. Drawing a magic circle on sheepskin paper is a very old method. If someone was really using it like you said, they may have wanted to hide something. Selonia felt a thump in his mind. He continued, these days, people draw magic circles on portable artifacts. Once you draw the circle, you can keep using it, but it does leave a trace. She mumbled. It leaves a trace. Weeklander explained. It means others can tell what kind of magic you were trying to use. Hearing that, she wondered, what was Jillian trying to hide from me? He added, we don't have what you're looking for here, but a book I own may have a clue. She asked. A book? He said. Yes, it's a book about magic circles. I don't think I'll be able to find it right away since I haven't used it in a long time, but if you give me a few days, I'll be in touch. She resolved. Now I have a way to obtain some hints. She agreed. All right, then I'll be waiting. Come on, Ella. As she was about to leave, the shopkeeper stared at her and asked, wait, my lady, do you not often feel unwell? She replied. Feel unwell? No, not really. He smiled. That's good to hear. Please make sure to take care of your health. Outside, the coachman asked, my lady, we're headed to the shopping district now, right? Ella replied. Yes. Selonia was still reflecting on his words. Take care of my health, huh? I wonder what he meant. What was Mr. Weeklander trying to say before I left? Meanwhile, Tan visited the slums. As the people saw him approach, they whispered to each other. A kid stepped forward hesitatingly. Tan gave him the bag of bread. The kid smiled and said, thank you as always. He dashed away after saying that. As Tan was about to leave, a person called from behind. Hey, over here! Looking at him, Tan thinks, it's that annoying guy again. Tan's friend from the slums, Maxwell. A few months ago, when Tan woke up in these slums, having lost his memory, he approached Tan without hesitation and offered various forms of help. Maxwell said, I haven't seen you around lately. You look so much better since you've been staying at the Duke's Manor. Tan said, stop following me around. Go and have some bread or something. He trailed behind him saying, come on. Tell me all about the Duke's Manor. Is Lady Selonia really pretty? Tan froze after hearing that. He turned and asked, pretty? Maxwell said, yes. You must have seen her, haven't you? I'm curious if she's as beautiful as the rumors say. Tan repeated in his mind, pretty? Beautiful? If Selonia's beautiful, what does being beautiful mean? I did think she resembled some flowers I saw on the street. A small, simple, purple flower that makes you stop in your tracks and have a closer look. He glared at Maxwell. And how do you know that woman? Maxwell shrugged. You're joking, right? Who in this empire doesn't know Lady Selonia? She's one of the 4 saviors. Tan gets surprised. Savior. Selonia's a savior. He asked, what's a savior? Maxwell gets shocked. How could you not know about such a famous story? Want me to tell you? The story of the 4 saviors. That will become a legend one day. At Verandi Boutique, the boutique owner presented a design of a dress and asked, my lady, how about this one? It will match your lovely lilac-colored hair perfectly. Sally smiled. I guess it's not bad. The Verandy Boutique. It's a dress shop run by a designer every noble lady in the empire desires to work with. As the Empress's exclusive boutique, securing even a single appointment can be challenging. However, for Selonia, the savior of the continent and the daughter of a duke, it was a breeze. Verandy got in touch with her first, eager to design her dress for the celebratory banquet. Sally thought, is it because she's a designer for the imperial family? The designs feel overly extravagant, the owner asked. Does this one not suit your taste either? Then how about this one? She flipped the pages, but Selonia favors nothing. Oh well, the owner said. Please wait here, my lady. Let me fetch my secret weapon. As she left, Sally thinks in her mind, maybe I should have just chosen one of the dresses she showed me. She grabbed a design. Suddenly Ella exclaimed. Oh my! Startled, Sally asked. Ella, what's the matter? Ella asked. Huh? When did he? Tan came there and said. Here you are. Later, Sally asked, puzzled. How did you know I was here? He replied. You told me this morning that you'd come here, she said. That wasn't an invitation for you to follow me. So you just decided to show up here? He asked. Why? Am I not allowed? She replied. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, but… Suddenly boutique owner came and said, My lady, I have a new design. She stopped in the middle, seeing Tan. Oh my, is this your ladyship's company? Sally replied. He is, but… Verandy observed him. He exudes a very unique aura. He doesn't look like a noble from the way he's dressed, but he seems strangely elegant. If he changed his clothes and tidied up his hair. Then a thought crossed her mind and she said, My goodness, where are my manners? My lady, would you like to try on this sample that hasn't been released yet? Sally replied. Sounds good. Ella then said to Tan, Mr. Beastly, please wait for a moment even if it's boring. Noble ladies normally take very long to get changed, he said. Call me Tan. Ella agreed. All right, Mr. Tan. After Seki gets ready, the owner said, My lady, please look in the mirror over here. Looking at her, he remembered the words. Is Lady Selonia really pretty? Asterisk. The boutique owner suggested Selonia. I think it would be better to show your shoulders. Like this? Suddenly Tan sprang up and turned. Ella asked, Mr. Tan, where are you going? He asked. You've known Selonia for a long time, right? Ella replied. Yes, but why? He asked. Is Selonia beautiful? She replied eagerly. Of course. Her ladyship is the most beautiful woman in the world. He asked then, does everyone's heart tingle when they look at her? She gets confused. Pardon? Suddenly the boutique owner called out. Sir, would you come in for a moment? He replied. All right. Ella looked at Tan and he was flushed. His cheeks were red. She thought, oh my, does Mr. Tan? While Ella went to find Tan, Sally asked Verandy, By the way, why are you looking for the gentleman I came with? She hesitated. My lady, actually. She showed Sally design of an outfit and explained to her. Sally replied, Aha, so you're saying there was an outfit you made that ended up being too big, and Tan is the only one who's tall enough to wear it, right? A sigh followed. Yes. Sally thinks in her mind. That figures. Besides, I'm sure there aren't many men wealthy enough to purchase an outfit made for the imperial house. But that's not what's important. If it's an outfit specially made for the crown prince, it would be the most extravagant outfit in the empire. If you're worried about the design, perhaps the gentleman could try it on first? The owner suggested. Oh, would that be possible? Sally asked. She replied. Of course. Sally thinks in her mind. I'm curious to see what kind of outfit it is, so maybe I'll have him try it on. Later, when Tan put on the outfit, the owner turned to Tan. Sir, would you take a look in the mirror over here? Tan stepped forward. The room was silent as everyone stared at him. He was looking fabulous. He stared at his reflection. Whoa! Mr. Tan, you look amazing! Ella gasped. Tan turned slightly. Amazing? Ella replied. Yes. He turned to Sally. What about you? She thought, looking at him. Given that it was made for the crown prince, I thought it wouldn't look good on Tan. But now that I see him like this, she spoke. Well, it looks alright. Alright? A sharp glare followed her words. Sally thinks in her mind. Ella had met Ian, Leif, and even Mac Ryan, all acclaimed as the most handsome of the century. Yet, compared to them, she thought Tan looked even more handsome. I didn't think he was that good looking, It suits him well, as if the clothes were actually made for him. Verondi grinned, asking, "My lady, what would you like to do?" Sally replied, "Include that outfit in my bill as well." She turned to Ella. "Let's go home now, Ella." "Yes, my lady," she responded cheerfully. As they rose to leave, the tailor bowed. "Thank you, my lady." Just as they were about to exit, a voice called out, "Excuse me, is Madame Verondi available?" They turned to see the new arrival. It was Grace. Seeing Sally and others, she said, "Oh my, I didn't expect to meet you here," Grace said smoothly. "Are you here to order a dress?" Sally stiffened. Grace and Mac Ryan, two people she didn't want to see. "Did you pick out a nice dress?" Grace continued with a charming smile. "Well, you're so beautiful that you would look dazzling in anything," Sally asked with a serious face. "You must also be here to order a dress," Grace replied. "Yes. I'll soon have an occasion where I'll need to wear it." Sally narrowed her eyes. "Did she purposely come here just to tell me that? To show me that she's marrying Ian? Asterisk," she replied. "That's good. Madame Verondi is very skilled, so I'm sure she'll make you a suitable dress." Grace chuckled. "I'm aware of Madame Verondi's reputation. Speaking of which, Madame Verondi..." Before she could continue, a voice interrupted. "Pardon me, miss, but this boutique operates by reservation only. Not anyone can just enter, and I'm backed up with reservations at the moment, so please excuse me." The staff bowed politely, but the rejection was clear. Grace felt humiliated. She shouted, How dare you? Do you even know who I am?" "Grace," Mac Ryan said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Grace stopped and exhaled calmly. "I'm all right. Let's just go to another shop." Sally watched the exchange, barely holding back a sigh. What a sight to see! Glancing at Mac Ryan, she noticed his hesitance. Then, he turned to her. "Sally, why don't you ask Madame Verondi if she can make a dress for Grace?" Sally blinked. "What? Grace has always wanted to have her dress made here," Mac Ryan said earnestly. "It's not that hard to put in a word for her, is it? For old time's sake." Sally's breath caught. Has Mac Ryan lost his mind? The woman he liked wanted a dress made for the wedding she'd have with another man. It was bad enough that he was still following her around, but now he wanted Sally to help get Grace the dress she wanted. After telling her he wanted nothing to do with her anymore? Seki clenched her hands into fists. How dare he say for old time's sake? She mumbled to herself. Mac Ryan looked at her expectantly. "What did you say, Sally? Are you going to help us?" Sally's voice was cold. "I don't know why Miss Grace needs my help. Don't you always get what you want?" Sally stiffened. "Then go ahead and try again, like you always do." Grace's eyes widened. "How did she?" "Sally!" Mac Ryan shouted, his gaze sharp. "What's so hard about putting in a word for her?" Mac Ryan demanded. "It's not that difficult. Look, she said she didn't want to." Ten interrupted, stepping forward. Mac Ryan's eyes flicked. Who are you?" He flinched. "Can't you see I'm talking to Selonia? Get out of my way. Selonia, all you need to do is put in a good word for Grace, so why are you?" Suddenly Tan grabbed Mac Ryan and lifts him up with his right arm. "Ugh!" Mac Ryan gasped, his arm locked in an iron grip. "Tan!" Sally cried out. Mac Ryan's eyes blazed. "What the hell?" Tan asked sternly. "Do you wish to die?" Mac Ryan grits his teeth and his voice dropped to a deadly growl. "Don't trifle with me." A sudden burst of energy. Fwum. But it doesn't affect Tan. How did you?" Mac Ryan's eyes filled with shock. "Tan!" Sally called again, sharper this time. "Enough." Tan's eyes flicked to her for a moment, then, with a final shove, he let Mac Ryan go. Mac Ryan hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. "Ha ha!" He clutched his chest. "Do you even know who I am?" Suddenly a wave of blue energy surged. Mac Ryan's dragon power flared, the symbol of his holiness. "You asked for this," Sally cried out, her voice urgent. "Mac Ryan, pull yourself together!" Sally's voice cut through the tension. "Do you really want to use your powers on a civilian?" Mac Ryan jolted, his energy flickering. "Humph!" He lowered his hand, but his eyes narrowed. "Why is Selonia protecting that man?" He clenched his fists. "And what did she say? A civilian?" His thoughts raced. Without even lifting a finger, he caused the symbol of my holiness, my dragon energy, to completely subside. That man is no ordinary person, and this dark, powerful energy I've definitely felt it somewhere before. Sally spoke again, her voice colder. You should back off now. Don't cause harm to innocent people. She watched Mac Ryan carefully. It doesn't look like he's realized who Tan is yet. I'll have to separate these two before they show their true selves. Mac Ryan's shoulders tensed, but he finally turned away. Let's go, Grace. Grace nodded, casting a final look over her shoulder. Sure. As they walked away, Mac Ryan's voice lingered. I'll make sure to remember you. The soft chime of the door marked his exit, but Grace stopped for a moment. Her expression didn't change. I should go as well. See you again next time, but Sally called out. Wait, Miss Grace. So Grace again stopped. Sally said, Don't expect to be treated like a savior, just because you're with them. You'll only be disappointed if you do. Her tone grew pointed. If you have achievements of your own, I'm sure people will recognize you for it. It's a pity I'm unable to help you with your dress. Grace chuckled softly. Isn't that the same for you, Lady Selonia? Her eyes glinted. If it weren't for the Bessin family, you would be nothing. I find it a bit amusing to be receiving such advice from you. Sally's expression didn't waver. She said, stepping forward. That's right. I didn't choose the family I was born into. Her voice steadied, her gaze fierce. However, I can prove myself even without my family name. I have another name, Savior, that I earned through fair and square means. Grace flinched at first, then turned and walked away. Later, as they entered their home, a cheerful voice greeted them. My lady, I'll go upstairs first and draw a hot bath for you. You and Mr. Tan can take your time. The maid giggled and rushed ahead. Sally paused, then turned to Tan. Tan, there's something I'd like to know. He looked at her, his gaze calm. Why did you stand up for me? She asked, her voice quiet but curious. You're not even my real bodyguard. Tan's eyes darkened slightly. He was one of the saviors who betrayed you. Tan's voice dropped lower. A guy I used to know in the slums told me about the savior's story. He said everyone in the empire knew about it. Sally's heart skipped. She felt a flicker of unease. He startled me there. For a moment, I thought he had regained his memory since he mentioned the saviors. Tan's voice grew colder. Do you want me to get rid of him for you? Sally blinked, surprised. I'll do whatever you want me to do, Tan continued. She was reminded of his past remark. Should I kill him for you? Just tell me if that's what you want. I can bring you his head. Sally's eyes searched his face. He seems like he's changed, but also not. Then, she smiled softly. It's fine now. Things between them and me are already finished, she said simply. She resolved. And I may have changed quite a bit as well. Her voice lightened. Come on, let's go inside. It's time for dinner. As she stepped forward, Tan froze suddenly, his body tense, his eyes narrowing towards something unseen. Sally paused. What's wrong? Tan's lips pressed in. Nothing. The wind rustled through the trees, but his eyes, sharp and guarded, lingered on the shadows beyond. The Benet Manor. Grace paced back and forth, her heels clicking against the marble floor. Her frustration simmered beneath a thin veil of composure. Why isn't he here? She thought, her voice a low mumble. Suddenly, with flashing light, a person appeared from thin air. He bowed. You called Miss Grace? Grace turned sharply. Gale, were you not told anything? Gale replied. I haven't received any orders. Grace's patience snapped. Still nothing? Are you even doing your job? The porcelain cup in her hand smashed on the floor, shards scattering. Her eyes burned with indignation. Must I continue to see that conceited woman while enduring such humiliation? Tell him I won't wait any longer right now. Yes, Miss Grace, Gale replied swiftly. He pulls out a paper from his robe and rips it apart. As he did that, he vanished with a flash. Then Grace thinks in her mind, that woman, the more I think about her, the more annoyed I get. Why is she so proud when everything has been taken away from her? She remembered Selonia saying, I can prove myself even without my family name. She scowled. That damn savior title. If it wasn't for her background, she wouldn't even have been able to obtain such a title. After a few moments, while a maid was cleaning the mess of broken cup, her thoughts shifted. More importantly, who was that man next to her? His image lingered in her mind. He looked more handsome than Ian and stronger than Mac Ryan. She felt a spark of curiosity. It was enough to pique my interest. Suddenly, with a knock, a voice called, Miss Grace, Duke Cherville is here. Grace straightened abruptly. What? Now, what are you doing? Escort him here. Her irritation bubbled anew. This isn't the first time. He can't just keep showing up unannounced. He may be my fiancé, but he still needs to notify me in advance. What a rude and arrogant man. she snapped at her servants. What are you two doing? You hear me? Get ready to receive his grace. Why yes, Miss Grace. They stammered, scrambling to obey. Minutes later, Ian sat poised, a cup of tea in hand. He took a sip and said, I wanted to see you as soon as possible, but I kept receiving missing person reports, so I didn't have time. He set her cup down and added, I heard you ran into Selonia yesterday. Grace's expression cooled. It was nothing, really. His voice hardened. Whatever that woman said, don't mind her, Grace. She may be the daughter of Duke Bessin, but she can't mistreat my fiancé as she pleases. Grace smiled faintly, her voice measured. Of course, I'm well aware that the person the savior of the Empire loves is me. The tension lightened as Duke Cherville glanced around the room. By the way, your room looks different every time I visit. Grace's eyes brightened. Oh my! You noticed? She gestured delicately. I changed the curtains and bought some new decor items to freshen up the atmosphere. Do you like it? The Duke's eyes roamed the room. His response clipped. It's quite impressive, but his expression cooled slightly. It's my understanding that Baron Benet's finances aren't the best, he thought. All of this seems unnecessarily extravagant. His eyes narrowed. If we get married, the first thing I'll have to teach her is how to manage finances. Grace's voice cut through his thoughts. Would you like more tea? Without pause, he asked. How about we set a date soon, Grace? She froze slightly. By that you mean, for our wedding? His gaze locked on hers. Don't you want to get married as well? I'd like you to become my wife as soon as possible, so you can learn how to manage the household and spend time with my family. Grace's fingers tightened slightly around her cup. She replied, Your Grace, have another cup of tea. She poured gracefully. To me, every single moment I spend with you is precious. There's no need to rush. She smiled sweetly. Don't you like my Darjeeling tea? At the Bessin Manor, a soft sigh escaped from Tan. Ha! Are you alright? Sally asked. Not yet, came the reply. Oh no. The voice grew worried. You must be in a lot of pain. Let me take a look at you. He turned his head softly. Sally asked. I heard you've been spending time reading with Ella these days. Which book did you read today? He replied. It was about a man and a woman overcoming their differences in status and falling in love. She felt confused. Ella. She recommended a romance novel to Tan? Tan's brow furrowed slightly. High status. How do humans obtain titles? She replied thoughtfully. If you make a big contribution on the battlefield, or have a big achievement like defeating the Demon Lord, His Majesty might consider bestowing you with a title. The voice softened. But the war ended long ago, and the Demon Lord is gone too, so that's not going to be an option. A pause, then a murmur from Tan. If the Demon Lord was still here, I would have killed him, Sally said inwardly. You are the Demon Lord. The moment shifted. By the way, Sally continued, tomorrow I have to attend Marquis Penroja's daughter's birthday banquet. I plan to leave early in the morning, so I won't be able to join you for breakfast. Tan's voice was immediate. I'll go with you. Sally gets surprised. Excuse me? Only invited guests can attend banquets held by nobles. Plus, you still lack a lot of common knowledge, Tan replied. By the way, do you know how old I am? Why do you speak to me so formally? The response came. It's just a habit. And you look older than me, he asked. How old are you? A moment of hesitation then. I'm 24 year. A sudden correction. No, I'm 21, she thought to herself. I almost said the wrong age. Suddenly she yawned thinking. I seem to get tired really early these days, but I eat and sleep enough. I wonder what the problem is, she then said. If you're feeling better now, could you please leave? He squeezed her hand and refused. No. My wound still hurts. A sudden squeeze on their arm. Squeeze? She asked. Really? Then she leaned on him and fell asleep. Every time she pressed closer, snuggling against him, the faint scent of her perfume tickled his nose. Tan paused, then, gently, he pulled her hand toward him, and then he kissed against her hand. For the first time. He didn't want this night to end. Hirschbruch's castle in the north. There was still no sign of change within the Demon Lord's castle. The wind howled, carrying with it an unsettling silence. I don't know what to make of this, muttered Archduke Ayus Hirschbruch, his eyes fixed on the distant fortress. Beside him stood Kelvin Finneger, captain of the House Hirschbruch's Order of Knights. Ayus questioned. Am I just sensing the lingering energy from the remaining monsters? Kelvin replied. But for that to be the case, the king's strength is growing each day. Ayus's expression hardened. That's right. It must be the energy of none other than our master the Demon Lord. But we can't be certain. The castle remains deserted, and more importantly, if our king were still alive, he would have sought us out by now. He paused, his voice lowering as he recalled the past. 3 months ago, when the human warriors stormed the castle, our king ordered us every demon to leave. We wanted to stay by his side, but he forced us to retreat. We never imagined it would be the last time we'd see him. Unlike monsters, we demons draw power from the Demon Lord himself. Our lives are bound to his existence, and what I felt shortly after leaving the castle was unmistakable. A flash of memory and agonizing post-complete extinction. He exhaled sharply. We escaped, scattering to human cities, hiding in plain sight. When the chance arose, we claimed human bodies useful vessels to survive. Yet even now, though I wear this human form, I can feel it. Our king's energy, once faint and fading, grows stronger with each passing day. There is no doubt. His return is near. The Archduke turned to his companion. The time has come, Jack. We go to the capital, the source of our king's power. Dinroha Manor's banquet hall. The grand hall shimmered under the glow of crystal chandeliers, and the air buzzed with chatter and laughter. It's truly an honor to meet you, Lady Selonia. A soft voice piped up. Selonia turned to see a young girl, her cheeks flushed with excitement. And a happy 10th birthday to you, Lady Ninia. What a lovely banquet this is. The girl's eyes sparkled. My lady, did you know? I'm very fond of the saviors, she gushed. Could you please chat with me a bit longer? Selonia smiled warmly. Why, of course, the girl added. Among them, you're the one I respect the most. Your story is my favorite. Oh my, how kind of you, Selonia replied, touched by the child's earnestness. Ninia's eyes widened with curiosity. Is the Demon Lord really handsome? Selonia paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. With a soft chuckle, she said, Before I answer that, I have something for you. She reached to her maid and showed a delicate pendant, the gem within glowing softly. She said, It's a pendant containing healing light, a small charm of healing light. I hope it will protect you when you need it most. Ninia gasped, accepting the gift with reverence. Thank you so much, Lady Selonia. She hesitated, then asked shyly. By the way, who is that gentleman over there? He's been glaring at you for a while now. Selonia followed her gaze and her heart sank. Across the room, Tan stood, his dark eyes fixed solely on her. Gosh, he startled me, she thought, suppressing a sigh. Oh, him? He's my bodyguard, she answered with a forced smile. He always works too hard. Tan stood at a distance, his posture stiff and his gaze unwavering. He wasn't on the guest list for the Dinroha Manor's banquet, but with Selonia's father's permission, he had come as her bodyguard. Still, he couldn't shake the annoyance bubbling within him. Suddenly a lady approached him, introducing herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Thought I'm unaware of your name. I am Count Bland's daughter, Flower Bland. He tilts his head in question. And so, the young lady gets shocked. She turned and dashed away. He thinks in his mind, so, this was the important event she didn't want me tagging along for. Last night, Sally said. Tan, please stay quietly at home. Humph. Now, his arms crossed, he scowled at the crowd. Do humans really enjoy this kind of dull affair? How tiresome. A sudden voice interrupted his brooding. Mr. Tan, are you alone? What about Lady Selonia? Tan flicked his eyes toward Selonia, who was still with the young birthday girl. She's over there, Ella said, looking towards her. Oh, she must still be greeting the guests. Then let's wait together until she returns. Tan's expression barely softened, but he tilted his head curiously. Hey, how old do I look to you? Ella blinked, startled. Pardon, well, she studied him for a moment. You look older than 20. I'd say, around 25? Tan's lips quirked, amused. Do I? His mind drifted. Selonia said she's 21 years old. So, we're 4 years apart. A 4-year age gap. Tan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He recalled a line from the novel, a 4-year age gap between lovers is considered ideal. Then there's no need to think further. He then asked, how much longer is she going to take? Ella replied, It's because this is her ladyship's first banquet since her recovery, Mr. Tan. Everyone's just happy to see her, he thinks. I have no interest in human parties filled with ostension. But if Selonia is there, even the most painfully extravagant decorations and lights seem beautiful. But his musings soured as his sharp senses flared an unfamiliar presence approached Selonia. he asked. Who's that guy? A young nobleman had stepped into Selonia's path, his expression one of thinly veiled arrogance. Tan's eyes darkened. Ella replied. She's being greeted by a young lord. Lady Selonia is a noble of high status, so… While talking, she looked peeked towards Tan, noticing a sudden surge of energy. Tan was visibly angry at that young lord. Ella realized and quickly stopped Tan. She whispered to him, Mr. Tan, it's just a formal greeting among nobles. Until Lady Selonia returns, it would be best if you stayed still. Actually, you should really stay still. Then another nobleman approached Tan. The nobleman's voice carried across the hall. So we meet again, in a place like this. He paused, his lips curling into a smirk. We bumped into each other once at the Bessin Manor, didn't we? What was your name again? He chuckled. Ah, right. The Beast of the Night. His voice dripped with mockery. I recall you had a vulgar nickname like that. What brings you here? A place like this hardly suits someone of your standing. Tan's eyes flickered coldly. A sudden, clear voice broke the tension. We meet again, Mr. Tan. Tan's attention snapped to the side. Another guest had approached, her expression laced with curiosity. Though we only saw each other briefly, do you remember me? Ian chuckled, putting his hand on Grace's shoulder. Grace, attending events like this. But that doesn't change his background. There's no need for you to speak so respectfully to him, he scoffed with a smile. As there was no response, he pressed. Hey, did you not hear me? Or did the cat get your… He stopped in the middle, noticing a menacing gaze from Tan. His expression shifted. Huh, this can't be. This overpowering energy I feel from him. Ah, Cherville, here you are. Marquis Dinroja strode forward. Thank you for coming. I know how busy you are. Not at all, Ian replied smoothly. It's Lady Ninia's birthday, so it would only be right for me to attend, Marquis replied. Haha, how considerate of you. Grace chimed in, her tone measured. Thank you for your welcome, my lord. It really has been ages. She stopped and retracted her words. Since you hosted a fabulous banquet like this, she added. I'm Grace Benet, daughter of Baron Benet. Marquis chuckled, ignoring her. My daughter is really curious to know how the saviors are doing. He tapped on Ian's shoulder and said, She'll be very pleased to see you today. I see. Then I should personally give her my gift, Ian said smoothly. Marquis then said, Now, why don't we go over there for a moment? They started walking away, ignoring Grace completely. After a while, Sally said to herself, feeling relieved. Finally, I can take a breather, Ella said. My lady, please have a drink, Tan then asked, leaning closer. Where is he? Sally asked. Pardon? He asked. The one who kissed your hand. Where did he go? Sally repeated. My hand? Oh, that's considered a normal greeting in high society. It's good manners for a man to gently place his lips on a woman's knuckles, but in reality, they rarely really kiss your hand, Tan remarked, leaning further. But we don't greet each other like that. Are you saying it's only between nobles? She replied. It isn't compulsory if the other person doesn't ask for it. And not only nobles greet each other like that. Hearing that, he said, is that so? She studied him carefully. What's wrong this time? He's making me nervous. Chatter filled the air in the banquet hall. Grace was standing alone, observing. I was convinced Ian Cherville would be the center of attention at the banquet today. She looked towards Tan, but that man attracts a lot of attention even without doing anything. She smiled, wondering, who is he exactly? Where did he come from? She approached Sally. Greetings, my lady. We meet again. Are you enjoying the banquet? Sally asked. Do you have business with me, Miss Grace? I believe we already exchanged our greetings earlier. I see you're still cold to me. Grace fidgeted slightly. I understand that you dislike me, but… Sally cut her off. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, Grace asked. Pardon, Sally thinks in her mind. This is so tiring, she began. I'm only going to say this once. I'm not interested in you enough to dislike you. That's usually how people feel about strangers. I'm sure it's no different for everyone else here. You don't have to worry about me anymore. If there's anything that must be discussed, it won't be with you, but with Duke Cherville. Did you hear what she just said? Murmured a noblewoman. Another snickered. She's certainly correct. How can she act so confidently in front of Lady Selonia's? The remarks continued. What an incredibly rude woman. Grace was stunned, standing there facing humiliation. Sally then turned and started walking with Tan following her. She asked Tan, Is there anything you want to eat? He replied, Whatever you're having. Grace was watching her as she walked away. Suddenly another figure approached Grace. Miss, he wishes to see you in the annex. So Grace followed him. Sally looked towards her walking and wondered, who's that? Suddenly Marquis Dinroha started with a clink to his grail. Now that the banquet is at its peak, we will be having a special event. I prepared a rare spectacle for our distinguished guests today, he announced. I hope you'll accept my sincerity and gather in the garden. Everyone wondered. A spectacle? Sally thinks in her mind, I'd finished greeting the important people, so I should leave before Tan and Ian bump heads again. She instructed. Ella, we'll leave early. Can you tell father I'll wait in the carriage? She replied. Yes, my lady, Ella said to Tan. Mr. Tan, you must safely escort her ladyship while I'm gone, he agreed. Oh, all right. They walked as the chatter and murmur continued in the garden. Observing from a distance, Sally thinks in her mind, I don't see a theatrical troupe or band. I wonder what the rare spectacle Marquis Dinroha spoke about is. Tan suddenly stopped walking. She turned to him. Tan? What's wrong? Tan doesn't speak for a moment, then said, This sound. Can't you hear it? Sally replied. What sound? I don't hear anything. Tan, are you all right? He replied. I definitely hear it. Suddenly a scream was heard. Tan said something's wailing. Ian also reached the garden looking for Grace. Where did Grace go at a time like this? He heard a voice. Tan, are you all right? Look at me for a second. He saw Sally worried for Tan. He stopped noticing their hands clasped. He twitched at the thought, Selonia. Why is she looking at him that way? Don't tell me that ridiculous rumor is true. Few moments ago. My goodness, did you see him? One noblewoman whispered. I think I know what you mean. You're talking about that handsome, dark-haired man, right? Who is he? Another noble questioned. I've never seen a more good-looking man in the empire. Eavesdropping to them, Ian thinks. What? Why am I hiding? The noblewoman continued. From what I heard, he doesn't even tell you his name, let alone greet you. The other giggled. That's what makes him even more attractive to me. I heard he's Lady Selonia's knight. His grace has a lot of trust in him, Ian thought. Duke Bessin trusts a bum like him? I don't believe it. Who knows where he came from? The noblewoman continued. Oh my, that's right. And I don't mean to sound rude, but don't they look so good together? Ian froze. What did I just hear? Selonia and that bastard are already in that kind of relationship. Now he approached Sally and asked, Is something wrong? She guarded Tan and questioned, Why do you care? Please continue on your way. Ian asked, What are you doing? Ha! I just came because you looked like you were in an uncomfortable situation. He asked, Isn't that man suspicious? Like I said, it's none of your boozy. Sally hesitated. Actually, no. While I'm not pleased to see Ian, I've never seen Tan behave like this before. Ian observed her curiously and doesn't speak. Then Marquis Dinroha announced, standing in front of a block covered with red cloth. Now, you've waited long enough. Everyone turned to him. I'm certain you won't regret gathering here today. He nodded towards his servant, and the servant pulls the red cover from the cage. Marquis continued. I present to you. Meanwhile a voice spoke in Tan's head. Energy. I must gather energy. Once I can see, I'll immediately. Tan was wondering, who is saying that? It feels like a strange voice is messing with my head. Unknown things are flowing into my mind. Suddenly a flashback came. He saw a person cloaked saying, pitiful. And I had such high expectations. Are you sure you can even cut off a single piece of my hair in this state? Leif dropped his sword, visibly hurt. Tan wondered, is this a memory? Then a scream was heard. The Marquis Dinroha presented a monster caged with red blood eyes. What is that? A noble gasped. A monster. Sally wondered, looking at the monster. Marquis Dinroha, what are you doing in your backyard? Ha! Dinroha chuckled. As you can see, we're safe no matter how aggressive it gets. It's a specially made cage too strong for it to break out of. Sally thinks in her mind, it's safe. This monster called Garam, which is as powerful as it is big, was an extremely difficult opponent to defeat during the expedition. Without holy power, it's impossible to subdue it completely. She spoke. Wait, Lord Dinroha. Ian stepped forward. I'll handle it. He glanced towards her. You just take care of that stunned fool. She quickly turned to Tan and thinks, I'm worried, you pains in the butt. Well, I'm sure Ian will be able to deal with the monster. I'll check out the situation after I send Tan back to the carriage. She then said, Tan, I think you should go to the carriage. He was still dazed, unable to speak. Her heart sank thinking, I didn't realize it before I saw the garum, but now I keep questioning myself. If the monster's energy has an effect on Tan, then could its existence awaken him? Ian went to Marquis de Roja. Marquis laughed. Oh ho, our savior is finally here. So, isn't it the same monster you saw during the expedition? Ian stands in front of the cage saying, Yes, I'm very familiar with garums. I'll keep watch just in case. He turned to his servant. You there, hand me your sword. The servant handed him the sword, then the Marquis announced, This sure is reassuring. We have Duke Cherville by our side, so please do not worry and take a close look. The nobles chattered. He's right. I think it should be safe since His Grace is present. I heard it's extremely difficult to catch a big monster like that. You really are amazing, my lord. Marquis smirked. Yes, I bet even the Emperor has never seen a monster this big. And with Ian Cherville here, news of House de Roja being protected by one of the saviors while owning a powerful monster will spread throughout all corners of the empire. The monster growled at the audience, his fangs producing karaoke sounds banging with the cage. Then Ella came to the garden and said, My lady, you were still here? I heard a sudden commotion, so I came outside. Ella, Selonia called. You're just in time. Go back to the carriage with Tan. Ella asked. Sorry. What about you, my lady? Sally said. I'll explain later. Take Tan with you and, now! A chilling cry rang through the air. The monster escaped. Everyone, stand behind me. Duke Cherville ordered. Guards, escort the guests out of here. The servant shouted. Yes, Your Grace. Ian thinks TSK. This is going to be annoying. Hey, over here, Ian shouted. There's something off about this garum. It doesn't feel right. The beast turned to him. The beast lunged forward, attacking the sword. It went after the sword. After their first clash, Ian thinks, was a garum's skin always this thick? His hand was trembling from the impact. Then the beast turned and started dashing towards Lady Nina. Sally shouted, Lady Nina! She attacks the beast with her healing light, and said, Quick, find safety! The beast whimpered in front of her and stopped. It was like the beast was trying to say something to her. She tried. Her, this garum. Then Ian shouted, Selonia! Why are you just standing there? Suddenly Tan guarded her and slashed the beast with a single attack. He pulled her close to him. She was taken aback for a moment. After that Tan asked her, Are you alright? Oh, yes. She was dangling as Tan was holding her up. She said, Let me down, Tan. He dropped the sword and lifts her up further. He said, That's strange. Your face is flushed. Are you feeling unwell? She blushed and her heart raced. He added, Your heart's racing. She wasn't able to control and shouted, Well, I told you to put me down. After he put her down, she thinks, Truly, he's so unpredictable. Then a butler approached and bowed. Lady Selonia, are you alright? Thank you for saving Lady Nina. He was dignified. I am the butler of this house, Magnus. His lordship has accompanied her ladyship elsewhere, so I extend his thanks to you on his behalf. He turned to Tan. I'd also like to thank your knight, Sally said. Oh, this is Sir Tan, my bodyguard. The butler bowed and remarked, You possess exceptional combat skills, Sir Tan. Thank you once again. Tan nodded back. The other nobles also remarked, You're my savior. I was amazed at how you took down the monster with a single blow. Then Sally observed, Tan seems different from his usual self. In a way, he's normal. As the chatter continued, Ian was also standing there. He winced after hearing all of them praising Tan. Later, when Sally returns to her carriage, she recalled, Marquis de Roja. What was he thinking, displaying a monster like that? It's a relief there were no casualties, but things could have gotten really messy. And soon, a lot of people will know that Tan killed the monster. She sighed. I really would prefer it if Tan stayed out of the spotlight, but maybe I have no choice. Well, he did a good deed, so I guess that's what matters. Then Tan spoke earlier. The monster's thoughts crept into my head. She flinched. Pardon? Tan continued. It seems no one else, including you, could hear it. He asked, Why is that? Why am I different from other human beings? As the carriage was on her track, he continued. I want to be like you. Tell me everything you know, Selonia. The next day, Selonia was in her room reading the news articles. Who is the beast of the night? The hero who saved the people. After reading it, she thinks, I knew it. Someone has already written an article about Tan. Well, I expected this much. I don't think I need to worry about it for the time being. She places the newspaper on the table and stood up. She decided, maybe I'll drop by Weeklander's store today. Last night, a letter purportedly from Weeklander arrived at the manor. It was a short message saying he'd found the books on the magic circle I had asked him about, and wanted me to pay him a visit. Maybe I'm mistaken, but there was something questionable about the letter. It was written in a way that only someone privy to the conversation between Ella, Weeklander, and myself could decipher its meaning. Plus, it felt like the sender and subjects were intentionally left ambiguous. Was there a particular reason for such thoroughness? Suddenly a knock interrupted her thought. She replied. "Oh, come in," Ella asked. "Did you read everything, my lady?" she replied. "Yes, I read all of the newspapers you brought me." "I don't think the stories about Tan will be an issue." She mentioned a certain part. Saley flinched. A large fire erupted in the Magic District's shopping area, resulting in injuries and casualties among the residents, as well as the destruction of several stores. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the emperor called for Marquis Penroja. Marquis accepted while bowing in front of the emperor. "I've committed a grave sin, your majesty," the emperor Erexio said. "A grave sin, huh? Are you referring to turning a formidable monster into a spectacle? How bold of you. As no lives were lost, your punishment will end with just a fine." Marquis accepted. "Thank you, your majesty," the emperor asked. "So, who is the one you said took down the monster?" the Marquis replied. "I'm not exactly sure, but..." He caught the glimpse of Emperor's gaze and jolted. He continued, "He's currently staying at Duke Bessin's manor, and rumor has it he's known as the Beast of the Night." The Emperor taps on his throne thinking. "I heard Lon Cherville was also present, but the man who killed the monster was the Beast of the Night, a man from the slums. I'd like to meet him sometime." Later Selonia went to Weeklander's shop, but everything was already ruined. "It's dangerous." Saley's heart sank at the thought of Mr. Weeklander. People were chattering. "I hear Mr. Weeklander never made it out," another said. "Do you think it's true that his carpet caught fire from an ember from the fireplace while he was asleep? Oh dear, what a horrific accident." Hearing that, Saley thinks, was the accident simply a coincidence? All of this happened right after the letter arrived at the manor, and I planned to go see Mr. Weeklander. Then someone approached her. "Are you Lady Selonia?" The person was cloaked. The guard with Saley stopped him. "Stand back and identify yourself," but Saley said. "It's all right, Eden." "Who are you?" After that they sat down to have tea. After he explained, Saley asked, "So you are Mr. Weeklander's apprentice?" The person replied, "Yes." Mr. Weeklander was a sage. Saley was surprised, thinking he was a sage. The novel only briefly mentions sages. They are described as beings who can read people's minds, and even see the future using their deep insight. "No wonder. He didn't seem like any ordinary character," Henrik said. "The reason I wanted to see your ladyship was to deliver the item my master entrusted to me," she asked. "Pardon," he continued. "He said you would come to visit the store today, so he wanted me to make sure I gave you this book on his behalf." He slides a book on table, presenting it to Saley. She gasped. "Wait, that means..." he explained. "Yes, it's as if he knew all along that all of this would happen. She thinks I knew it. It wasn't just an ordinary accident." She asked then, if Mr. Weeklander predicted the accident, why didn't he avoid it by leaving the house? Henrik told. "My master always told me, everything must follow its natural course. If you attempt to alter things hastily, the present will descend into chaos," he said calmly. "I believe what my master saw. Of course, it's difficult for me to understand his intentions as of now, but I'm certain your ladyship must have also seen something." After she left the meeting, she thinks in her mind, what vision of the future, deemed immutable, did Weeklander see? She remembered both Henrik and Weeklander saying, "And please take care of yourself. Please make sure to take care of your health." She resolved, I can't just sit back and wait until someone gets hurt again. Whatever is to come in the future, I must stop it. Baron Benet's manor, a maid asked the other. "By the way, are these really Darjeeling leaves?" the other replied. "Jamie, don't try to be clever and play tricks," the first said. "No, I really don't think these are Darjeeling leaves," other said. "We need to send these to Duke Cherville, Count Ford, and Sir Leif by today." First asked, "Are the rumors about people being dragged to the basement true?" the other replied. Jamie! I advise you to keep that mouth shut. Make haste. We need to finish this before her ladyship comes. Later Sally analyzed the book that Weeklander sent. This is a personal record of information on the magic circle. This is definitely not something you can read in an ordinary book. Before artifacts were developed, sheepskin paper was usually used as a medium for magic. There were 3 cases where a person's name and the magic circle would be written together. Teleportation magic for moving between spaces, transmission magic for sending objects, and communication magic for correspondence. All 3 types of magic require either a destination or a recipient, so a location or a person's name has to be written below the magic circle. She concluded if so. The Jillian magic circle, which had Grace's name on it, and the meaningless information about Grace. Could this all be proof that Jillian serves Grace? Is that even possible? Even if he's the deputy chief of the Finesse Guild, as long as the guild is being operated by the Bessin family, there's a limit to what Jillian can do. She wondered, clenching her fists. How did they hide this secret from father? Just like the male leads were charmed by Grace, could it be that? She sprung up thinking, he'll soon be here for his periodical report, so I must prepare myself. I'll set a trap to catch Jillian. That way, I can see for myself if my guess is correct. Then she went to Tan's room and knocked the door. Tan, are you there? She thought about who she could trust in this manner, and ironically, Tan was the first that came to her mind. She thought, not that I have anything in particular to discuss with him, but, she said, standing at the door. I'm coming in. She went in. The room was empty and silent. She glanced around. Where has he gone? I didn't hear anything about him going outside at this hour. She halted, looking at the bathroom door. She wondered, what if the pain has come back? She reached the doorknob, asking, Tan, are you here? As she swings it, Tan quickly grabs her arm and pulls her inside. He closed the door while slamming her. She was taken aback. What are you? Tan said. Be quiet. Someone's coming. Then 2 maids entered the room. One was saying to other, You're sure Mr. Beastly isn't in, right? The other said. I saw him leaving through the main gate this morning. Let's quickly place them here and leave. What if he comes back? One said. Good. Make haste. Then she asked Tan. How did you know someone was going to come? He told. The past few days they've acted like they were watching me. Today, I pretended to leave the manor and then secretly returned to my room. After all, they have no idea I'm able to teleport. Hearing that, Sally thinks he made a pretty decent plan. Ooh, but what did they do inside the room while Tan was away? She looked around and lifts the blankets, but there was nothing. She looked at the drawer and opened it. There was jewelry inside the drawer. She asked, What are these doing here? Most of them are mine. Who would do such a thing? She thought, was it to make it look like the person using this room stole them? But there's no way Tan would covet such valuables. What would be the benefit of doing such a thing? She remembered Rubwis in her mind. Oh, if it's someone who's trying to come between me and Tan and wants him to leave this manor. She closed the drawer and said, It looks like someone tried to kick you out of the manor by framing you. Don't worry. I'll take care of it, Tan asked. You'll take care of it? Wouldn't it be better for you if I got kicked out sooner? She turned abruptly. What? But that would never happen, but she gasped. What I meant was, she quickly turned her head, flustered, and said, Come on. Let's go have dinner first. We can think together about what we should do, Tan grinned. Sure, let's do that. Later a maid said to another, My goodness. Are you saying there's a thief inside the manor? The other said. Yes, I'm telling you. Then Sally came there and asked, What's going on? The maids bowed. My lady? The maid here was just saying her precious jewelry was missing. Then Rubwis also approached. There you are, my lady, he asked. What's all the commotion about? Looking at him, she thinks, Rubwis. He showed up just as if he was waiting for this moment, she said. This maid is saying her belongings have gone missing. Rubwis looked towards Tan and smirked. Oh no. It sounds like a petty thief has entered the manor. Meanwhile, Grace gets dressed up and asked Ian, Your Grace, what do you think? Do they suit me? He doesn't respond, so she pressed again. Your Grace? Your Grace. Finally he turned to her. Ah, yes. They look good on you. Then again he turned his head, thinking, After meeting Grace, I haven't really thought about Selonia. But ever since I saw her with that man, those thoughts have kept stirring in my head. He's no good for someone like Selonia. I should get her back. Looking at him busy in thoughts, Grace thinks, Ian is definitely acting strange. He used to get all flustered and cling to me just at the sight of me sulking. What happened? Is it because I keep avoiding the issue of marriage? He's being really annoying. She then smiled and said, Ian, should I come to your house tomorrow? He asked. Why, all of a sudden? She replied. I'd like to keep the previous two dukes company. After all, I'll be seeing them often in the future, he agreed. Very well. Hearing that, Grace thinks in her mind, that's it? So this is your game plan, huh? Do you think I'll start clinging to you? I'll just keep this man in my hands like a trophy. After all, there is a new man in the picture now. Back to the Bessin Manor, Duke Galloway also reached to the place of the commotion and asked, What's the matter, Selonia? She turned to him. Father, I think a thief broke into the manor, her father asked. A thief, What makes you think that? Rubwis stepped forward. Your Grace, my lady, the servants of this place are well accustomed to your generous consideration and welfare. He glanced towards Tan and continued, however, there is one person who isn't. It's too late to thoroughly search all the rooms, so I suggest checking the room of our guest, who's the most plausible culprit, first. He pointed towards Tan. In response, Tan chuckled. Looking at him, Rubwis said, I shall help with the search. He thinks in his mind, that arrogant bastard. Let's see how much longer you can hold your composure. Then they searched Tan's room. A servant said, I think I found something. Hearing that, Rubwis grinned. He shouted, I knew it. I heard he used to hang around in vulgar places. It seems like no one can escape their background. Were you tempted when you saw all those valuables? How foolish of you to lay a finger on her ladyship's belongings. He stepped to the place of the finding and continued, I was correct, wasn't I? You should punish him for all the jewels he stole and kick him out. He turned to the drawer as he was saying and was shocked to see a single ornament there. In shock, he said, what's this? This can't be it. I told them to put everything inside. Duke Galloway was beside him, he repeated. Told them to put everything inside? He asked with suspicion. What's the matter, Sir Rubwis? Go on with what you were about to say. Rubwis' heart sank. Why, Your Grace, there seems to have been a mistake. Then Sally stepped up, observing the ornament. This is the brooch I gave our guest, she asked. Captain, how did you know it was mine? I'm curious how you're aware of the jewelry I never lost, Rubwis retracted. I am being framed. It's clear this man set this up out of spite toward me. He turned to Tan, blaming him. Go on, tell the truth. Did you think you could get away with doing such a thing in His Grace's manor? Tan responded. I have no idea what you're saying. Rubwis grits his teeth and said, How dare you use me to try and win over her ladyship? He tried to punch Tan, saying, Do you think I wouldn't know what you're up to? But Tan quickly apprehended him. Then the Duke said, I think I've heard enough. As of this moment, I'm removing Rubwis Sid from the position of Captain of the Order of Knights. Rubwis requested mercy. Why, Your Grace, Sally said, and find the servants who he bought off. I'll personally take care of them. Rubwis pleads to Sally. My lady, this is unfair. Why are you only generous toward him? She replied, SDRNOY. Let me set a few things straight. I haven't been generous to anyone. I did offer you another chance out of respect for your loyalty, but remember, you're the one who landed yourself in this predicament. After that, as Selonia and Tan were walking back, he said, My lady, it went just like you said, she replied. I know. Things worked out well, he asked. What will you do now? She replied. I'm not sure. It's soon midnight, so should we meet again later? He said. Okay, Sally instructed again. Don't forget to make sure no one sees you, he replied. I won't. At night, Sally was sleeping while leaning on Tan. Tan observed, lately, Selonia's been falling asleep while holding my hand. It's good being the only one to see this side of her, but I don't want her to be tired. He recalled her saying, Are you alright? Then how about Tan? What? But that would never happen. He brushed her hair and kissed it, thinking, I wonder what I mean to you. Rubwis and two maids that helped him were kicked out of the manor. The maids followed him. One of them said, "Sir Rubenus, wait a minute, what are you going to do? You got us kicked out as well. We just did what you asked us. This isn't what you promised," he shouted in anger. "You didn't do what I asked?" "That's why she figured it out," the maid requested. "Well, at least give us the gold you promised. You're the one behind all of this, so the least you could do is take responsibility." He grabbed her by the collar and shouted, "Shut up, get lost, before I cut you open." Then the other maid stopped her. "Let's go, Jane," as the maids turned their own way. Rubwis grits his teeth thinking, how dare they? They don't know their place. I may be in this mess now, but I'm inherently different from those lowly beings. I'm the one who was there for Lady Selonia all those years. If given the chance, I should be the first in line, he said aloud. That dirty bastard. Suddenly someone called from behind. "Why are you still here?" Rubwis flinched and quickly turned. "Who's there?" Ten appeared right behind him saying. "That's not an answer." Rubwis felt chills. He quickly turned and asked, "You? What are you doing here?" He reached to his sword smiling. "No, this is good. You just walked right into your own doom. I'll behead you here and now. Then Lady Selonia will finally be mine." He swings his sword but Tan disappeared. Rubwis shouted, "Where did you go? What kind of cheap trick is this?" Then he heard a crackling sound. He wondered, "What is this noise? And this smoke?" He saw ground around him was ablaze. He shouted, "Fire!" and slumped to the ground. Then Tan appeared and said, "Yes. These flames will burn your body to a crisp." Rubwis jolted saying, "Why you bastard?" He looked at Tan thinking, why is his presence so overwhelming? "I can't move a muscle," he asked. You're hiding something from Lady Selonia, aren't you?" "Who are you?" Tan smirked. "Oh ho, I'd like to ask that question as well. Care to guess?" He glanced at Rubwis and asked, "Who do you think I am?" The best day, Sally visited the slums with Tan. He thinks in her mind, my celebration hosted at the palace is just 2 days away now. Meanwhile, I've been searching the empire high and low for a new information guild, and I finally found one just before the celebration. In slums she was greeted by Maxwell. "My greatest pleasure to meet you, Lady Selonia, savior of the empire. You are just as beautiful as Tan described you to be, my lady," Tan remarked. "Stop your nonsense and just get to it," Sally replied. "The pleasure is mine, Maxwell." "I see that you are a very capable man," Maxwell said. And what a heart of gold, the secretive information guild, renowned as the best in the underworld storm. It's hard to even reach them without a connection. Luckily, Tan's friend Maxwell was able to help. What she needs now is not the name value of a guild, but their ability to take care of things quickly and quietly. Sally tapped on Tan's shoulder and said, "Let's go." "You will escort me today, won't you?" he replied. "Escort you? Sure. I will make sure no one lays a finger on," Sally interrupted him. Yes. "Thank you, sir." Then Maxwell guided them and showed them the guild's building. He said, "Please wait here for a moment." "My lady," she replied. "All right." She observed the insides. The building's in decent shape, and it doesn't seem to get much traffic. "If I hadn't already known there was a guild here, I would have walked right past it," she asked. "Have you been here before, Tan?" he replied. "No, this is my first time. I only looked into it because I wanted to help you," she said thoughtfully. "I see." Then Tan noticed something and brushed her hair. "You have something here," she replied. "Oh. Thank you, Tan." Then someone interjected. "Welcome." A person approached from stairs and said, "I apologize for the lackluster reception. I didn't expect such a distinguished guest to visit in person. Please, I hope you won't take it the wrong way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Selonia Bessin." She looked at him thinking, this is the head of Storm? When Sally went with the guild head to discuss matter, Maxwell asked Tan, "So, Tan, tell me how it happened. When did you fall in love with Lady Selonia?" Tan acted oblivious. "Everyone loves her," Maxwell said. "That's different." "Oh well, you've always been incredibly dense. The love I'm talking about is when you're worried about them when you're apart, feel happy when you're together, sad when you say goodbye, and want to touch them if they're next to you." Hearing that, Tan's mind raced. "So the things I feel when I see Selonia are because I love her?" Meanwhile, the guild head asked Sally, "Is the room to your liking?" she observed. "Yes, you have a great antique collection," he then said. "Allow me to introduce myself, Lady Selonia. Daniel Jackson, at your service, head of Storm Daniel Jackson," she replied. "Thank you for your warm welcome. My apologies for reaching out so abruptly," he grinned, saying. "Please, it is no trouble. Everyone knows that the finest guild belongs to House Bessin. If Lady Selonia has chosen to visit Storm, it must mean you have business to handle discreetly, away from the eyes of your family." "I'm highly intrigued," she replied. "Well, if you say so, I'll get right to the point. I need someone outside of my family to help me. I'm looking for someone capable enough to make their own decisions when needed. Someone who is smart and skilled," she asked while taking a sip. "What do you say? Would you be able to help me?" Meanwhile, at the temple, a passerby looked at the huge bell ringing and said, "Ah, it must be today," his companion asked. "What is?" he replied. "The ritual of the Holy Nights. They always ring that bell when it's finished. I believe they fast for 2 whole weeks," his companion replied. "Well, never mind that. Let's get going." After Leif came outside, he thinks, the long holy ritual has come to an end. Perhaps it's because I met Miss Grace right before it started, but this particular ritual felt longer than others. He was holding the basket. She'd be upset if I didn't try the dessert she gave me. Suddenly a person shouted, "Please help!" The carriage wheel. A big wooden wheel was rolling fast towards 2 young priests. Someone shouted, "Hey, watch out!" But Leif quickly intervened and stopped the wheel and is shattered. The person apologized. "My apologies, sir." The wheel suddenly fell off and Leif replied, "It's all right. Just be more careful from now on." Then one of the young priests said, "This smells amazing." They were holding on to the bag Leif was carrying. It contains cake that Grace baked for Leif. During the commotion, the Leif accidentally dropped the bag. The young priest said to other, "Emily, that's not yours." She presented it to Leif. "Sir Leif, I'm sorry. This box is broken." Leif looked at it and smiled. "Thankfully, the cake inside is fine. My friend gave it to me." "Could the 2 of you take it off my hands?" the young priest replied. "Wow, can we really eat it?" he replied. "Of course. I had a big lunch today." They bowed. "Thank you. You're the best, Sir Leif." He thinks in his mind, young priests are constantly hungry. Miss Grace would understand. Speaking of, I was trying to go see Miss Grace again just now. He stopped walking and thinks, what has gotten into me? I do mean the pledge I made for Miss Grace, but it also tarnished the first pledge I made for Lady Selonia. That has weighed heavily on my mind this entire time, and I repented over and over during the holy ritual. Of course, that didn't do anything to erase the wounds that I left on Lady Selonia. He thinks about Lady Selonia. He recalled her saying, "Leif, these are bulrush flowers. They will help with the pain." He was shocked to remember this. This memory. Suddenly Grace reached there and rushed to him. She asked, "Sir Leif, are you all right? What's wrong?" He was breathing heavily. Then after a moment he regained senses and calmed down a little. He said, "Oh, Lady Selonia." Looking at Grace, Grace's heart sank hearing that. She quickly opened the basket she was carrying. "Here, have this. I made them with medicinal herbs, so it should help with your headache." But Leif stopped her by grabbing her hand. "And Miss Grace?" "Wait, but he ate the cake." Then Grace asked, "Sir Leif, are you all right? How are you feeling?" "You must have had a sudden headache," he replied. "Yes, I'm fine, but what are you doing here, Miss Grace?" She smiled, saying, "Oh, me? I was worried that the cake I made for you would have gone bad. I did make them so they would last long, but have you tried it?" he replied. "Oh, I gave it to some priests I ran into earlier. Please understand. They needed it more than I did." She was stunned for a moment, then she turned. "We'll talk on our way back," Leif replied. "Of course, Miss Grace." As they were walking, Grace glanced around to look for that priest's. After a while, Sally came back. Seeing her, Tan asked, "All done?" Tan stood still, watching with a sullen expression. She asked, "Yes." "Did I keep you waiting for too long?" he replied. "I was just about to head upstairs." Hearing that, she said, You've been very patient. My talk with the chief went well. I'll tell you about it on our way back in the carriage. All right, Tan responded. She thinks in her mind. The Information Guild storm. I don't know how capable they are, but one thing is certain, they are much more reliable to me than Finesse right now. Even Daniel, the chief, he was observing me but still treated me with respect. I wouldn't have given him the job if I thought I was being looked down on. As they were walking, suddenly, a frantic voice interrupted them. Emily! Emily, get up, Maxwell asked. Hey! What seems to be the problem? A girl replied. My younger sister, she suddenly collapsed. The girl's breaths came in short gasps. A glance at her robes revealed her status priestess robes. Sally thinks in her mind. These children should be in the temple. What are they doing here? I'm not sure what her symptoms are, but I should be able to ease her pain with my healing power, she said. Maxwell, could you take us somewhere more private? He replied. Oh, of course. Follow me. The door creaked open as they entered. Maxwell said, pointing. Lay her down over here. The girl coughed violently. Sally asked the young priestess. What was the last thing she had to eat? The girl replied. Some bread. She collapsed as soon as she took a bite. I don't know anything else, Sally repeated. Some bread? The girl replied. Yes, I have it here. The bread rustled in the bag as it was pulled out. A foul scent wafted through the air. Sally jolted from the foul smell. Tan said. It reeks. It really does. Sally agreed, but Maxwell said. What are you two talking about? It just smells like tasty bread, Sally replied. Huh! But it smells terrible, he said. Well, I only smell sugar and butter. It's a really delicious smell, the young priestess also agreed. It just smells delicious to me as well, Sally thinks in her mind. How is it that this blood-curdling stench is only noticed by me and Tan? The young priestess, who was coughing, suddenly stands up. Her sister asked. Emily! Are you all right? Emily was dazed, unable to respond. Sally asked. Sister Emily, can you hear me? Please tell me if you're in pain. I'm going. She murmured. Miss Grace. I need to go see Miss Grace. The urgency in her voice made everyone tense. Her sister asked. Emily, what are you talking about? Who's that? Emily replied. She's my favorite person. Then Sally squeezed her hand and said, Sister Emily, please focus on my voice and think. Who gave you this bread? A holy knight. Her voice drifted off with a blank expression. Gave it to me right before I left the temple. A tense silence followed. Sally thinks. There's no guarantee that this holy knight is who I suspect it to be, but, she asked. Then, by any chance, did that holy knight have blue hair? Emily blinked. Oh, yes, he did. How did you? Hearing that, Sally felt a sudden thump. Leif wouldn't have eaten anything because of the holy ritual. A child who looks for Grace right after eating some bread she got from Leif. If Grace is somehow related to this as well. No way. Meanwhile, a person named Gail appeared in front of Grace. An urgent conversation took place. Grace asked. Gail. How did it go? He replied. I couldn't find any priest showing abnormal symptoms, she asked. Did you look carefully? He replied. I checked everyone in the temple multiple times, but I could not find the box or a child who was showing symptoms. She throws a flower pot in anger, shouting. Then where the hell did they disappear to? Why did Leif have to give it away to some child? Like an idiot. She walked on the shattered paces. Look again until you find them, and, if that thing finds its way here, just dispose of it. A bow followed. Yes, Mrs. Then Gail ripped apart a piece of paper and vanished. Grace plopped to the chair thinking. Calm down. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Sally thinks about all the things that had happened before. About Leif's pledge. I'm going to make an eternal pledge to Miss Grace Benet, Macrian's heart. About the heart that I gave you before. I'd like it back. Her engagement. I'd like you to break off our engagement as soon as possible. She thinks in her mind, since you cannot force someone to be with you forever, I just thought. What if they had changed their minds? What if their minds were being manipulated? What if everything that happened wasn't of their own free will? She asked Emily. Sister Emily, have you ever met Miss Grace? No, but I need to go see her. Her voice trembled. I'm going. I need to hurry up and see Miss Grace. A hand reached out. Please wait a minute. Listen to me, Sister Emily. Her dazed expression surprised Sally. Now that I think about it, just now, Emily looked different when I held her hand. A soft glow shimmered between them. Perhaps my healing power works on her, she said. Oh. Sister Emily, take deep breaths. I'm dizzy, she murmured weakly. Sally pressed. Stay with me, please. Fatigue weighed down on Sally, she thought. It's been a while since I've used so much power. During the expedition, I healed up to 3 men with no problem, but this. A moment passed before Emily blinked. Oh, is it over? Sally said. Yes, you seem better now. How are you feeling? Emily said. I'm not dizzy anymore, Sally asked. Do you still wish to see Miss Grace? Emily replied, confused. Sorry? Who is that? A subtle shift in expression, Sally said. Oh, it's nothing, but inwardly, a thought clenched like a fist. Grace, what have you done? After that, she said farewell to the 2 sisters and Maxwell and asked them to keep what happened between them. She also replaced the bread she took with another tasty snack. She resolved, to think something like this happened to a young priestess. Maybe I should investigate the temple as well. Asterisk, a sigh followed. Why, do I have so much work on my hands? Tan asked. Why do you look so worn out? She replied. Oh, do I look worn out? I do feel more tired than usual these days. A moment of silence. He pulled her close, patting her. She was surprised. Tan, he said. You can lean on me if you'd like. She smiled. Then, I'll take a short nap. When they reached back to Bessin Manor, Tan carried Sally inside. Seeing him, Ella said, Oh, my lady, Mr. Tan, did something happen? He replied. No, I think she just passed out from being so tired. Then a person approached. Please hand her over to me. I shall tend to Lady Selonia from here. Tan's gaze hardened as he watched Galloway's aide, Raymond, step forward. A slight twitch. Then a cold, clipped response. Get lost, Raymond said. This is a direct order from His Grace. A faint crackle of tension sparked in the air. Ella said, Mr. Tan, I will be next to Lady Selonia the whole time. Do not worry. But as Selonia's warmth faded from his arms, something inside him twisted. What is this feeling? Should I just kill that man and take Selonia back? No. If I did that, she would never smile at me again. Selonia loves and cares for weak humans. Then it started raining, and Tan stands there alone. After he reported, Sally said, I see there's still no new information about Miss Grace, he replied. Yes, there's nothing out of the ordinary. I don't think she is someone you need to concern yourself with, my lady, she replied. Is that so? He asked. I heard that you were ill, my lady. Are you feeling better? She replied. Oh, I think I was just tired. I'm doing much better after a good night's sleep. After falling asleep in the carriage, she woke up the next morning to the sound of birds chirping. She felt bad that she couldn't tend to Tan because she was sleeping. Now she had a mission to accomplish. She thinks in her mind. Ella should be here soon. A knock at the door. My lady, it's Ella. Please excuse me, Sally asked, standing up. Ella? What is it? I have a guest. Ella came and said. My apologies, but you specifically asked me to inform you of this, my lady. I received word that the book you were looking for is available. It's at Blorence, the store at the end of the Magic District. Julian flinched as he heard that. Sally glanced at him, and then smiled. She said, Julian, I have an important matter to address. Could you show yourself out? He replied. Of course, my lady. Please call for me again soon. As the door closed behind them, she turned to Ella. Good. You did well, Ella, she giggled. Hee, it was quite entertaining. A small smirk played at her lips. This is just the beginning, Julian. I've set the trap. Now, all that's left is to wait for the catch. A few months ago, at the expedition, when they reached near the demon castle, Leif said, We're almost at the demon lord's castle. The terrain is definitely getting more rugged as we near it, Ian said. Let us call it a day. Sally healed Macryan, so he asked. Sally, how are you feeling? She replied. The dragon's heart is helping me heal faster, and I'm not as tired these days, she replied with a grin. I have you to thank, Mac. Again, thank you so much, Macrian's expression softened. I was always worried about you, but now, nothing will be able to harm you. He hesitated for a moment. Well, except for dark magic, she asked. Dark magic? He explained. Holy dragons are the antithesis of dark magic. Even with the dragon's heart, you can't be protected from it. A warm breeze passed between them. And I'll be protecting you for the rest of your life. Sally remembered dark magic. It was created long ago by a small number of people who worshipped evil. It is said that hundreds of years ago, it was deemed heretical by the emperor, and has been eradicated ever since. I thought the Central Library, the biggest library in the empire, would have more information on dark magic. But all documents related to ancient magic are prohibited by law. I didn't expect reading those books would be forbidden. If all related material and academic books are banned, then ancient magic is as good as dead now, just as Macrian said. She wondered then how in the world is Grace using dark magic? Magic that can control the minds of the male leads, the young priestess, and even affect Macrian, a dragon. Yet it doesn't work on Tan, the demon lord, and its effects can be counteracted with my healing powers. Every clue is pointing me toward dark magic, but I don't have enough evidence. If only there were a way to undeniably prove it all. Would it be better if there were a clear boundary when it came to people's feelings? If they were truly manipulated into betraying me, should I consider their actions to be false? And if they didn't mean it, does that make my broken heart false as well? If everyone in this world is merely playing a role in a story, how can I be certain that my feelings are my own and not just a part of the character I'd become? She felt tired thinking about all of this. My head's killing me, suddenly Tan asked. Are you in pain? A sharp jolt brought her back to reality. She thinks, oh, I got so caught up in my reading, even though Tan was with me. She turned to him. Tan, why didn't you say something? You must have been bored, he replied. No, time just flew by. I was watching you the whole time. His words made her heart skip. She stood up. Then shall we go? Ella must be waiting, he replied. Sure. Meanwhile at another place, Jack asked. Tom, can you feel it? Tom replied. Yes, it grows stronger as we approach the capital. This powerful and dominant energy. His voice was steady, unwavering. It must be our king, Tom disguised as Ayuz Hirschbrook, Archduke of the North, Jack said. I knew he didn't vanish back then. A clenched fist. A determined gaze. Jack disguised Kelvin Finneger, captain of House Hirschbrook's Order of Knights. Our king must have bided his time, conserving his energy, just like us. We have to find him as soon as possible, Tom said. Yes, he will be waiting for us. Soon, the demon lord will completely resurrect. Sally was inside a carriage with Tan. A flicker of thought crossed her mind. I hope Julian does his job well, as he always does. Tan's gaze lingered. He squeezed her hand, so she asked, What's wrong, Tan? Are you in pain? He didn't answer right away. So she thinks, I couldn't hold his hand last night because I fell asleep. His fingers tightened around mine. No. I just wanted to hold your hand, she asked. Pardon? She felt her face heat up. Ella's wide-eyed stare made it worse. She freaks out. Ack. Ella's giving us weird looks. Suddenly the carriage stopped. Oh my. Ella covered her mouth, suppressing a smile. I'll go out and see what's going on, my lady. The carriage must have stopped because of something. She hurried away. Then Sally said, Tan, you can't just grab my hand like this out in public. Why not? He asked. Is it because of my status? She gets surprised. What? He said. If I get a title like other humans, can I hold your hand? Even if it's in public? She stared at him surprised. She thinks, I've seen this look on him before, when he asked me who he was. This look that seems to say that he desires something intensely. She pulled away slightly. Excuse me, I should go out and see what's going on. With that, she opened the carriage door. She came out of the carriage. She thinks, how can he say things like that without even blinking an eye? Who did he learn that from? It's as if I'm the only one's flustered. Ella came and said, My lady, you should stay inside. It may be dangerous. Sally asked, Ella, are you all right? What's wrong? Ella tells, a tree fell down in the middle of the road. I don't think we'll be able to pass through anytime soon. Then a servant asked, should we turn around, my lady? Sally replied, perhaps we should. And we should inform the capital guard on our way. Meanwhile Tan also came out and asked, what's the problem? Sally said, oh Tan, the road is blocked, so I think we should turn back. She suddenly stopped noticing Ella trying to remove the tree from the road and said, Ella? Stop, you'll hurt yourself. Tan asked Sally, is that the issue? Sally said, huh? Well yes, but… Tan easily picked the tree and Ella clapped saying, wow, Mr. Tan, you're so strong. Sally thinks it's a good thing no one's around. Ella said, I think we'll arrive on time, thanks to Mr. Tan. Sally said, you're right. Thank you, Tan. Another carriage was coming from front. Sally said, your help is most appreciated. Then the demons who had posses the nobles' bodies came. One of them said, we have traveled a long way, and thanks to you, we won't have to turn back. Seeing them, Sally thinks, I've never seen these nobles before, and I don't think I've seen that crest around the capital either. Sally introduced herself saying, I'm Selonia Bessin. We were also passing by, so it was no trouble. I'm glad we could be of help. The demon in Hirschbrook's body said, I use Hirschbrook. What an honor it is to meet one of the saviors the moment we arrive at the capital. Sally bowed and said, the honor is mine, your grace. Sally thinks, I use Hirschbrook. The Archduke of the northern border? I heard he practically led the punitive expeditions when monsters flooded everywhere after the demon lord's revival. Then after a moment of silence, Sally poked Tan. He bowed in front of them. Seeing this, they both get shocked. One of them tries to say, my key, but the other interrupts, clearing his throat. Ahem. He asked Tan, and what is your name, sir? Sally pressed his foot, then he replied, Tan. My name is Tan. They gets confused and mumbles Tan. Sally said, well, we must leave due to an appointment, but please do visit House Bessin next time. Saying that, Sally and Tan left. The day before, Hirschbrook said, how strange. I can feel our king's energy stronger than yesterday, but it's so spread out, making it more difficult to pinpoint. Let's try to find a direction where it's a bit stronger. Other replied, all right, damn it. Those saviors really ruined it for us. Not just us, but even our king has to hide himself in the shadows. I can't believe we're digging through human trash, trying to track his energy down. I wonder what our king would say if he heard of this. Hirschbrook said, just hold on a little longer, Jack. I heard that humans like to leave their traces everywhere, so it's helpful to look through their trash. / Then he found something and said, yes, traces just like this. Jack asked, what is this? He said, a newspaper the humans in the capital like to read. Coming back to present day, Jack said, how this man? I'm sure of it. He is our king, he asked, but why can't he recognize us? And he even bowed to us, his loyal subjects. Hirschbrook thinks the beast of the night, who saved many people. When I read about him in the paper, I merely thought he resembled our king, but it's impossible for a demon not to recognize their ruler when face to face. His powerful energy overwhelms our entire bodies. Jack said the paper said that the beast of the night lost his memories. It's likely that he forgot not just who we are but also his own identity. Hirschbrook said, in no way. And did you hear the name of the girl next to him? Selonia Bessin, one of the saviors, who murdered our king. Hearing this, Jack gets shocked. Hirschbrook said, and that's not all. I can feel our king's energy from her. Meanwhile at a shop, the shopkeeper said, thank you, come again soon. The door creak opens and Sally and Tan enters. Shopkeeper said, oh, I'm so sorry, but we're closing for the day. Sally asked, oh, is that so? She said, then, I must be right on time. Sally thinks, at the edge of the magic district, there's a store specializing in magical objects and ancient texts, called Lawrence. Before we leaked information about this place to bait Jillian, we really managed it as an actual store. Maxwell playing the part of store owner. It's much more believable than I planned. This will surely get a response from Jillian. I don't even care about what Grace wants anymore. I'm just going to catch them in the act. Whether it's Jillian or whoever. Maxwell asked Sally, but are you sure the two of you will be fine on your own? It's not too late to call the Knights of House Bessin. Sally replied, it's fine. You know how skilled Tan is, Maxwell. Meanwhile, she said in her mind, he's much stronger than the Knights, and he can keep a secret. Then fumbling through bookshelves, she thinks, the culprit who set fire to Weeklander's store will surely appear here tonight as well. They are someone who wants to stop me from getting closer to the truth. Maxwell said, all the other stores nearby should be closing for the day by now. All the buildings will be empty. Saley said. Good. Saley asked. It may be dangerous, so why don't you head home, Maxwell? Thank you so much for your help. Maxwell replied. Don't mention it, my lady. Then he rummaged through his pockets saying, Oh, right. I have something for you. Giving her a sphere, he said, This is a recording sphere. I heard that stores in the Magic District use it for security. I got my hands on one, thinking it might help you, my lady. Saley said. You're right. I'm sure it'll be of help. Thank you. Maxwell said. Haha, I thought so too. Soon after Maxwell left, the Magic District fell completely silent. Ella went to prepare for the next step, while Tan and Saley decided to wait while hiding inside the store. Saley tried best to lure the culprit out there, but she was also scared. She thinks, are they really going to come? And if I do catch them, what then? Then suddenly Tan squeezed her hand. He said, I sense that someone is here. Then they heard sound of footsteps. An unknown person came covering himself in a robe. He threw books on the ground saying, Damn it. Where did they put it? Saley came and asked. Looking for something? She said. Today felt like a gamble. I wasn't sure if taking the risk of acting on my own would pay off. This must be very important to you, or rather, to your master, if you had to take matters into your own hands. Jillian. Hearing this, he gets stunned. Jillian said, There must be some misunderstanding, Lady Selonia. She asked. A misunderstanding? She asked in a serious and cold tone. Did I misunderstand you, setting fire to Weeklander's store, and hurting innocent people? Jillian said, I must have acted too careless. I had no idea your ladyship had so much interest in me. She asked in rage, Is that all you have to say for yourself, Jillian? You deceived me and took advantage of House Bessin. Do you think I don't know who you're working for? Then he thinks, I guess I can't talk my way out of this. He asked her, Are you alone, my lady? Your healing power isn't enough to protect you. She asked, What? He steps closer to her saying, I don't know what you hope to achieve by setting this trap for me, but it will not unfold the way you anticipated. She drew her blade out and points towards him saying, Don't move. She asked, Do you really think I came here alone? I already called the guards. Have fun tonight in the capital dungeon, you bastard. He grabs her hand and the blade fell down. He asked, Is that really how a noble lady should speak? I believe it's time you reconsider your position, my lady. He clenched her wrist saying, What do you think could happen to a lady who roams the streets alone at night? I'll be happy to show you. Saley said, Don't make me laugh. There is nothing you can do anymore. Then Tan came and holds him from back. He shouts, Let go of me. Jillian asked, You? Why are you staying with her ladyship? What are you after? He squeezed his neck saying, Shut up. Then after that they tie him up on a chair. Saley glanced at him for a moment. Then she thinks, he was so predictable. If everything, including tonight and the fire at Weeklander's store, is revealed to the public, both House Bessin and the Finesse Guild will suffer significant damage. Jillian has so much to lose as one of my father's most trusted men and the deputy chief of Finesse. Why in the world would he take such a risk? Saley said, Now that you've come to, let us have a proper chat, Jillian. He said, Lady Selonia, what is the meaning of this? Untie me. Saley said, I'm sorry, but that won't happen. You were caught in the act. Jillian said, This will harm the Finesse Guild and House Bessin. Saley said, To prevent that from happening, I will prove that everything you've done has nothing to do with House Bessin. Showing the magic circle to him, she asked, But first, care to explain what this is? You practically jumped even though I barely touched it, and you've kept it on you all this time, Jillian. He replied, I do not know. She smiled and asked, Is that so? Then do you mind if I use it? Could it be teleportation magic or transmission magic? Or perhaps communication magic? Hearing this, he gets shocked and thinks, How does she know? She said, I guess you used sheepskin paper to leave no traces of magic. Too bad it didn't work. It actually helped me trace your footsteps. You really should start talking now, before I actually use it. He hesitated for a moment but then said, It is communication magic. She asked, When did you start working for Grace? He replied, I have always worked for Miss Grace. She said, Is that so? Weirdly, that gives me comfort. She thinks, Yes, I'm really relieved. Above all, this assures me that Jillian has control over his own actions. He's not controlled by Grace's magic, like the others. His lack of confusion or sudden change in attitude is proof of that. That means there is nothing left to consider for his sentence. But what I'm curious to know is why he put Grace above House Bessin, where he spent his entire life. Then she said, A vial of oil and matches. Your method hasn't changed. She taps on the sphere. Then she asked, Were you planning to find the object, hide it, start the fire, and then run? Just like how you set fire to Weeklander's store? She asked. Why did you do it? Are you aware of how many innocent people died from that incident? Jillian replied, how strange. I thought you agreed that small sacrifices are necessary for great deeds. Isn't that why you agreed to be one of those ridiculous saviors? She said. Don't change the subject, Jillian. I asked you why you killed Mr. Weeklander. She asked. You could have just stolen the book and left, so why did you do such a terrible thing? He replied, because that old man saw my face. Isn't it common knowledge to dispose of any witnesses? Hearing this, she gets shocked and thinks, what? That's why he killed an innocent man. He said, I can't tell if you're naive or just stupid. Must I spell everything out for you? She thinks, never mind. I don't think I can get anything out of him anymore. His confession was recorded in the sphere, so my goal has been accomplished. The guards should arrive soon since Ella notified them. Now, all there is left to do is leave Jillian here with the evidence of his crimes. Sally asked, one last thing. Does my father know that you work for Grace? He replied, I would be long dead if he did. She said to Tan, Tan, is there a way we can keep him still until the guards get here? So that he won't try anything. He replied, yes. He punched him and he fell on ground. Sally asked, is he alright? Tan said, I controlled the punch. At Bessin Manor, Sally's dad said, suspect for arson and murder brought into custody. He asked, was this really your doing, Sally? Her dad said, after you recovered from your sickness, I resolved to support you in all your endeavors, but this was dangerous. He asked, why did you not let me know in advance? She said, I'm sorry, father, but I couldn't act rashly. After I found out that Jillian had his eyes on me, her dad said, I will take care of that. She asked, what exactly are you referring to? She asked, is it the fact that Jillian watched my every move and committed crimes? Or perhaps, that he betrayed the family? Her dad replied, regardless, we cannot let him go unpunished. I will also get another trustworthy informant to help you from now on, Sally. She smiles and replied, no, that's alright. You must be busy, so please don't mind me. Her dad said, very well, if you insist. Now that I think about it, your celebration is just around the corner. Her dad said, His Majesty is personally ensuring everything proceeds smoothly, so I suggest you rest and prepare to enjoy the event. She said, yes, father. Then I will leave you be now. Then she left the room. Standing next to the door, she thinks, something strange. Then the maid came and said, my lady, Mr. Tan just came back. He is waiting in the dining room. She said, oh, alright. She thinks, it's past lunch already. Was he out all this time? Yesterday. As we were returning to the manor, Tan suddenly burst outside and disappeared. I waited until midnight, but he didn't return. What could have been so urgent? Then she went to where Tan was waiting for her. She said, Tan, did you return just now? She said, I was startled when you left the carriage so abruptly. She asked, did something happen? He said, Selonia. She gets shocked and stunned when he asked, what do you think of the demon lord? Last night, Tan felt someone's presence and thinks, someone is tailing us. He left the carriage saying, go home without me, Selonia. She asks, what? Tan, wait. Then he thinks, do I sense two people? Well, it doesn't matter how many there are. I can just get rid of them. They were Jack and Hirschbrook. Tan asked, aren't you two supposed to be nobles? He asked, why are you secretly tailing her? Hirschbrook said, it's not like that. Did you really lose your memories? Tan, confused, asked, what? Jack asked, do you not remember us at all? Tan, surprised, asked, you know me? Hirschbrook said, of course. You are our master. Hearing this, he gets shocked. He asked while confused, master. Jack tries to hug him, but he dogged and Jack said, my king. I've missed you so much. Tan asked, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Jack replied, how I've missed your vivid way with words. They both kneel in front of them saying, allow us to bow before you properly. Greetings to our master, the king of all monsters, the embodiment of the deepest darkness that stretches across all dimensions of evil. Great demon lord, Leonhard Kiorinus. Hearing this, he gets shocked. Back to present day, she hesitated and asked, the demon lord? Why do you ask all of a sudden? He said, I heard you slayed the demon lord, and that's why everyone calls you a savior. She recalled the day back then. Why you? I swore you were dead. He thinks about what Hirschbrook and Jack said, my king. Why are you next to that human girl? He thinks, that's why she reacted as though she'd seen someone return from the grave. It also aligns with the story my so-called servants told me. But what matters to me is, he asked Selonia. Do you despise the demon lord? She gets shocked hearing this. He thinks, I can't trust what they say right away, but their energy wasn't unfamiliar to me. The strange power that only I possess, the fragments of memories that resurface from time to time, and the nightly pains that strike at midnight. Perhaps, I am not an ordinary person, but what they called the demon lord. They suggested I return to the demon lord's castle, claiming that my memories and unstable power would resurface if I did. He thinks it's a chance to find the memories that I've been looking for. Seili replied, I don't only despise the demon lord. It's not that simple, Tan. He thinks Tan, Leonhard Kiorenig. At an unknown place 2 men stands next to Jillian. He said, You look pathetic, Jillian. He replied, I have no excuses, master. The master said, This only proves that you are worthless. Jillian said, Master, please, you have to believe me. That man next to Selonia Bessin is no ordinary man. We need to find out who he. The man whom he called master interrupts him saying, Shut your mouth. If you took a risk and acted on your own, you should have brought results. How dare you ruin everything? Jillian said, I apologize, but please give me one more chance. I already died. I will make sure to be of help to you until the end. He asked, Is that so? Then can I at least expect you to find someone to replace your life? Jillian said, Of course. I will not let you down. The man next to his master drew his sword out. You must prove yourself. The man makes a cut on his hand. The master asked the other guy, How many as of today? He replied, If we include this one as well, 52. Then he said, As you must know, I hate taking a loss. If you truly want to be of any use, find me another offering before I'm forced to kill you. Jillian replied, As you wish, master. The day of the celebratory banquet. Maids helping Seili to get ready asked, My lady, how do you want your hair done? Up or down? I think wearing it down will match the dress you'll wear today. The other maid said, Then how about we let it glide down naturally? Meanwhile, Seili thinks, today's celebration, hosted by the imperial family under the guise of congratulating my recovery, is a grand banquet that has captured the attention of both high society and the imperial family. At such an event, shouldn't there be at least one young lord who wants to be my partner? How could I have no requests? The servants did inform me that letters were sent to me, but the problem is that they all disappeared or were found in the fireplace before reaching me. It must be Tan's doing. Although he feigns ignorance, what is he up to these days? It's been difficult to see Tan lately. I used to spend every waking hour with him, but now that he's gone, I feel lonely somehow. Maybe this is how I'd feel if a wild wolf that I managed to tame ran away. Is it because of what happened that day? Maybe Tan's memory is starting to come back. Or perhaps, suddenly she stands and the maid gets shocked. Oh, my lady. She thinks, in a month, I'll leave this house of my own accord. Is he out looking for a place to live because of that promise? Of course I know that he can't stay here forever, even if he didn't make that promise. I'm only concerned because, while I'm still in the dark about everything and confused to no end, I can't keep my eyes on the Demon Lord, a very important character. The ancient text didn't give me any new leads, and the Storm Guild has yet to reach out to me with new information. Yes, that's the only reason why. Then the maid interrupts her thoughts. My lady, you look beautiful. She's right. You're shining brighter than the sun. She saw herself in the mirror. Maid said, Now, why don't you put on your dress? This way, please. Seili said, All right. Seili thinks, I'll be home late by the time the banquet is over. Does that mean I won't get to see him tonight either? Tan. At the place of banquet, the emperor said, It seems that the final preparations for the banquet are going smoothly. He said to Prince next to him, Crown Prince? Prince bowed and asked, Yes, your majesty? Emperor said, Do you know why we are having Selonia Bessin's celebratory banquet here at Nexit Hall? Prince thinks Nexit Hall is the second largest hall in the imperial palace. It's difficult to have an event here unless the emperor favors you. So the fact that the celebration is being hosted here, he said, because it is a good chance to announce publicly that the imperial family is considering Lady Selonia as the crown princess. The emperor replied, Yes, precisely. The emperor said, If we incorporate House Bessin into the imperial family through marriage, it will surely help us strengthen the throne's power. The prince said, And it shall be as you wish, your majesty. Emperor said, Good. Fortunately, her partner for the day is her father, Duke Bessin. This is a good chance for you to escort her yourself. He smiled and said, Yes, your majesty. I shall treat her with care. After some time while walking, the prince thinks, Selonia Bessin. The woman who would even act out during an imperial banquet, trusting in the power of her family. She's not even that interesting, except for that attitude of hers. I suppose it would be entertaining to watch her lose her temper tonight. Then again, she was quiet during the ceremony before the expedition. She was trembling like a lamb to the slaughter. Didn't she volunteer to be a part of the expedition? It must have been sheer luck that she didn't fall behind during the expedition. It's more like her to come crawling back home, crying. Then he asked Danvers, "Where is Duke Bessin?" He replied, "He should be arriving at the palace with Lady Selonia soon." Prince said, "I still have some time, right?" Danvers shocked asked, "Pardon?" He said, "Your Highness, surely you don't mean to disobey His Majesty's orders." The prince said, "Disobey his orders? Are you out of your mind? I'm just going on a quick walk, so focus on getting prepared." Danvers said, "Your Highness, you cannot do this today. His Majesty made it very clear that you should be the one to escort Lady Selonia." The prince said, "Yes, so look for a chance near the end of the banquet, and keep her with you in my stead." Danvers asked, "How could I keep Lady Selonia with me?" The prince said, "You're right. She's a bit too much for you." He asked, "Pardon? What are you talking about, Your Highness?" Then Prince asked, "Why are you always so serious? However noble she may be, she's still just a woman. She won't be able to resist me." Danvers said, "Then why don't you come to the banquet hall with me right now, Your Highness?" Prince turned saying, "I told you I have other plans. Let me know if she tries to go anywhere." Danvers asked, "Your Highness, what do you mean by other plans?" Danvers asked, "Your Highness? Where are you going? Your Highness?" Meanwhile at the banquet nobles greet Sally and one said, "Congratulations on your recovery, my lady." She replied, "Thank you. I am grateful for your attendance." Then a noble gives her some flowers and said, "My lady, thank you for inviting me." He said, "You look dazzling tonight, as always." Sally replied, "Thank you." Then other nobles came and said, "My lady, congratulations. Lady Selonia, I am truly glad to see you doing so well. My lady, how relieved I am to see that you are healthy." She thinks, "They're crowding me more than usual tonight." She glanced at her father thinking, "Father seems busy with the business he's planning to start soon. I should keep an eye on where he is, just in case." Then two ladies came and said, "Lady Selonia?" She said, "Lady Abel, Lady Pelaine." One of them asked, "How have you been?" "It's been a while." The other said, "Your press is so exquisite." First said, "You look like you popped right out of a novel." Sally said, "Thank you. Would you like to come this way? I'll take you to my seat." Then they sits on their seat and Sally said, "I couldn't help but notice Lady Roanna isn't here." The lady said, "She's been busy with her courtship, so we haven't seen her in a while either." Other said, "But she was looking forward to your celebration, so she should arrive soon." She leaned and said to Sally, "By the way, isn't your dress from the Verandi boutique?" She said, "I thought it was fabulous, even when I was just looking at the design in the shop. I was wondering who would end up wearing it," she said, "especially because of that rumor." Hearing this, Sally asked, "Rumor?" She replied, "The rumor that Madame Verandi turned Miss Grace down." Sally thinks, "So that's how word got around about the day we met at the boutique." The lady asked, "Did he not join you tonight for the celebration?" Sally, confused, asked, "Sorry." She flinched when the lady said, "The beast of the night. I read in the papers that he was staying at Bessin Manor." Then a lady came and said, "Excuse me, Lady Selonia, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. From what I know, the beast of the night has no affiliation at the moment. I would like him to join my family's order. Should I reach out to Bessin Manor regarding the matter?" Others said, "What are you talking about? He is Lady Selonia's guest. How could you be so rude?" Sally smiled and said, "My apologies, but he will be joining House Bessin's Order of Knights soon." The lady said, "Oh, I see." The other lady asked, "Lady Selonia, do you need a moment? You don't look well." Sally stands to leave saying, "Thank you. I'll be back after getting some fresh air." She thinks, "Why did I just do that? Why did I lie? 10 joining the order? I've only been thinking of ways to kick him out. And he didn't even come to my celebration." She clenched her dress thinking, "I'm so embarrassed." Suddenly she heard guests saying, "Look, they're finally here. Goodness, how could they be so shameless?" She turned to see thinking, "Who are they talking about? Who could have arrived?" Murmurs filled the air. She actually came to Lady Selonia's banquet, Grace Benet. Meanwhile Emperor asked the butler, "Is the celebration going smoothly?" He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Most nobles attended as planned." He continues, "However, Miss Grace also decided to show up. The other 3 saviors joined her as well." Hearing this, the emperor said, "Oh dear, this will surely cause trouble." After a moment of thinking he said no. Helios may be able to swoop in and make a good impression. Picking a cup of tea he asked, has the Crown Prince met Selonia Bessin? Surely he managed to escort her. The butler replied, His Highness has not arrived at the banquet hall yet. Hearing this, Emperor asked, What? He said, TSK, forget about that. Then he asked, What about Archduke Hirschbruck? Butler replied, He arrived this afternoon and is waiting for you in the audience chamber, Your Majesty. He said that he would join the banquet after his audience with you. Emperor slammed his hand on table saying, Finally, he dragged his lazy behind out of the north. He said, Get ready? Butler bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. At the banquet hall Ian said, It's long overdue, but congratulations on your recovery, Lady Selonia. She blinked in confusion. He turns his gaze and Grace said, Yes, I'm glad you've regained your health, my lady. Then Sally smiled and said, I did not expect you to come to my celebration. I'm surprised. Mac Ryan said to Grace, See, Grace? I told you Sally would want to make amends. Grace replied, Yes, I'm glad. She said, In truth, I felt sorry about the way we left things at the Verandi boutique. My dress is Madame Verandi's work as well, Sally said. How nice. I recall Madame Verandi refusing to make you a dress. Grace replied, Oh, Madame Verandi came looking for me, telling me she changed her mind. You should know, Lady Selonia. People change their minds easily. Suddenly Sally swayed and was to fell. Leif grabs her saying, Oh, Lady Selonia. Ian said, Lady Selonia? Grace asked, What's wrong, my lady? Sally replied, I just suddenly felt lightheaded. Leif asked, Are you unwell? Should I take you somewhere quiet? She withdrew her hand from him saying, It's all right, Sir Leif. Then Sally said, You're right, Miss Grace. People can change their minds easily. However, those words still hurt me. Hearing this, Grace twitched. Ha, she thinks that little. Sally was pretending to be sick and said, Oh dear, my head hurts. She shakes her head saying, I believe I should go rest. Since you're here, you should enjoy yourself, Miss Grace. Mac Ryan asked Sally, Are you still sick? Don't strain yourself, Sally. Sally smiled and said, Thank you. Murmurs filled the air. Poor Lady Selonia. That Miss Grace is just too much. Grace grits her teeth thinking, That pretentious woman. She tries to pretend, Your Grace. I'm dizzy. Could you hold me, please? But Ian was not there to hold her. Ian. She thinks, What? Where did he go now? Sally went to balcony few. She thinks, I've never acted like this before. I think I did a pretty good job. She thinks Grace can be feisty, but that should keep her quiet for tonight. I'll just get some fresh air and go back. Then Ian came and said, Selonia, we should talk. She thinks, Ian? Why did he follow me here? She said, Talk about what? I believe we've already discussed everything we needed to. He comes closer to her. Then he grabs her hand. She flinched, asking, Wait, what are you? He kissed her hand saying, You look beautiful tonight. She gets shocked. What? Meanwhile Ian thinks, My heart still belongs to Grace. But Selonia is the perfect trophy to elevate my worth. The admiration that goes to the couple of the century rightfully belongs to me. He said, Let's start over. Surprised, Sally asked, I beg your pardon? He said, Of course, I could never give up on Grace. She will be my mistress, and you can be my wife. Surely, the title of Duchess Cherville meets your standards. She withdrew her hand from him. She said, I have no recollection of ever mentioning that I wanted to be your wife. He sighed and said, We can have an engagement ceremony if that's what you wish. She replied, No, that is not what I wish. Please leave. He said, You should give it a rest. Did you ever stop to think about what I've been through while you were unwell? She gets shocked and asked, What? He said, I know you still want me. You're bringing another man into the picture just to get my attention. She shouts, You couldn't be more wrong. She said, I have never loved you. Never. Not once. She thinks, When I was first reborn, I thought I should follow the plot of the original novel. I had always been alone in my past life. But here, I was a complete outsider. That's why I felt content with anyone who reached out to me. It didn't matter who it was. I thought that if this world were part of a novel, I would eventually meet my happy ending. She clenched her dress thinking, But not anymore. I'm no longer living for some predetermined ending. What I really want is, Ian said furiously, It's because of that bastard, isn't it? She asked, Pardon? He asked in serious tone, Are you rejecting me because of that beast of the night, or whatever his name is? He shouts, Answer me. Sally slapped him. He remains silent for a moment. Then he starts laughing, Ha 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 ha. She thinks, seeing his face, Ian's eyes, she thinks, something is wrong. I should use my healing power if he starts to. He leaned towards her and holding her shoulders he said, I knew it. It's because of that bastard. Will you start listening to me only after I kill him? He grabs her shoulder tightly, she said, Ak, you're hurting me. Then suddenly Tan came. He pushed Ian away and he fell. Then standing next to Sally he asked, How dare you touch her? Her heart starts beating fast. Tan asked her, Are you alright? I was too late. She stands in front of him lost in her thoughts. She thinks Tan came. He came to my rescue, as he always does. It's nothing new, but why is my heart pounding so much? Then Ian said, You dare. They both turns towards him. He stumbles saying, You dare attack me. Sally thinks, Wait, we can't cause a scene. She said to Tan, Tan, let's just leave for now. He said, Let me deal with that bastard first. She said, You can't. Just calm down first. And Ian shouts, Where do you think you're going? He comes closer saying, I shall end your life today for disrespecting a noble. She tries to stop him saying, Ian, step back. She thinks this is bad. If those two start fighting, this won't end quietly. Then they heard the announcer, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress have arrived. They stopped and Sally thinks, What? Right now, of all times? Meanwhile Grace went to see an unknown person and she shouts saying, How long do I have to put up with this kind of treatment? And the drug isn't working anymore. Ian doesn't act like he used to. I can't live like this anymore. The person wiped her tears saying, I warned you that an overdose could cause side effects, she said, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. This is too hard, he said, Don't worry. The time will come soon. Soon I'll return everything to the way it was. Then she returned to hall where Leif asked her, Miss Grace, where have you been? She smiled while saying, I went to get a drink. Aren't you thirsty, Leif? She gave him a glass of drink saying, Drink this. The announcer said, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress have arrived. The Emperor asked the butler, Where is the lady of the evening? He shouts in a loud voice, Lady Selonia Bessin, step forward and pay your respects to His and Her Majesty. Sally thinks, Oh no, I have to go now. She glanced at Tan thinking, Going inside is not a problem, but I can't have these two fighting inside the banquet hall. She said to Tan, Tan, keep your head down and remain silent. Then she went inside saying, I heard you call for me. Greetings. I, Selonia Bessin, bow before the Empire's bright sun, His Imperial Majesty, and the Empire's bright moon, Her Imperial Majesty. She thinks, I need to end the conversation before the Emperor starts taking an interest in Tan and Ian. The Emperor said, I am glad to see you're looking healthy as ever. I hope the banquet is to your liking. She said, It is an honor I will cherish forever. My deepest gratitude, Your Majesty. She thinks, now that we've greeted each other, I'm sure they will leave soon. The Emperor and Empress typically don't stay long at banquets that aren't related to the Imperial family. The Emperor raised his hand to call Butler. He asked him, Where is the Crown Prince? Butler replied, His Highness is on his way. Emperor said, TSK. What could he have possibly been up to all this time? The Empress stands and said, Your Majesty, I will return now. Emperor said, As you wish, Empress. Then the Emperor asked Sally, By the way, who is that man next to you? She thinks I knew it. Tan attracts too much attention. What should I say? There's no way the Emperor doesn't know about the Beast of the Night, but I shouldn't. While she was still thinking, Archduke Hirschbruch came forward and said, Your Majesty. Seeing him, Sally thinks, What is Archduke Hirschbruch doing here? He said, Allow me to properly introduce him. This man here is the future Archduke who will succeed me. Hearing this, both Ian and Sally gets shocked. She thinks, What? She tries to say, Wait, what do you? But Tan steps forward. He said, My name is Tan Hirschbruch. He bowed and said, It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Earlier, Hirschbruch said to Tan, The papers have been taken care of, so all that's left is to give a proper introduction to the Emperor. It took a long time, didn't it? You must have been tired of waiting. This body never married and had no known heir, which made the procedure difficult. He said, I've filed the papers stating that I have found the son of a woman I met long ago. So if anyone questions your right to succession, you can respond accordingly. And in front of the Emperor. Meanwhile, Tan thinks, My lost memories, my identity. The things I've tried to grasp since I woke up no longer matter to me. He imagines Sally thinking, What I really want right now is just one thing. Hirschbruch said, After this, nothing will bother you anymore. I will aid you, so you can just... Suddenly Tan interrupts him. Wait. Selonia's energy is wavering. Confused, Hirschbruch asked, My king? He teleports saying, Follow me on your own. Hirschbrook said, my king? Back to banquet hall. Hirschbrook thinks, I wondered where he had gone, but I never imagined it would be to that woman's side. I have no idea what he's thinking, but I'm sure my king has a plan. I'm just glad I'm not too late. Emperor said, now that I see you, your eyes resemble each other. His great talent and excellent character must have come from you as well, Archduke Hirschbrook. Hirschbrook bowed and said, you flatter me, your majesty. Then the emperor thinks, seeing Ian and Tan, the future Archduke and Duke Cherville are in the same room. Emperor said, I look forward to this year's hunting competition. Tan asked, hunting competition? Emperor steps towards Tan saying, it is quite literally a competition of hunting skills. The participant with the biggest game wins. Every year, Duke Cherville wins by a landslide, so I expected him to be unstoppable. But this year, it seems he has quite the competitor. Ian said, we shall see who emerges victorious when the competition ends. Tan said with a smile on his face, I will try my very best, your majesty. Murmurs filled the air. Sally thinks, what is going on? Tan, the demon lord, is suddenly the heir of Archduke Hirschbrook? That's impossible. Did something happen between him and the Archduke? Wait, so the reason he was nowhere to be found, was it all for today? I don't know what he's thinking. Above all, why would he scheme something like this for me in the first place? Meanwhile Leif came and said, Lady Selonia. She turns to see and asked, Leif? He asked, may I have a word with you? They went outside and Leif asked Sally, how have you been? She replied, good. I was a bit out of sorts earlier. It's nice that we can greet each other properly now. Although I did not expect you to attend my banquet, he said, I apologize for that. Then she thinks back then. She recalls asking about who gave the bread to young priestess. Then, by any chance, did that holy knight have blue hair? Yes, he did. She thinks, I don't know why Leif brought me out here, but I can ask him about the cake now. She asked him, how was your holy ritual? He replied, it went well. Thank you for asking, she said, I'm glad to hear that. I actually had something I wanted to ask you about it. Do you happen to know a young priestess named Emily? She ate some cake a holy knight gave her and passed out on the street. Leif asked, what do you mean? If you are talking about Sister Emily, I was the one who gave her that cake. Miss Grace baked it for me since I had to fast. But you make it sound like something was wrong with it, Lady Selonia. Even though that is not possible. Hearing this, Sally thinks I knew it. I was right about everything. She thinks Grace has the ability to manipulate people's minds, but only through a direct medium. When Leif couldn't eat anything because of the holy ritual, she tried to feed him the cake right afterward, but things went south. This may be just the tip of the iceberg. The things Grace Benet has done in the shadows could be far worse than this. Then Leif said, I'm afraid I was mistaken about you. You hurt her, and now you're trying to frame her too. I didn't expect you to go this far, Lady Selonia. She asked, what do you? He interrupts saying, you insulted Miss Grace. He comes closer, she was very hurt by your words. She cried but tried to hide it. Slay said, Leif, I think you are forgetting that this is the banquet His Majesty has organized for me. He said, what does that have to do with anything? You pretended to be in pain to frame Miss Grace earlier. Did you think I wouldn't notice? She thinks this is bad. He's in no condition to listen to me. What should I? He asked, Lady Selonia, are you jealous because we chose Miss Grace instead of you? Aren't you hurting Miss Grace? All because of your inferiority? Just imagine how hurt the delicate young lady must have been. Suddenly Tan came and grabs Leif. He said furiously, enough of your nonsense. Sally said, Tan? Tan said, Selonia, I will do as you say. He asked, should I let him go? Or, she flinched for a moment. Leif asked, Arg, what is the meaning of this? Sally said, no. I won't allow him to speak such nonsense in front of me again. Hearing this, Tan grins. He clenched him tightly, saying, as you wish. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Mac Ryan stands holding a glass of drink. He thinks, that bastard was the son of the Archduke. Something's off. Every time I encountered him, I felt a familiar energy. I couldn't place it until now, but today I'm certain. He was radiating the energy of monsters. I heard that monsters have been acting out in the northern forest recently. Could he have something to do with that? Then he noticed Jack and Hirschbrook. Jack came and said to Hirschbrook, Captain, a word. Meanwhile Ian shouts in anger, that arrogant bastard. Damn it. So that's why he was acting so cocky. He thinks, he always looked down on me as if I was his servant. Selonia knew everything and deceived me. He clenched his hands, saying, I won't let this go. I'll show them who is superior. Back to outside. Leif sat on ground in front of them after being thrashed. Tan asked Selonia, "How about I beat him some more?" She replied, "No, that's not necessary. My goal isn't just simple revenge." Leif, wiping his face, asked, "How could you stoop to this level?" She comes closer to him asking, "That's what I want to ask you. How dare you say such disrespectful things to me?" Confused, he asked, "What are you talking about?" She points her finger towards him saying, "Your words will scar me forever." She said, "I wonder." Leif, confused, stood silent. She continued, "What your face will look like when you come to know the truth." Suddenly he gets flashback where Selonia asked her, holding his, and Leif, "Please don't put yourself in harm's way for me. How can you protect anyone else if you can't even protect yourself?" He said, "My apologies, but I'd much rather get hurt myself than watch you get hurt, Lady Selonia." She said, "Please don't say that. Think of the people who care about you. They wouldn't want to see you get hurt." His heart raced hearing this. He then said, "All right, I will do my best." She smiled and said, "That's a promise? For both your sake and mine, I will stay out of harm's way." Back to present, Leif gasped. He thinks, "What have I done to Lady Selonia?" He said with trembling voice, "And my lady, I?" Suddenly he noticed her and gets shocked. He thinks, her expression is so cold, and honestly it's deserved. What have I been doing all this time? He recalled the moment from before. "You pretended to be in pain to frame Miss Grace earlier. Are you jealous because we chose Miss Grace instead of you? I said such hurtful things to her, yet I can't even comprehend why I said them myself." He said, "I'm so sorry, Lady Selonia. I truly didn't mean any of what I said earlier." She asked, "What did Miss Grace feed you?" Confused, he asked, "Pardon?" She said, "I'm sure Miss Grace gave you something. That is why you've been following her blindly." He gets shocked and thinks, "Was I affected by sorcery? Don't tell me." His voice mumble, "Come to think of it, Miss Grace has been offering me something quite often lately. She thinks I knew it." Then she asked, "Which is?" He tells, "Darjeeling. She frequently sent over tea leaves for us to brew, not just to me, but to all of us." She repeated, "Darjeeling, huh?" She thinks it makes sense. Darjeeling can be served as tea, used in desserts, or simply given as a gift. It's easy to bring out for guests too. Then she said to him, "I see. You should keep this in mind as well, Leif. Don't accept any of Miss Grace's presents from now on." Saying this, she turned and he tried to stop her. "Lady Selonia." He tries to reach for her hand, "Please wait." But suddenly Tan came in front of him. He thinks, this man. He shouts, "Lady Selonia, I was out of my mind. My heart was led astray, turned toward another, but I beg you to understand. It was wicked sorcery that clouded my mind." She said, "I don't know. How am I to know which side of you is real anymore? I fear the trust between us has long since crumbled." He shouts, "I will try my best to gain your trust again. I am willing to do anything." She asked, "Is that so? Then prove your worth to me." After a few moments, Tan asked her, "Selonia, are you really going to keep him near you?" She replied, "Yes, but just to use him." She thinks, if Grace doesn't realize that Leif has broken free from her sorcery, no, even if she does, she can no longer wield it. And if this causes even the slightest setback in her plans, then it will have been worth it. Tan said, "Why do you need to go to such lengths?" Suddenly he flinched seeing her. He grasped her saying, "Selonia." She leans on him while he said, "You look unwell. I think you've exerted yourself." She said, I think you're right." He said, "Let's return to the manor straight away." But she shook her head saying, "No, we can't. I can't leave the celebration while His Majesty is still present. It would reflect poorly on House Bessin." Tan asked, "Selonia, do you want to return to how things were?" She replied, "Of course not." She said, "I can't deny that I wished for it in the past. But now, all I want is the truth." She clenched her fist saying, "So please tell me, Tan. Do you remember your past now?" He replied, "No, I don't remember anything." Then she asked, "Then how did you become the heir of the Archduke? With such status, you must have your own name. Why are you still going by Tan?" He stood silent for a moment, and then said, "It is the name that you gave me." Her heart raced hearing this. She thinks, he's keeping that name for that reason. He said, "There's no need for you to overthink this. You can just believe what you see. And I want to ask you something as well." He reached for her hand asking, "Can I hold your hand now?" She blushed while staying silent. She recalls saying him, "If I get a title like other humans, can I hold your hand?" She thinks, did he really remember that brief conversation all this time? She thinks, I know the true identity of this man. I know he's not really the long-lost heir of the Archduke but the Demon Lord. So why do I wish that he is being sincere right now? He kissed her hand. Meanwhile, inside the hall, butler came to room guarded by a servant. He said to him, "You may go." Then he knocked the door. Ian was inside the room with a lady. Butler said, "Your Highness, it's me, Denvers. His Majesty is waiting for you in the banquet hall. You must make haste." He grasped hands of the lady saying, "Lady Roanna, I look forward to our next meeting." He leaves while she stood beamed and said, "Yes, Your Highness, I'll be waiting." Ian went to Emperor and said, "Your Majesty." He bowed and smiled. Emperor asked, "TSK, where have you been all this time? Now is not the time to be idle." Then a servant came and informed Emperor, "Your Majesty, the lady just returned to the banquet hall." He nods to Ian and he nodded back. Then the Emperor said, "Play a dance number." Selonia noticed change in music and said, "The music must have changed while we were out." Selonia said, "This one is a dance song." Tan said, "It seems that way." He grasped her asking, "Then, should we take to the floor?" She gets surprised and asked, "What?" She blushed while saying, "Tan, wait. I'm not a good dancer." Meanwhile she thinks, "I have never danced before." She asked, "Oh, but do you know how to dance, Tan?" Tan said, "I've learned a little." He started dancing saying, "So we'll be alright. Trust me." He thinks while dancing, "When I first opened my eyes, I didn't feel alive, because I lacked memories. But humans share their memories and live in harmony. And now, at last, I have become whole with the memories I share with Selonia." Emperor and other nobles notice them dancing. Tan thinks, "I feel stronger than ever before, that I am truly alive, right here and right now." He said, "Selonia, it seems you always put others before yourself. I can't say that I fully understand your thoughts, but I wish you would put yourself first, no matter the situation." The Emperor said that you are the star of this banquet. But to me, you will always be the perfect star of my world. Her heart starts racing. She thinks, again, "My heart is beating too quickly. I shouldn't do this," but she leans towards him and said, "You also shine like a star tonight." "Thank you." He also felt his heartbeat getting fast. Suddenly he hugged her. She stood expressionless for a moment, but then smiled and said, "You're crushing me." The ladies seeing them get surprised. Ian said, "Look at this. How in the world am I supposed to swoop in?" He thinks, did she always smile like that? Grace was standing behind some ladies while they said, "They're the perfect stars of today's banquet. What a wonderful couple. They truly are. Perhaps there has already been talk of a betrothal." Grace thinks, "The man I've had my eyes on has suddenly become the next Archduke, and now he's dancing with her, as if to rub it in my face." She clenched her dress thinking, "How could this happen? There should be no one next to that woman. I've taken everything away from." But suddenly a lady interrupts. On the other hand, Miss Grace has yet to have a single dance, despite her string of partners. It is quite something. The crowd chuckles. She suddenly starts looking for Ian thinking, "Where the hell is Ian? How could he leave me alone when a dance song is playing?" She noticed Leif in her way and stops. "Sir Leif." He turns and she hugs him all of a sudden. She said, "Where were you? You left me all alone." She sniffled and said, "I hope there wasn't an argument with Lady Selonia because of me. Please don't do that. I'm worried that it may harm you later." He pushed her saying, "Miss Grace, you must be tired. It would be best for you to return home." He turns to leave saying, "Now, if you would excuse me." She stood shocked thinking, "I hug him, yet he leaves me standing here? How dare he? Something is wrong." At another place the imperial princess runs while a maid chases her saying, "Why, Your Highness, you might hurt yourself if you run like that. You mustn't make any loud noises either." She said, "We cannot afford to have you caught secretly entering the banquet." The princess turns laughing. "Haha." She asked, "What's the matter? Father would never scold me." Imperial Princess Titania thinks, "I'm not yet out in society, so I couldn't introduce myself properly, but the man I saw today, he must be my destiny." She asked the maid, "Who knew the next Archduke would be such a handsome man? I always thought Archdukes were just old men." While huffing, the maid asked Parpan, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Princess said, "I'm going to tell His Majesty that I want Archduke Hirschbruck as my future husband." 2 days after the celebratory banquet, Selonia sits in a carriage thinking, "The Storm Guild has finally reached out to me." She thinks, "I wonder what they found out. Whatever it is, I should brace myself." She glanced at Tan thinking, "Though honestly, my mind is more occupied with Tan." As soon as the banquet was over, the entire empire buzzed with talk about Tan's appearance. Who knew that the mysterious hero of the slums and the beast of the night was actually the Northern Archduke's secret son? It wasn't just his status that changed. Now that he has somewhere to return to, Tan moved out of Bessin Manor. Since the Archduke has a manor in the capital as well, there was no need for him to stay with us anymore. The only thing that hasn't changed is the fact that he still comes to my room when midnight strikes, and he still accompanies me everywhere I go. He grasped her hand. She asked, "Why are you coming with me?" He said, "I am accompanying you as a guest staying at Bessin Manor for the day." She said, "Oh, that's right. Father called for you, didn't he?" He said, "Yes. He is starting a business. The plan is to move the people from the slums to a newly constructed building." She asked, "The people from the slums?" He said, "Since I used to live in the area, he believes the people would cooperate better if I were to lead the process." She smiled and said, "That's a great plan. If I can do anything, I'd be happy to help." He nods. Then she asked, "But is it really alright for you to be out like this? Shouldn't you be buried in paperwork?" He said, "I have my best servants handling my paperwork." She thinks, "That just means you made them do your work." They reached at the guild and she said to him, "Could you wait for a moment, Tan? I won't be too long." He said, "Alright." Then she went inside. "Chief, Lady Selonia has arrived." Chief said, "Please let her in." He said, "Welcome, Lady Selonia." She said, "It's been a while, Daniel." She asked, "I heard you found something. Should I be excited?" He replied, "Of course." He showed some papers to her asking, "First, would you take a look at this?" She takes the paper and starts reading it, then said, "This is the grocery order list of House Benet." Chief said, "That's right. You might notice one item on the list that was ordered in abnormal quantity." She suddenly gets shocked noticing something. She thinks, "Why are there so many orders for Darjeeling?" Chief said, "You might have guessed already. But even considering they are nobles who entertain many guests, ordering this much is not normal. It's not efficient to order just one type of tea in such large quantities either. Even compared to other houses with large orders, House Benet orders more than 10 times as much." She asked, "When did they start ordering such large amounts of Darjeeling?" He said, "Around the time of the victory ceremony." Hearing this, she clenched the papers she was holding while thinking, "It matches the time period when Selonia collapsed. That means Leif was right in suspecting that Darjeeling was used as the medium." Chief said, "And one more thing. House Benet generally has very high expenditures. The only source of income for the house is a small mine in Denfries. But compared to the size of their mine, they are spending 4 to 5 times more than the average noble house. And this behavior started about 10 months ago." She thinks, 10 months ago. That's around the time I transmigrated into this body. He said, "There has been no change in House Benet's source of income, so I suspect they are obtaining funds from elsewhere." She asked, "Could you look into that, please?" He replied, "Yes, my lady." She thinks, there's one more possibility. She asked, "Daniel, do you happen to know anything about dark magic?" He asked, "The ancient magic? Do you have any specific?" Then he said, "I see. Please give me a moment." He takes out a book saying, "I had my suspicions as well, so I have an idea of what you're thinking, Lady Selonia." He said, "I should look for traces of dark magic as well." She asked, "If you had suspicions, does that mean you found any signs of dark magic?" He replied, "No, I just made a practical deduction. There were some difficulties in tying all this information together until I heard you mention it just now." He said, "There's a rumor going around that constant screaming can be heard from the basement of Benet Manor. My men have also informed me that security around the manor has become tighter." She gets flinched hearing this. He continues, "In order to use dark magic, a life has to be sacrificed." A few hours later, she came out saying to Tan, "I didn't expect you to stay put while I was gone, but..." Then she noticed gold and jewels piled up. She asked, "What is all this, Tan?" He replied, "Gifts. I can get more if it's not enough." She said, "That's not the issue." He grasped her hand asking, "You'll find more jewels to your liking if you visit the store yourself. It's right around the corner. Why don't we walk there?" She said, "What? No, that's not what I meant." She thinks, "I have to go home, think over the information I received today, and tend to other issues as well." She blushed while thinking, "I must be losing my mind. I don't want to let go of this hand. Since I know Tan's true identity, I can't promise him a future with me. That's because I don't think I'm strong enough to withstand his resentment toward me when he remembers everything. Still, my heart doesn't know what to do. Whenever he reaches for my hand like it's the most natural thing in the world, my heart plummets to the ground. only to start beating furiously, over and over. If possible, I want to pretend I don't know how he feels, and stay like this, even though my feelings are deceitful. Suddenly he frees. She asked, "What's wrong?" He said, "I sensed that bastard from before." He turned sighing this way. She asked, "Tan? Where are you going?" "Tan?" After following him for a few moments, she said, "Tan, what's the mat?" But she gets shocked seeing Tan holding Leif from his cloak. Leif shouts, "Ugh, let go of me." She thinks, this voice, Leif? Leif turns to see saying, "Our Lady Selonia, Hirschbrook Manor in the capital." Selonia thinks, "I'm glad we moved somewhere more private before someone noticed us, but he's being a little too harsh." Leif was sitting on other side of table while Tan and Leif sat on other. He glares at Leif asking, "Why were you spying on Selonia?" She thinks Tan. Leif sighed and said, "I wasn't spying on her. I just wanted to discuss something with her." She turns towards him asking, "Discuss something?" He replied, "Yes, my lady. Remember how you told me about what happened around the holy ritual? At the time, I was too overwhelmed to fully take it in, but now, the memory has returned to me. When I left the temple after the holy ritual, long-buried memories and feelings about you came rushing back. But after eating the cake Miss Grace offered me, my confusion vanished and was replaced entirely by affection for her." He said, "I suspect the holy water I drank at the end of the ritual broke the sorcery." She thinks, holy water purifies contamination and evil. I knew it. Grace's sorcery and holy power are opposites. Then she asked, "Fair point. Do you happen to have access to holy water, without leaving any trace in the temple records?" He replied, "Holy water is made with pure and strong holy power, so the temple doesn't make more than it needs." He bowed and said, "But I will find some. Anything for you, Lady Selonia." She said, "Really? I would appreciate that very much, Leif." He said, "Of course. It is my pleasure, Lady Selonia." He thinks seeing Selonia smiling, I used to believe it was my duty to keep this smile on her face. I resent myself for having acted so foolishly, all because I was deceived by sorcerer. Suddenly Tan drops his fork on floor. He said, "If you're done, get lost, unless you have a death wish." Leif said, "Your Grace." Selonia said, "Wait. Stop it, both of you." Suddenly someone knocked at door. Maxwell came and said, "Excuse me, Your Grace." She said, "Maxwell." Maxwell asked, "How have you been, Lady Selonia?" He said, "His Grace has asked me to take care of the manor." She said, "Wow, I'm so happy for you." Meanwhile she thinks, "Phew, Maxwell saved the day." She noticed something and asked, "But what is that?" He said, "Oh, right. Another letter from the Imperial Palace has arrived, Your Grace." She noticed a lipstick mark on the letter. She thinks, Tan is receiving letters from the Imperial Palace? Tan said to Maxwell, "Tear it up." Maxwell asked again, "But it's from the palace." Tan said, "I don't care. If they really need me, they should come see me in person." Meanwhile he offers her food saying, "Have this, Selonia." He said, "Let me know if there's anything you want to eat. I'll have the chef prepare it." She said, "Tan." Suddenly they heard someone shouting, "Archduke Hirschbrook." Someone slams on door saying, "Please come. You mustn't run like this." The door opens and someone shouts, "Come out at once to greet me." Selonia thinks, is that Imperial Princess Titania? She came inside and said, "I even graced you with my presence." Selonia bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Imperial Highness." Princess asked, "Selonia Bessin? What are you doing at Hirschbrook Manor?" Selonia gets shocked. Princess said, "Come to think of it, the two of you were together at the banquet as well. Are you two involved in any way?" Selonia replied, "I dropped by to discuss some matters with His Grace and Sir Leif." She said, "I would have visited another time if I had known Your Highness was planning to come today." "My deepest apologies." Princess asked, "Discuss some matters? What do you have to discuss with the Archduke?" Then Princess said, "Well, it doesn't matter. The Archduke already has an appointment with me. You see, His Majesty has granted our marriage." Selonia flinched hearing marriage. Princess said, "Now, Archduke, show me around the garden. Soon you and this manor will be mine." Tan said coldly, "Get." But Selonia grasped his dress, so he stopped. She said, "Your Grace." She smiled and said, "Please show her around. I will wait here." He grabs her hand and then kissed, saying, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon." Tan turns and starts to walk while Princess stood there. She asked, "What? Stop right there. Why are you not escorting me?" "Wait, Tan Hirschbrook." After they left, Leif and Selonia stood there silent. Leif then said, Lady Selonia. He noticed her and flinched. He said to himself, Lady Selonia, do you? At Benet Manor, Grace said, Mac Ryan. You arrived so fast. I'm glad to see you. He replied, Anything for you, Grace? She then asked, Where is Sir Leif? He replied, I don't know. He seems busy these days. She asked, Is that so? All right. Please come this way, Mac Ryan. They went to garden where some ladies were sitting having tea. Grace said, Hello, ladies. I'm sure you already know, but this is the dragon and savior, Count Mac Ryan Ford. Sir Leif couldn't join us today due to an urgent matter. I'll be sure to bring him to our next tea party. The ladies said, I can't believe I'm meeting a savior in person. You're so handsome. A maid came and said, Miss Grace. She tells your dress from Verandi Boutique and your limited edition necklace from the Nenelia jewelry shop have arrived. A lady asked, Oh my, this dress was made by the famous Madame Verandi. Another lady said, I heard that the Nenelia jewelry shop is always crowded with servants of noble houses, all waiting in line to get in. Lady said, Miss Grace, how did you obtain these? These items are priceless. Grace said, This is nothing. Madame Verandi and Nenelia both have a soft spot for me. She continues, and it helps that my father's new business is running quite smoothly. It's still a secret for now, but I'll tell you all the details first when the time comes. A lady said, Goodness, my father will be thrilled. While having tea, Grace thinks, Really, this is almost too easy, even without the Darjeeling. I've got treasures that cost a fortune, a celebrated savior of the empire at my side, and 2 sidekicks making sure all eyes stay on me. Then she glances at empty chair and thinks, Leif should have been here today as well. He used to be at my beck and call, no matter how busy he was, but he's been acting weird lately. I need to figure out what he's up to. Back to Duke's Manor, Leif said, and that's what I found out. He then noticed something. He asked, Lady Selonia? She flinched and asked, Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. Were you saying that holy water naturally resists sorcery? He said, Yes, and its effect is just like the healing power you used on me during the banquet. Selonia thinks, It's exactly as I suspected. Now I just need to get my hands on some holy water. Then she said, Leif, I remember there were certain rules for the use of holy water. He replied, Oh yes, that's right. First, there are procedures that must be followed to use it officially. Priests and holy knights aren't allowed to use it for personal reasons, and if the amount exceeds a certain limit, the Pope must grant approval. She asked, Would there be a problem if I used it? He said, The procedures are there to prevent misuse, so I'm sure I can find a way to make it work. He asked, When are you planning to tell the others? She replied, I think it's still too early for that. She clenched her hands saying, For some reason, it's been getting difficult for me to use my power. I would like to try using the holy water first if possible. We need it as a backup for when I can't use my healing power anymore. He said, I understand. I will try my best. He said, Oh, and he shows Darjeeling and said, This is the Darjeeling that I mentioned before. She gets shocked, It reeks. He asked, Sorry? What do you mean? Can you sense something from it? She thinks surprised. Leif can't smell the stench, just like Maxwell couldn't. Whether it's tea or food, the smell is the same. Again, only I can smell this awful stench. After some moments she said, Take care, Leif. He asked, Are you going to stay here for the time being, Lady Selonia? She stood silent for a moment, then said, No, I just have a conversation to finish. He asked, By any chance, is the Archduke on your mind? She asked, Does it seem that way to you? He said, Ever since His Grace and Her Highness left, your expression hasn't been the same, Lady Selonia. He said, You start noticing these things when you've looked at someone for long enough. She thinks, I'm not surprised to hear talk of marriage between House Hirschbrook and the imperial family. But for some reason, Tan keeps crossing my mind. It's strange. In the past, I worked so hard to uncover his identity. But now, I wish no one knew who Tan was. Not even Tan himself, or me. He said, Lady Selonia, I may be stepping out of line here, but I advise you to follow your heart. You have already given up so much as a savior. So please, put yourself and your feelings first this time. I truly believe you deserve it, Lady Selonia. After saying this he left in carriage. She thinks stood there, I deserve it. Suddenly someone came, she turns to see. It was Duke and he said, Your Grace, could I have a moment with you? Meanwhile the princess shouts following Tan, Archduke Hirschbrook, I'm talking to you right now. Why were you with Selonia Bessin? Is there really nothing going on between you two? She said, of course, I don't think you would have been deeply involved with someone like her. Your house is much too noble for a floozy like her. Hearing this, Tan turns towards her. As he asked, you agree with me, right? I'm very familiar with the stories regarding Lady Selonia. She was engaged to Duke Cherville, but still flirted with the paragon and holy knight in front of him. She said, my nanny said that such behavior is wicked. She might taint your reputation, so I advise you to stay away from. Suddenly she stopped and flinched. Suddenly Tan calls someone, you there? She twitched. The servant came and said, yes, your grace. Tan said, get this thing out of here. It's too loud. She gets shocked. This thing. Tan turns to leave while she shouts, what did you just say? Have you forgotten who I am? Tan Hirschbrook. Meanwhile the Duke and Selonia sat having tea while Duke said, I hope you weren't too surprised at the banquet. She smiled and said, I was simply grateful to His Majesty for the magnificent banquet. Duke chuckled and said, haha, I was talking about my son. He seems to have a special connection with you. She picks her cup saying, oh yes. She thinks, I didn't think he'd mention it first. I've been wondering why he suddenly stepped up, claiming Tan was his lost son. He definitely didn't recognize him back then. There is also no chance that Tan is his real son since Tan is the Demon Lord. She said, His Grace rescued me while passing by one day. Duke said, I see. I heard you were unwell after the subjugation of the Demon Lord. Duke asked, though I didn't hear anything about your healing power weakening. Do you think it's because you killed the Demon Lord? She confused asked, sorry? What do you? He interrupts asking, how was it? Killing the Demon Lord? He smirks and said, I'm sure you felt thrilled to be a hero. She thinks I understand now. The feeling I got the moment I met the Archduke was hostility. He asked, what would you do if you had to return the honor you received? She said, I'm afraid I do not understand what you mean, Your Grace. Meanwhile she thinks, but why? What reason would the Archduke have to dislike me? And why would he bring up my healing power? I don't know what he's thinking. Duke said, oh well, how would you feel if you lost everything you gained by lying to your people about killing the Demon Lord? She throws the cup on ground. You're not the real former Archduke. Duke tries to attack her, die, savior. But she defends his attack without hesitation. He gets shocked, it can't be. He shouts, why do you have our master's power? He shouts, you're just a mere human, so how? Meanwhile Tan came. He glanced at him furious. He choked him and said, I told you not to do anything stupid. I guess my orders mean nothing to you. Duke shouts, and master, that's not. But Tan clenched him with more force. Selonia said, Tan. She said, let him go. I'm unharmed. Tan leave him and said, get lost. Don't show yourself again until I call for you. Duke said, K-Klek, understood. Master, please forgive me. Then the Duke teleports. She stood silent for a moment, then asked, how long has it been? When did you find out about your identity? He asked, what difference does it make? She thinks, why are you talking like nothing has changed? Now you know that I'm revered as a hero because I slayed you, and you know how much the world hates you. How could I possibly hope for you to still feel the same way as me? She turns saying I should go. Let's talk later. But he grabs her hand. She turns, he said, don't go. He leans towards him. I like you, Selonia. She blushed. Then she pushed him away. She said, I hurt you. I was praised by people for killing you. And I didn't tell you about your identity, even though I knew who you were. I was so nervous, wondering when you would find out yourself. I hid the fact that I gave you the scar on your chest. I watched you suffer, yet I still. He holds her hand, interrupting her. I don't care. I like you, Selonia. Tears fell down from her eyes. She thinks, I wanted to run away. I was more afraid of you hating me than of dying. I was scared of being left alone, yet again. Then she touches his face gently. She said, you're the Demon Lord? And I'm the one who gave you that scar on your chest. He rubs his face against her hand, yes. She felt touched and starts crying. She thinks, even so, my feelings for you are strong enough to face this fear and anxiety. She said, I feel the same way. She smiled and said, I like you too, Tan. Tan smiled back. Then he grabs her and hugs her. He said, from now on, I'm not letting you go. So don't run away. And then they kissed. He said, don't go. Stay with me. She asked him, aren't we going to meet again at midnight anyway? He asked, Selonia, why don't you just live here with me? He kissed her on cheek while she asked, in her Hirschbrook manner? Then she thinks, oh, that reminds me. She asked, Tan, who is the man posing as the former Archduke? She flinched when Tan tells a demon that stole the former Archduke's body. The same goes for the captain. She thinks the former Archduke and the captain's bodies were stolen by demons. Then what he said earlier. She recalls his words, "Why do you have our master's power?" Tan and Selonia went where Tan kept that demon locked up. She steps towards him. He grits and said, "You disgusting savior wench." She asked, "What did you do with the owner of this body?" He laughed and said, "The owner? I pushed his soul down and took this body for myself long ago. Even if I leave, the soul has already vanished. The body would just become a corpse." She then said, "Explain what you said to me earlier." The demon shouts, "Do not order me around, human." Tan steps forward and said, "Explain." The demon flinched, eek, while leaving in her carriage. She recalls the demon saying, "I can't say for sure, but your energies are the same. I can feel Master's energy coming from you as well." She asked herself, "We have the same energy. Healing power is close to holy power, so it should be the opposite of Tan's demonic power." She thinks, in the original novel, the sword that Ian used to defeat the Demon Lord is said to have morphed into a holy sword after absorbing the Demon Lord's energy. But I was the last person who stabbed the Demon Lord, and the sword that I got from Ian hasn't turned into a holy sword yet. In that case, the Demon Lord's energy must have gone too. She gets shocked realizing it can't be. After reaching home, Raymond helps her stepping down from carriage. "Be careful, my lady," she said. "Thank you, Raymond." He asked, worried, "Are you alright? You look a bit pale." She said, "Oh, I am fine." "Where's my father?" he replied. "He's in the study." She thinks at this hour, is someone visiting? Meanwhile, Tan stood lost in thoughts. He recalls Selonia saying, "I'll get going for today. See you in a bit at midnight." He smiled thinking about her. A servant came and knocks the door saying, "Excuse me, master." He came inside holding a paper saying, "I have something to discuss with." Huh? He stopped seeing no one in the room. He asked himself, he was here just a moment ago. Where did he go? Meanwhile, he teleports to Selonia's room. She was in sleep laying on her bed. He came and thinks seeing her, she must have been tired. Then he sat next to her. He brushed her hairs with his hands thinking, of course she was. A lot happened today. He recalled the demon saying, "You are the Demon Lord, Master. Don't forget that woman killed you." He thinks, "I wanted to know who I was. But by the time I found out, it didn't matter to me anymore. I don't care who I am, as long as I can be with you. What matters to me is that you don't hate me, Selonia. As long as you call for me, I will." Suddenly he stopped seeing her in pain. Shocked, he asked, "Selonia?" She turns with a sigh. Then suddenly he realized something and said to himself, "Wait." He opens his shirt to see. He gets shocked seeing the scar gone. He thinks the scar is gone. He flinched thinking, how is this possible? Then he recalls Selonia saying, "I'm the one who gave you that scar on your chest." Then he recalls the demons saying, "Your energies are the same. I can feel Master's energy coming from you as well." He gets shocked thinking, it can't be. Meanwhile, Selonia groans. He holds her and said, "Selonia, I want you." He thinks, "I only wish for you to be happy. I don't want you to be pained by anything ever again. For you, I am willing to do anything." Next morning Ella came to wake her up. "My lady. My lady. Are you alright?" Selonia wakes up and rises asking, "Ella?" She asked, "Yes, my lady. How are you? You had a strong fever last night." Selonia blinked thinking, I was sick. I remember being so tired I just collapsed onto the bed. And I think I heard Tan's voice. Ella said, "The physician said you've probably come down with a cold. His Grace was worried all night as well. How about you see him before you eat?" Selonia said, "I will." "But Ella, how did you know I was sick?" Ella replied, "You pulled the bell pull last night." She realized something. Oh. She thinks, it must have been Tan. He must have come by at midnight and seen the state I was in. She blushed thinking, hearing Tan's voice wasn't a dream. But why didn't I wake up? I wonder if I looked weird. Selonia asked Ella, "How do I look when I'm asleep?" She replied, "Sorry. Like an angel, of course." After that she went to meet her father. He said, "Selonia, how are you feeling?" "I heard you had a fever." She replied, "I feel better now." "I'm sorry I worried you." He said, "I'm glad to hear that. The Archduke came by this morning." He continues, "Don't worry. I explained the situation to him and sent him back. Since you're not feeling well, you shouldn't go out and about. Focus on recovering before the hunt." He said, "I'm relieved to see you doing better. You should head back upstairs now." She said, "Yes, father." Saying this, she was about leave. Her father said, Selonia, make sure you don't skip your meals. She replied, I won't. Don't worry, father. And left. Meanwhile, in forest, a man walks holding a light and said to himself, damn it, how could they demote me to the countryside just for having a few drinks? I went through so much to get into the Imperial Guard. He thinks, still, the timing isn't too bad. Poor people without families have been disappearing in this area. If I solve this case, I might be able to return to the Imperial Palace. And with some luck, I will live in luxury. He said, this area is really dark. He glanced that way and asked, turning, was it around here? Suddenly a cloaked person came in his way. Who's there? He said, you spooked me. What are you doing here? This place is dangerous, so... Before he can complete his words, the person used black magic and attacks him. He shouts before fainting, wait, what are you? The person takes him on his shoulder and left. At the day of hunt, some men chatters, I bet 5 gold coins that Duke Cherville will win again. One said, then I'll place my bet on the new contender, Archduke Hirschbrook. I personally witnessed him killing the monster at Dinroha Manor. Others said, I did hear the cut for the Archduke will be quite high. After all, most people will bet on the savior, Duke Cherville. And others said, ha, they don't know what they're doing. One asked, who are you betting on? He replied, I, of course, will go all in on His Highness, the Crown Prince's win. Meanwhile at distant Ella said, my lady, how are you feeling? Selonia replied, thanks, I feel great. She winked saying, I haven't felt this good in a while. Then she felt in thoughts. She said to herself, I think I started to feel better after Tan came to see me. She glanced looking for Tan. Where's Tan? Ella said, I don't think he's here yet. By the way, there are a lot of participants this year. His Highness and the Beast of His Grace are joining, along with Duke Ian Cherville and Count Macryan Ford. Selonia said, you missed one? Ella, confused, asked, pardon? Selonia chuckles and said, I'm also participating. Ella said, of course. You're one of the top picks to win. Suddenly murmurs fills the air. Oh my, look over there. He's finally here. How is he so handsome? Selonia turns to see and it was Tan. He said, Selonia? Her heart starts beating fast seeing him. She noticed his shirt's button open and asked, didn't you miss a button here? He leans towards her saying, don't worry. Only you can see what's beneath this. She said, what in the world are you saying? I didn't mean I wanted to see what's under your shirt. She then whispers, I was worried your scar might show. Oh, I've been meaning to tell you this. But the scar disappeared. She gets shocked. What? He said, I have a theory. Let's talk about it later. She said, oh, alright. Then Grace came and said, Your Grace, Lady Selonia. She said, please come back safe. Selonia stood silent, noticing her outfit. She thinks Grace Benet is in a rather flashy dress. It's clear she has no intention of participating in the hunt. Then she noticed her necklace and thinks, that necklace must be what people have been talking about. The limited edition piece from the Earsel jewelry shop. Then Ian also came and said, I expected you to run away in fear. I guess I won't be bored during the hunt. Tan grinned saying, I hope you'll be able to wield your sword properly this time. Ian said, what did you just? But suddenly the announcer shouts, presenting His and Her Majesty. The Emperor said, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who has come to join in this year's hunt. I have prepared games suited to the skill level of this year's participants, so I trust you all will still be careful while enjoying the hunt. May the goddess of fortune smile upon you all and the empire. Let us begin the hunt. Selonia sits on her horse and said, Ella, I'll be back. Ella said, be careful, my lady. Then someone called, Lady Selonia. She turns to see. It was Prince. Selonia said, greetings, Your Highness. He smiled. She gets confused by his expressions. He said, I came to cheer you up in case you feel down after losing today. She asked, pardon? He said, I'm just saying, don't try too hard. The honor of first place will be shared with you this year, so you can just wait quietly in a safe place. I will dedicate the highest honor of the day to you. She stood silent while Tan came. He said, it seems like everyone is eager to meet their end at my hands. She said, Tan, let's just get going. She thinks, I hope the hunt will go by smoothly. At distant Ian and Macryan keep going on their way. Macryan said, Ian, you seem to be mistreating Grace these days. The same goes for Leif. You two are hurting Grace. Speaking of Leif, he definitely would have made some high and mighty comment about how he doesn't make unnecessary kills if he were here today. Ian said, if you're not interested in winning the hunt, stop bothering me. He asked, Why are you so serious? Tell me, who will you dedicate the honor to if you win? Ian was about to say, of course, I'll dedicate it to. But suddenly he stopped. Mac Ryan asked, you don't plan on dedicating it to Grace, do you? Ian said, you're not any different. You can't stop staring at Selonia when she's with another guy. He said, that's. Then suddenly he flinched. He felt a sudden change in Ian's energy. Ian said, keep bothering me, and I'll cut you down first. Saying this he left. Meanwhile shocked Mac Ryan thinks, what was that just now? I sensed an energy, even more sinister than that of monsters from Ian. Meanwhile nearby a griffin shouts loud while being chained. A knight shouts, hold on tight. He asked the captain, Captain, is this really alright? The captain asked, you dare question an imperial order? The knight said while his voice trembles, oh of course not, sir. But shouldn't we call a priest to keep the griffin tied up? Captain said the chains have holy power, so it's not a problem. If they didn't, it would have unleashed itself already. He said with a smirk on his face, what better way to hold off the saviors, who conquered the demon lord, and Archduke Hirschbrook, who slayed a monster with one cut, than a griffin. Suddenly the griffin sensed something. Grr? He starts shaking while Knights holds the chains. They shouts, something is wrong. The captain shouts, check the chains and tighten the hold. A knight said, yes sir. Suddenly the chains got broke. The knight shouts, the chains. They broke. Catch it. The griffin flew away. Captain shouts, damn it. Chase it. Meanwhile Ten sensed something. He said, this noise. The griffin flew above their heads. Seeing it Selonia thinks is that. Meanwhile the prince reaches to Captain. He said in trembling voice, my apologies, your highness. The prince fills in, it ran away? Captain said, why yes, your highness. We made sure to tie it up with holy power infused chains, but it got away somehow. I swear we were thorough, your highness. Prince points his sword towards him saying, you talk too much. Is that supposed to be your excuse? I wonder if his majesty would buy that. Captain replied, we'll catch it right away if you give us one more chance. Prince puts his sword on Captain's shoulder saying, if the griffin you let go is slain by someone else, someone will need to take its place. He leans towards him saying, I truly hope it's not your head that replaces the griffin's. It would be a shame to lose one of His Majesty's trustworthy knights. The captain said in a trembling voice, I will not let you down. Prince sighed and said, this is so bothersome. Go, before it's too late. Captain said, yes, your highness. Meanwhile Selonia follows the griffin on her horse. She thinks seeing it, a griffin. It's a rare monster that I've only seen a few times during my 6-month expedition. She stood shocked thinking, what is a monster like that doing at the imperial hunt? Then she recalls the emperor's words, I have prepared games suited to the skill level of this year's participants. So I trust you all will still be careful while enjoying the hunt. Selonia thinks, I know he said that, but there's no way. Tan said, Selonia, step back for a moment. Confused she asked, Tan? Suddenly the griffin came on ground right in front of them. Tan starts walking towards it while Selonia follows him saying, wait, Tan. What are you doing? She was about to say, Tan. It's dangerous. But she gets shocked seeing Tan patting the griffin. He said, it's alright. Come here and pet it. It likes you. Selonia hesitates, pet it. She thinks, monsters can be friendly to humans? Tan said, the fact that the scar on my chest is gone, and that the griffin is friendly toward you, can't be a coincidence. It's all possible if my demon lord energy was mixed with your healing power. I suspect that the moment you scarred me, you absorbed a part of my energy. He said, my instincts were probably trying to reclaim my lost power. That's why, whenever we held hands, my energy that had mixed with your healing power returned to me and eased my pain. The scar also seems to have disappeared as it completely healed. Selonia reaches for the griffin and pats it thinking, I see. She asked, then is the reason it's been harder for me to use my healing power, because I shared it with you? Tan replied, yes. That's why I split my energy and gave it back to you. You shouldn't have a problem using your healing power anymore. Selonia asked, wait, doesn't that mean you'll be in pain again? Tan replied, no. Now that my scar has healed, my energy has completely settled too. You must have felt more energetic as well, Selonia. She thinks hearing this, so that's why I felt good. She thinks, if this hypothesis is correct, it's safe to assume that the demon lord's power and my healing power can mix with each other. Do holy power and demonic power come from the same source? Then she asked, by the way, how did you return the power to me? Hearing this Tan halts. He stood silent. Selonia blinks waiting for the response. He turns his face saying, That's a conversation for later. She thinks later? Then Tan noticed Griffin's foot, which was injured due to chains. He thinks seeing it, it's hurt? He crouches saying, there's a wound on its ankle. Someone must have kept it tied up. Selonia said, no way. Then she thinks, wait, if the griffin was set loose for the hunt. She said, Tan, someone will try to kill this griffin if we keep it here. Slaying the griffin would give them the honor of victory. Suddenly someone came holding a sword. It was Mac Ryan, he said, I finally found a monster. Meanwhile the captain shouts, search every nook and cranny. The prince asked, is this the right way? There isn't one animal in sight. Captain said, I suspect the animals heard the monster and ran away, Your Highness. Prince smirks and turns his gaze towards him saying, aha. Then without the monster, I'll be at a total loss in this hunt, huh? Captain flinched and said with trembling voice, and my apologies, Your Highness, we'll look around while you rest. He turned shouting, search the grounds again. Prince said, send that man away to the north after the hunt. He's so positive. His companion replied, I will see to it, Your Highness. He tries to ask, Your Highness, should I go and alert His Majesty? Perhaps another large beast, but the prince interrupts him saying, it's fine. He recalls his father saying, you will do as I say. Do not dare to try doing whatever you please ever again. He thinks, His Majesty will do whatever it takes to get what he wants, even if it means using cheap tricks like these. He said while leaving, His Majesty will figure it out. I need to rest. His companion said, Your Highness, the prince thinks, by the way, it's really interesting how much she's changed. Can someone have a completely different personality overnight like that? It's like she's a whole different person. On the other side of forest, Mac Ryan asked, Selonia, what have you done? Selonia thinks, what is he talking about? He draws his sword leaping towards her saying, I will not repeat myself. Hand me the monster at once. Tan turns to see. Selonia blocked him using her sword. He gets shocked by her strength. Even Tan stood shocked seeing her. Mac Ryan thinks, no way. Selonia not only blocked my sword, but she's keeping up with me? Selonia herself was surprised. She thinks, I'm actually matching Mac Ryan right now without being overpowered. Is this also because of Tan's power in me? Tan stood surprised seeing her. He thinks, I never thought she would be hostile to them. Even though the saviors betrayed Selonia, her bond with them was unconditional. He smiled thinking, so, it feels good to think, she's on my side. Selonia said, I told you to back down, Mac Ryan. He asked, are you protecting a monster right now? She said, I found this monster first. You're trying to steal it. Back off. Mac Ryan said, do not try to fool my eyes. My great ancestor drove away the demon lord and his lackeys. We dragons protect the good humans and pierce through souls of the evil. Do you know what I'm seeing right now? Tan asked, what does he mean? He can't even assess the situation. Selonia thinks, so much big talk for someone who never knew what Grace was up to. Whatever the case, it isn't good for me to reveal my familiarity with monsters. I should play dumb. Mac Ryan shouts, I can't believe a savior like you is mingling with inferior monsters. If I had known this would happen, I never would have protected you. His words made her furious. She shouts back, who asked you to protect me? You did that on your own. He asked, what? You. She flinched when he shouts, do you really think you could have gotten through the expedition without our help? You were nothing but dead weight. Tan tries to intervene saying, how dare you? But Selonia stops him, wait, Tan. She walks closer to Mac Ryan holding her sword saying, I want to handle this myself. Meanwhile she thinks, is that what you all thought? During the expedition to the Demon Lord's castle, Selonia said to other saviors that she is going to be a bait. Surprised they asked, you're going to be bait? She said, we will never win against the Demon Lord if we attack him head-on, and there will be even more monsters near the castle. I can divert their attention with my healing power while you all enter the castle. Ian said, that's reckless. You might get hurt even more. Leif said, he's right, Lady Selonia. We promised we'd fight together. Mac Ryan said, yes, Sally. We won't leave you alone. Selonia said, no, that's exactly why I'm going to do this. I want us all to return home safely, and I am willing to do anything to make that happen. Back to present, Selonia clenched her sword saying, so that's how you really felt, Mac Ryan. She thinks, how ironic that it took dark magic to show his true colors. After everything we've been through, I was never a comrade to him. Not even once. Of course I didn't have the power to slay the demon lord single-handedly. I never even thought that would be possible. I believed my role was to wait for the male leads to help me back up again. But not anymore, she said. I'm not going to hide or run again. She raised her sword, saying, it doesn't matter who I'm up against. I won't back down. She thinks, energy I've never felt before is coursing through my whole body. I can feel it effortlessly, and I know exactly what to do to block Macrian's sword. I think I'll be able to defeat him right now. She dashed towards him and attacks at him. He asked, shocked, ugh, is this why you sided with the monsters, Selonia? You would have lost to me in an instant with your usual skills. Meanwhile he thinks, damn it, if only I had my heart with me. Selonia attacks and their swords fell on ground. Macrian thinks, my sword. But she grabs him and throw him on ground along herself. Shocked he asked, W what? Selonia said, Macrian, I'll show you the real truth that even your eyes weren't able to see. He said, wait, what do I? Suddenly he went in a flashback. He was sitting under a tree injured. He thinks, my restoration power is enough to handle this much. I can't look weak in front of humans. A couple of months ago, the Emperor asked me to join the expedition, saying the Empire was facing a crisis. As a great dragon, I could have ignored the plea of a mere human. But my ancestors taught me that all dragons must fight for the peace of this land. And so, I accompanied the humans. I'm the only dragon left in the Empire. I have no choice but to step up. But perhaps I was too careless, having been away from battle for so long. I can't believe I got injured by an ogre. Then Selonia came holding some food items. Macrian. He asked, what do you want? She placed the items near him, saying, you should eat. He turns his face, saying, I don't need to. She steps back and sits on the other side of the tree. He said, stop bothering me and go eat somewhere else. She said, but I like it here too. She said, you know what, Macrian? These days, all I can think about is what I want to do once I get back. Sometimes I feel like I'm all alone in this world, but there's still so much I want to do and learn. So no matter what, I'm going to do my best to make it back safely. And for now, I'm starting by eating well. He thinks, I expected her to be a spoiled child. This is surprising. Now that I think about it, she never really can't lie. His thoughts interrupts as she moves her hand near his wound, saying, so, you should make use of me as well, Macrian. She used her healing power to heal his wound. He asked, surprised, how did you? She said, that was a difficult battle just now. I saw you taking on a whole group of ogres by yourself to keep them away from the rest of us. I'm sorry if I'm overstepping here, but... She smiled, asking, doesn't eating alone make you lonely? He starts laughing. She asked, Macrian. He clears his throat, ahem. He thinks, how dare a mere human try to comfort a dragon? But rather than being offended, I find it amusing. I think I can even understand why my descendants enjoyed the company of these tiny, insignificant humans. He then said, I don't eat that kind of stuff. She thinks, oh, this cumbersome expedition just became a little interesting. Back to present, he said, Saley. She asked, well, do you see the truth now? He crawled away, saying, and no way. His words crumbled as he said that. He thinks, my memories were manipulated. My affection for Selonia vanished, leaving only the impression that I had found her bothersome at the start of the expedition. Thinking this, he flinched. He asked, as Saley, I didn't mean what I said. You already know this, right? He said, I did think you were troublesome at first. You were weak, after all. I thought I had to protect you. That's why I gave you my heart. Damn it, was I really played by a human girl? She asked, is that all you have to say? I see. It isn't your fault. So you might think this is unfair. But you're not even trying to apologize. Do your excuses matter more to you than how I feel? I'm disappointed in you, Macrian. He tries to say, as Saley, I can explain. But suddenly some voice interrupts, over there. Capture the monster. Selonia said, Tan, we should start moving. Macrian said, Saley. He follows, saying, please wait. Tan puts her on the back of Griffin, saying, grab on tight. It's dangerous. Macrian shouts, please hear me out, Selonia. Tan turns towards him, saying, a great dragon? If I had known how dumb your kind was, I would have made you go extinct a long time ago. We're only letting you go because you're not worth the trouble, so get lost. Stop getting in Selonia's way. Selonia said, Tan, let's go. He replied, all right. Then they sat on Griffin and flew away while Macrian stood there seeing them. He clenched his fist, thinking, it was only a split second, but I instinctively felt it with my entire being. His demonic energy, ominous and as clear as a prophecy. My instincts warn me that he is dangerous. There is no way Selonia chose that wicked man. What if she's being threatened, or tricked without knowing anything? Selonia. After some time the announcer announced, the hunt is over. Everyone was shocked seeing what's in front of them. Murmur fills the air, my goodness, is that a monster? How did such a humongous monster appear in the capital again? I heard the person who slayed that monster is either Duke Cherville nor Archduke Hirschbrook. A lady next to Grace asked, doesn't that make Lady Selonia the winner? She halts hearing this. She asked, what do you mean? Didn't Duke Cherville capture a massive black bear? But the ladies ignore her talking to each other saying, oh, and did you see the hunting attire she wore? Of course I did. I wondered which boutique it's from. Grace thinks, what? Why is that woman trying to steal everything from me again? Meanwhile the prince tells to Emperor what had happened with the griffin. Emperor asked, the monster broke the holy power shackles and managed to run away? Prince replied, yes, your majesty. I immediately tracked the monster with the order, but Lady Selonia had already found it. I spoke with her to keep things quiet. But Lady Selonia might object to the claim that the monster came from Myrna Forest, which belongs to the imperial family. The emperor said this complicates things. Then the prince said, how about we acknowledge her victory and quickly move on for now? We've already made it clear to Lady Selonia how the imperial family feels about her. It wouldn't hurt for a future member of the imperial family to claim the victory today. Emperor said, very well. The more honor and respect Lady Selonia gains, the more powerful the imperial family will become when she joins us. You got lucky this time since it was her who caught the monster. This cannot happen again. Prince replied, I will take caution, your majesty. Meanwhile the emperor thinks, Helios, he was always indifferent when I brought up marriage. But he must have had a change of heart. Then he said, good, prepare for the closing ceremony. The emperor came to address everyone. He said, we faced an unexpected danger during today's hunt. A monster appeared in the sacred forest of Myrna, threatening our safety. But luckily, someone stepped up to stop the threat. Our hero and savior, Selonia Bessin. She took care of the monster with her bravery and wisdom and protected everyone present here today. To honor her achievement, I hereby declare her the rightful winner of today's hunt. Everyone cheers for her. Selonia bowed, saying, I am deeply honored, your majesty. Emperor said, you did well, Lady Selonia. She said, thank you, your majesty. The prince steps forward saying, I did not know you were so skilled with the sword, Lady Selonia. Maybe you could teach me a thing or two. He smiled and winked at her. She said, yes, it would be a great honor, your highness. Meanwhile she thinks, why does the crown prince keep coming on to me? Did he have any connection to Selonia? She tries to think of crown prince in the novel. She thinks, anyway, I should be careful. Then the emperor said, now, I shall grant the prize to the winner. He gave her a heavily embroidered necklace. Congratulations on your victory, Selonia Bessin. She thinks, I never would have imagined this 6 months ago. To think the winner of the hunt isn't one of the male leads, but me. And it's not Ian, Laef, or Mac Ryan, but Tan who's looking at me. Then Ian came to Tan asking, Selonia caught a monster? He asked, am I supposed to believe that? Tan asked, and what difference does it make if you don't? Ian said, stop playing around. Do you really think a lady could slay a monster that big? Tan said, if someone like you can do it, then she definitely can. Tan smiled and said mockingly, no, wait. She did something you couldn't. Ian shouts, nonsense. You can fool everyone else, but I. But Selonia interrupts them saying to Tan, Archduke Tan Hirschbrook. She gave the flower bouquet to him saying, I would like to dedicate the honor of my victory to you. It is customary for the winner of the hunt to present flowers to the person they wish to share their honor with, and sharing that honor is considered a declaration of love. He grabs her and leans towards her. Ian stood nearby seeing them. He thinks, what's this feeling? It feels like I've forgotten something important. What is happening to me? His heart beats fast. At night Tan came to Selonia's room. She closed the door and Tan asked, is there no one? She whispers, shh. Tan, I told you to sit over there. He said, you're being awfully careful today. Her heart beats fast while she said, well, it's been a while since you visited, and it would be cumbersome if the maids found out. Meanwhile she thinks, really, why am I suddenly so nervous about Tan being here at night? Tan sat on the sofa and Selonia asked, did the griffin we saw at the hunt return safely? He replied, yes. During the hunt, They used Tan's power to send the griffin back safely. After teleporting the real griffin to the northern forest, they turned a nearby rock into a fake one. Even though it was fake, it looked so real that they had a hard time catching it. Selonia thinks the animals caught during the hunt will be burnt as sacrifices to the goddess, so there won't be any evidence. She sat next to him saying, "I should have said goodbye. It was very smart and cute." He said, "I'm sure it'll be fine on its own. After all, it went back to where it came from." He plops her on sofa saying, "So, I'd rather you focus on me." She hugs him with all the energy she had left. She said, "Thank you for today. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. Thank you for trusting me and patiently waiting for me to succeed on my own." He asked, "Why are you thanking me for doing something natural?" Selonia said, "You're tickling me." She thinks, whenever I'm with Tan, I think I understand what it's like to be loved for who I am. Perhaps he's the one person who will still love me, even after learning who I really am. The next day, the maid came and knocks the door. She said, "My lady, may I come in?" Selonia said, "Yes, I'm all ready." She asked, "Where is Tan?" The maid replied, "Oh, I showed his grace to the parlor." Then she said, "Your father wants to see you." Selonia halts thinking, "My father?" She went to her dad's room. "Did you call for me, father?" He said, "I won't ask any questions about the hunt. But I am concerned about you seeing him, Selonia." She thinks, it's about the fact that we announced our relationship at the hunt. She said, "I apologize for not telling you sooner, father. But Archduke Hirschbrook is a good person on whom I can depend. We plan to continue our relationship and see where it." She flinched when her dad interrupts her saying, "I can't help but think that it was planned." He said, "The former Archduke Hirschbrook has recently started getting more involved in court affairs. The very same Hirschbrook everyone thought would stay tucked away in the snow-covered north. You must also be aware of how interested he's become in central politics lately." And as if that weren't enough, he suddenly brought in a strange man, claimed he was his son, and passed down his title. I don't know why he decided to approach House Bessin, but we must be careful. She thinks I can't argue with that. He has every right to be suspicious since he doesn't know who Tan is, he said, and I'm concerned that whenever you're involved with him, you always seem to get injured. Please understand where I'm coming from as your only family. She said, "Of course, father." Meanwhile she thinks, I can't stand my ground right now. I'll have to convince him in time. Her father said, "Selonia, you are the most valuable jewel I have. You cannot be harmed in any way. Mark my words." After their meeting, Selonia thinks, although some parts of the conversation worried me, I quickly said goodbye to father and came to the parlor. She gets confused seeing Leif, Mac Ryan and Tan waiting for her. She thinks, but why are there 3 people instead of just 1? She went straight to Tan and said, "I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Tan." He kissed her hand saying, "It's fine. I can wait forever as long as you return to me." She blushed and her heart starts beating fast. She sat next to him and asked the other guests, "And what business do the 2 of you have? I do not recall inviting either of you." Leif said, "My apologies, Lady Selonia. Sir Mac Ryan wished to speak to you." Mac Ryan said, "Sally, I screwed up this time." I heard everything from Leif. Selonia asked, "So what? Could you leave if that's all you have to say? You coming here unannounced makes me uncomfortable." Shocked Mac Ryan said, "Sorry, I just wanted to apologize for what happened at the hunt. I didn't say anything back then because I didn't know how to apologize. I know I'm much too late, but I'm sorry, Sally." She said, "All right, I understand. You don't have to apologize anymore. I guess I should make myself clear." She said, "I don't want to waste any more time on this." Mac Ryan said, "Sally." She said, "So I'd rather not continue this conversation, but Mac Ryan, you were affected by dark magic, even though you're a dragon." "How is that possible?" He said, "So you knew it was dark magic?" "I can't really explain it either. Dark magic is so ancient that I never got the chance to see it for myself. And since I don't have my heart right now, my senses are too numb to fully grasp the sorcery. But there's one thing I know for sure, Ian Cherville. I can sense an unusually evil energy coming from him." Leif asked, "What do you mean, Sir Mac Ryan?" Mac Ryan said, "I only noticed this during the hunt myself, but Ian has changed. There is something more evil than the energy of an ordinary monster inside him. If Ian also has something to do with this dark magic, we can't rule out the possibility that he's suffering from its side effects." Selonia thinks, "Side effects?" Mac Ryan said, "Ancient magic that controls humans, like dark magic." gradually robs them of self-control, leaving them with nothing but animalistic instincts. In the end, both the mind and body perish. In other words, he might turn into a monster driven by nothing but pure evil. Meanwhile at the palace, a lady shouts. The princess pours hot tea on a lady. She said, "Humph, be quiet. Why are you making such a fuss? Did you really expect me to drink this? Bring me another cup." The lady starts crying and said, "My apologies, your highness." The lady dashed to get another cup. Then the princess turns towards Grace. "By the way, Miss Grace, didn't you say you were coming with the Holy Knight and Count Ford? Why are you alone?" "I wanted to get a look at both of them," Grace said. "The two of them had some urgent business to attend to." "I will entertain you in their place, your highness," Princess asked. Really? You? How?" Grace said. "I can tell you a story, your highness. I'm sure you'll love it." At a different place, some mysterious person said, "How many are left?" Other one said, "We have collected 70 as of today, so there are 30 left." First one said, "We'll be done soon." Then a magical circle appears. The person moves to close the book saying, "Look forward to it." He closed the book saying, "The day when everything is set right again." The title of book was, Surviving the Demon Lord. At Cherville Manor, Ian's companion said, "I will start the briefing, Captain. I met with the investigators in charge of the missing persons cases. They said the numbers have been soaring lately, making it impossible to ignore. If we include orphans, the poor, and others without clear identification, the actual number might be 2 or even 3 times higher." Ian stood silent hearing his companion. He turns asking, "Could it be human trafficking?" His companion said, "We're considering it a possibility, but compared to other human trafficking cases, these ones are a bit unusual." Ian said, "Look into the movements of the Veil Kingdom and report back to me." His companion asked, "Do you see a connection between these cases and the Veil Kingdom?" Ian said, "Barbarians have been kidnapping people living on the Empire's border for a long time. It might be about increasing their manpower, so keep a close eye on that." He bowed and said, "Yes, sir." Then a man came with a dog. Ian turns to see him and said, "Father?" He was former Duke Cherville, Jeremy Cherville. He shouts, "You imbecile! I can't believe you lost first place at the hunt to a girl. Are you out of your mind?" He shouts, "You're the captain of the Imperial Guard. Haven't you brought enough shame on the family name already?" Ian stood silent hearing his father. Jeremy continued shouting, "I would have never given you my title if I had known you were this incompetent. You tossed aside House Bessin just to be with the daughter of a mere baron." Ian tries to speak, "Father," but her father still furiously shouts, "Are you trying to bring our family to ruin?" Before he could finish his words, Ian interrupts saying, "Shut your mouth this instant." Hearing his son saying this, he got shocked and flinched, asking, "W what?" Ian said coldly, "I said, shut your mouth." His father staggers, asking, How dare you talk to your father that way?" Ian said, "If you step foot in my office without permission one more time, it won't end with just a warning." He said, "Remember that the current head of House Cherville is me." His father asked, "What?" Ian said, "What are you doing? Show the former Duke out." His father staggers in shock. The guards said, "Please follow us, Your Grace." Jeremy shouts, "Ian, how dare you? You can't treat me this way." The guards drags him out while he shouts, "Let go of me this instant." Ian asked, "Who let that old geezer out of his room? He's so noisy." His companion was about to say something, "Captain," but Ian turns towards him furiously. He steps closer to him, asking, "What is that expression? Do you also think I'm not worthy of my title?" His companion said, "Pardon? Of course not, sir. I would never dare." Ian leans towards him as he said, "Exactly. How dare you?" Then he turns saying, "No one can look down on me. I will kill anyone who steps out of line and tries to undermine me. Mark my words." His companion stood silent observing his captain. Back to Selonia and Macrian's conversation, Selonia asked, "What do you mean Ian could turn into a monster?" Macrian said, "I mean it literally. If the dark magic keeps affecting him, his body will be destroyed. Eventually, he will lose his intellect and human soul." Hearing this, Selonia gets shocked. She thinks, "No way. The three of them have been under the influence of dark magic for quite a long time." She asked then, "Did the two of you also experience your bodies being destroyed?" Macrian said, "I think Leif was fine, thanks to his holy power, and I have some resistance since I'm a dragon." She thinks, "But Ian is an ordinary human, so there's no way to tell how much of his body has already been destroyed." She asked, "Leif, Any news on the holy water I asked you about? He replied, I'm trying my best, but holy water is made in such small quantities that it's hard to get enough. Then he turns to ask, Mac Ryan, is there any way to purify dark magic besides using holy water or healing magic? He replied, no, not that I know of. My ancestors might have known, but Selonia thinks, if what Mac Ryan is saying is true, then we don't have much time. I'll have to treat Ian with my healing power directly. Tan said, alright, I'll try to look for more ways too. Selonia raised from her seat saying, please leave for now. And let me know if you find any information. Leif nods saying, I will do that, Lady Selonia. Mac Ryan said, alright Sally, I'll be in touch. While she was leaving with Tan, Mac Ryan asked, but where are you going with the Archduke? But she ignores him and saying to Tan, let's go, Tan. Leif said to Mac Ryan, we should head back, Sir Mac Ryan. Leif suddenly remembered something. Wait. He stepped close to Selonia and Tan. He said, I'm sorry, but I can't just let you go with him. I'm not suspicious of you anymore, Sally. But what I saw from you during our fight was energy similar to his. The energy of a monster. I can't just ignore this. You might be under the influence of sorcery. I know that you don't trust me anymore, but that man is dangerous. He moves his hand towards her saying, come this way, Selonia. She steps closer to him. She said, I thought I made myself clear. I don't need your protection anymore. And, if you talk that way about Tan again, I won't see you, no matter what information you bring me. Mac Ryan said, Sally, I was simply worried about. She said, I'm completely sane. I'm not affected by any dark magic like you were, so could you mind your own business? Shocked Mac Ryan asked, and mind my own business. He thinks, what's happening? Did he do something to Selonia? She doesn't seem troubled at all by what I said about their energies being the same. I'm sure she can't sense his monster energy. He thinks, I can't lose Selonia again. I'll find out who that man is, no matter what. After some time passed already, Selonia walks in garden lost in her thoughts. She said to herself, a sponsor, huh? That afternoon, she dropped by Storm Guild with Tan to listen to Daniel's briefing. Daniel said, it seems there is an anonymous sponsor behind House Benet. The donations are quite large, so we plan to investigate further, focusing on wealthy families. Tan asked, what about Benet Manor? Daniel said about that rumor. He said that while the rumor about the basement of Benet Manor is still spreading, it was hard to find actual witnesses. Even former servants have gone missing. Selonia thinks, why isn't this news known to the public? I get the sense that I'm really close to solving this case. Suddenly she heard some footsteps. She noticed Raymond in distant. She thinks, is that Raymond? What is he doing here at this hour? That's the servants' quarters. Then she starts following him. She thinks, why is he going to the incinerator? Is he going to burn something? And he's acting really suspicious. He keeps checking his surroundings. Raymond is her father's most trusted servant. His family has worked for House Bessin for generations. She thinks, what does that man have to do here, in the middle of the night, while everyone's asleep? Does father not know about this? Or, she waits for him to leave. After he left, she thinks, now is the time. Then she went inside and found some pieces of papers. She took them to her room and thinks, I can't read everything because I only found a few pieces. But this is just a receipt for ordinary items. She thinks, why did Raymond go through all that trouble to get rid of this? It's a bill for dresses and jewelry from the past few months, but I haven't bought any new dresses or jewelry recently. Who else in this manor would buy these things other than me? Suddenly she flinched, noticing something. There was an unusual thing she noticed. She thinks, why does this not have the Bessin family seal, but father's personal seal? She thinks, wait. She recalls Grace saying, my dress is Madame Verandi's work as well. Then Daniel saying, it seems there is an anonymous sponsor behind House Benet. She stood in shock thinking, could it be? The next day, maid asked, my lady, you look pale. Should I call for the physician? Selonia replied, it's fine. I just had trouble sleeping last night. Meanwhile she thinks, I couldn't sleep at all thinking of the documents Raymond got rid of. The maid asked, would you like me to tell his grace that you won't be joining him for breakfast today, my lady? Hearing this she halts. She said, no, tell him I'll be there shortly. Then she went to dining room. Her father said, good morning, Sally. Come eat before the food gets cold. She sat next to him and said smiling, thank you, father. I'm excited to share a meal together. It's been such a long time. You've been so busy as of late. His father said, I asked Raymond to give me some time to eat with my one and only daughter. Selonia said, goodness. Now I feel bad for Sir Raymond. Meanwhile she thinks, he's still the warm father I've always known. Maybe I'm overthinking it because I've been on edge lately. Grace's dark magic makes people blindly obedient, but father has always been the same ever since I woke up as Selonia. I don't want to think everything is a lie. His father interrupts her thoughts saying, you're not eating well, Selonia. I'll ask the kitchen to bring out some other dishes. She said, oh, it's alright. The food is good. It must be because I just woke up. I don't have a big appetite. Her father said, you should eat well to stay healthy. How are you feeling these days? She replied, I'm completely fine. Then she glanced at her father. She asked, how about you, father? She asked, you're not feeling tired or a bit sick, are you? You've been so busy. You'll feel much better if you let me use my healing power on you. What do you say? She lifts her hand to help, saying, you've been working too much. But before she could reach her father, he smacks her hand. She gets shocked by her father's reaction. He said coldly, I'm alright, Selonia. Think of yourself and your health before anything else. I should ask the staff to heat up the food. Her hand got a bruise. She sat silent, shocked. At Hirschbruck Castle in the north, Archduke Hirschbruck recalls Tan saying, Selonia convinced me that the former Archduke must be alive to prevent suspicion. That's the only reason you're alive. Remember that. If you pull another stunt like this again, I'll erase you from existence. He slams his hand on table shouting, damn it! How can a mere human girl have the great demon lord wrapped around her finger? He walks around thinking, Master needs his memories back as soon as possible. Then he'll come to see my loyalty and rise as the true lord of all demons, and I should take care of the girl to prevent any more trouble. He laughed thinking, I'll have the monsters feast on her. Jack came and said, Tom, he asked, what are you doing, muttering by yourself? Look at this. Tom turns and said, huh? I'm not in the mood for your games right now, Jack. Jack grinned saying, I think this will change your mind. He showed him a box. Tom opens it saying, this is... They opened the box and said while an evil laugh appears on both faces, would you look at that? This will surely return our master to his former self. A few days later, at Hirschbruck Manor, Selonia said, and that's why I need your help. She said, I need to do something with Macryan. Tan asked, you mean the gray lizard? She replied, yes. After her meeting with Macryan and Leif, she received a letter from Macryan. She stressed that all correspondence must be sent to Hirschbruck Manor from now on. So she came here to meet Tan and check Macryan's letter today. She thinks Macryan said he'll pretend to still be under the influence of the dark magic, and visit Benet Manor with jewelry as a gift to check on Grace soon. He's also going to see if he can retrieve his heart. This is great timing. She remembered the receipt, the mysterious receipt, with father's private seal that Raymond burned. She thinks the name of the jewelry shop was scorched beyond recognition, but judging by the enormous bill, it was likely for that limited edition necklace from Ursel Jewelry that Grace wore to the hunt. She sits next to Tan thinking, this could be my chance to find out for sure if there's a connection between father and Grace. She said to Tan, I'm going to ask Macryan to visit Ursel first. Tan pouts without saying anything. She asked, what's the matter? He taps his lap saying, sit here. He said, you're too far away? Selonia asked shocked, what? She sat on his lap saying, anyway. She said, Grace wore a limited edition necklace from that shop once. I'm going to ask Macryan to find out who the buyer was. Since Macryan is close with Grace, the workers might not be suspicious of him. Tan said, do you really trust that stupid lizard to do the job? I'm afraid he's going to wreck everything. She said, it should be fine this time. After that, we're going to enter Benet Manor with Macryan. We could sneak in on our own, but Macryan has been there many times, so we can use his help. We'll meet up with Macryan, ride House Ford's carriage together, and head to Benet Manor. That was her plan, to sneak into Benet Manor. She said, while Macryan keeps Grace distracted, we'll quietly slip out of the carriage on our own. Then, we'll enter the basement through the back door. She hugs him saying, I know it might be uncomfortable for you, but will you come with me? He kissed her on cheek saying, of course. I'll go anywhere if it's with you. She then said, oh, and? He asked, what? She said, I need you to do something before we sneak in. She said, disguise yourself? He said, sure, I can do that. Are we done talking about this now? She said, oh, one more thing. Next day while traveling with Macryan, Selonia asked him, did you find out? He asked, You mean who bought the limited edition necklace? He said, I tried every way I could to track them down, but all I found out is that they had someone else make the purchase for them. So, their identity is still unclear. But what's certain is that it wasn't Grace Benet. We all know they don't have the funds for that. He said, it cost 9 million gold. Hearing this, she got surprised. She thinks, 9 million gold, huh? That's the exact amount that was on father's personal bill. He said, I'm sorry I couldn't find out more, Sally. Tan clenched his hand saying, no, that's enough for now. Selonia thinks, I already knew this would happen. Let me just focus on what I need to do now. Ryan leans to whisper, by the way, Sally, how in the world are you going to move around without getting caught? Look at the size of him. There's no way he can hide without sticking out. She said, you don't have to worry about that. She looked out and said, we're almost there. It's that building. She thinks your manor has rather thick walls, Grace Benet. Meanwhile, in crowd nearby, a boy asked, hey, how many people can move in on a first-come, first-served basis? Other person said, I heard it's 30 people. He said, 30 people, huh? I might not get in. The housing project Duke Bessin had been working on to address the slum housing crisis has finally been completed. He thinks, to think he created homes for the poor who have no other place to go. He said, Duke Bessin is such a great man. A servant stood holding a box and said, we will start handing out housing rights now. Grab a ball with a room number and come to registration. The crowd rushed to grab. Wait, don't push me. I'm getting there first. Then the servant said, we're closed now. The crowd shouts, damn it. This is unbelievable. Just let me in. Then he said, future residents, please come this way. The boy raised his hand saying, that's me. The servant smirks and said, wonderful. Please come right in. We all welcome you. Then they went inside. After that, a servant asked other, what about the rest? Other said, they have all been dealt with. Ryan went to meet Grace. She said, you're late, Ryan. He said, I'm sorry, Grace. How have you been? She said, you barely noticed me during the hunt. I thought you had forgotten about me. He flinched and asked, what do you mean? How could I forget about you? He said, I've been busy these days. I'm sorry. Grace said, tsk, alright, let's go in. After they went inside, Selonia and Tan nods to each other to sneak in. They went near a window and stand behind a wall to listen. A maid said to other Jamie, Mary, where have you been? The head maid is looking for you too. Come quickly. Jamie said, yes, ma'am. Selonia asked Tan, can you disguise us as the two people we just saw? He nods, alright. Then with a flick of fingers they transform into the maids. Selonia said, wow, my goodness, we look just like them. Tan said, this much is nothing. She thinks, disguised as maids of Grace Benet thanks to Tan's illusion magic. She asked, but are you okay with that outfit? It's a skirt, he said. Human attire holds no meaning to me. Then they enter the manor, and she glanced thinking, this place is much quieter than I expected. It might be difficult to find anything out while posing as a staff member. Now that we're here, we should try going into Grace's parlor or bedroom. Before she could finish her thoughts, a maid came and shouts, Jamie, she asked, were you slacking off again? Come with me at once. Selonia turns saying, yes, ma'am. Meanwhile she thinks, oh no, I'm supposed to be Jamie. I have no choice but to follow her for now. She whispers to Tan, I'll go with that woman over there. Could you look around the manor to see if there's anywhere suspicious? Tan nods. Selonia thinks, I should stay positive. Maybe I'll get some good information out of this. While she follows the maid, that maid said, you shouldn't be slacking off so much. You're still new here. Miss Grace will have your head if she finds out. Selonia said, yes, I'm sorry. She thinks she sounds like she's been here a long time. She might know something. Selonia asked, how long have you been working here? The maid replied, me? I've been here almost 6 months now. You can tell I'm different from newbies like you, right? Selonia thinks 6 months seems like a short time. Do staff members leave quickly here? The maid points her finger saying, anyway, since you got caught goofing around, you should finish the job. She thinks the job. The maid asked, what are you waiting for? Get started already. Selonia stood nervous thinking, this is bad. I don't know what the job is. Do I need to go through this door? She opens the door and gets shocked. She gets flinched. The other maid asked, huh? What's wrong? Selonia thinks, this stench. These are the Darjeeling tea leaves Leif brought me. The maid said, are you pretending to be sick to get out of work? You were fine just now. Selonia said, no, it's not that. The maid shouts, "If you keep this up, I'll tell Miss Grace and have you locked up in the basement." Hearing this, she thinks, "The basement?" She asks the maid, "Do you know where the basement is?" The maid gets startled. She asks, "Why would you want to know that? You're acting really weird today." Suddenly Tan came behind that maid. He makes her unconscious, saying, "Another loud human." Selonia asked Tan, "When did you?" He transformed back to his original form and said, "I found it, Selonia. A suspicious place. Outside at garden." Grace said to Mac Ryan, "You don't seem to have an appetite today, Mac Ryan." He asked, "What?" She said, "I prepared tea and your favorite desserts, but you didn't take a single bite. Is there something wrong? I'm really worried." He gets angry, thinking, "This vile human. How could she act so shameless after casting that dirty dark magic on me?" He clenched, thinking, "No, I should calm down. I'm still under the spell. I'm still under the spell." He said, "I'm not eating because I want to properly have dinner with you." "Aha," he said, "that reminds me. I bought a gift for you at the jewelry shop you like. I must have left it in the carriage." She claps to call a servant, saying, "Really? I'll have a servant bring it." But he raised, saying, "It's no problem. I'll grab it myself." Grace said, "All right, I'll wait here." Then he steps out while Grace sat waiting for him. He stops for a moment to glance. Inside, Tan said to Selonia, "It's beyond this wall." She said, "It seems like an ordinary wall." She knocks the wall. She gets shocked when she found it's hollow. She said, "There's a space behind the wall?" He said, "It seems so." She said then, but before she could say anything further, Tan pulls a book from shelf, making the hidden passage open. She asked, "How did you know that book was the secret switch?" He said, "It had the same energy as the space underground." She thinks, "I'm so glad I have Tan on my side." Then she thinks, judging from that maid's reaction, the staff members know the existence of the basement, but not the way to get there. In that case, the basement most likely connects to a secret passage nobles use, like this one. They slowly went down while she thinks, the very secret that Grace hid deep underground, away from other people's eyes, might be just a few steps away now. The truth behind Grace's secret, and her dark magic. Meanwhile, Mac Ryan searches for his heart. Damn it, where did she hide it? He glanced, thinking, as long as I have my heart, deflecting dark magic will be a piece of cake. I have to find it before Grace gets suspicious. Am I in the wrong room? I felt my heart's energy coming from here last time. I can't sense it properly, because there's too much foul magical energy in this room. The door creaked open. Grace peeked and said, "Mac Ryan, what are you doing in my room?" He got shocked and stood nervously. She came closer, saying, "I was waiting for you to come back. But I guess your mind is elsewhere. Is there something more important than me?" She shows his heart, saying, "Oh, are you perhaps looking for this?" While going in basement, Selonia asked, "What do you think, Tan? Do you feel something?" He said, "I can sense a presence deep inside." She asked, "A presence? Is it a person?" He said, "Yes, but their energy is weaker than most people's." She thinks it can't be. Does that mean there's someone locked up here? If they're hostile, we'll need a place to hide. How can we fight them in such a dark place? Tan squeezed her hand. He said, "Don't worry. I'm right here." She thinks, "I guess I was shaking. The moment I stepped into this cold, dark basement, everything began to feel surreal. I'm so scared that I just want to turn around and run away." But, she grasped his hand, saying, "Thank you." She thinks, "I'm okay now. After all, whatever danger comes, I'll have Tan by my side." They reached down. She peeked inside the cells. There's no one behind the bars. "What is the purpose of this place?" Tan said, "Selonia?" He said, "This way." They reached in front of a cell where a lady was laying on ground. They get shocked. "Is that a person?" Selonia said, What? Why would someone be in a place like this?" Tan said, "She's still alive?" Selonia asked, "Really? Then we should." The women behind the bars said in a low voice, "Please, help. Please let me out of here. I'll do anything, please." Selonia asked Tan, "Can you break through these bars?" Before she could even finish her words, he said, "No." He said, "It could be a trap." The lady said, "No. Why, you're Lady Selonia of House Bessin, right?" She said while coughing, "I know who you are, even though I only saw you from afar. I saw you, back when I was a debutante." Selonia asked, "And you are?" The lady said, "I'm Grace Benet, the real Grace Benet." Back to Grace's room, Mac Ryan stood shocked, the air filled with chills. He asked, "How did you?" She said, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice when you've been so obvious? You're still so simple-minded. Well, that is what I liked about you. So you really broke free from the spell, huh? How? He said, Ha, did you really think your lousy dark magic would work on me? She said, what a shame. I prefer an honest man, rather than someone who tells me blatant lies. He clenched his fist and the room light up with his energy. He shouts, You, shut your mouth, she said, Gale. Gale appears and binds Macryan with dark magic. He thinks, is this a binding spell? Another form of ancient magic? Ugh, I can't even lift my finger. Grace said, Get him on his knees while you're at it. Gale said, Yes, Miss Grace. He makes Macryan fell on knees. Macryan thinks, damn it. If only I had my heart, I wouldn't have any trouble with this rotten spell. Grace came closer asking, Have you calmed down a little, Macryan? I just wanted to have a chat, but you flipped out on me. She asked coldly, Now, tell me, did she lift the spell from you? Macryan shouts, I have nothing to say to you. How could you act so shamelessly after tampering with someone's mind? Have you no decency, Grace Benet? Grace said, I don't understand. Shouldn't you be thanking me right now? He asked, What? She leans closer holding his heart, and saying, I put you back where you belong. Playing the part of the man who loves me. He asked, What do you? She left saying to Gale, Gale, proceed. He said, Yes, miss. Then Gale proceeded to do what Grace had told him. Back to basement, the real Grace said, I woke up one day to find myself here, stripped of my own body. The person inside my body is not me. Selonia thinks, What? She fell on ground trembling. Did I hear that right? She said, No. Then who in the world is inside Grace right now? She thinks, Don't tell me. Did someone besides me also get reborn into this world? Tan said, We can't let you out on your word alone. Can you prove that you are the real Grace Benet? She said, And my mother passed away when I was 5. My father remarried shortly after that, but he got divorced. Tan interrupts saying, That's not enough. Grace said, That's unfair. I'm Grace, so why do I have to prove myself? She asked, Did that woman who stole my body prove that she is Grace? You don't know what I've been through, so who are you to judge me? She said, I'm Grace Benet. I'm the real Grace. Selonia said, I understand. If what you say is true, we can help you. So please tell us everything you know. Grace said, I remember the day my body was stolen. It was that day, Lady Selonia. The day the expedition to subjugate the demon lord was formed. Grace tells, I still remember it vividly. Everyone in the empire came out to the street to pray for the expedition that day. I was also there with my family, looking at you, Lady Selonia. But then, my sister suddenly walked away. Grace asked, Lily, where are you going? You shouldn't wander off on your own. Let's go back to father. Suddenly Gale appears. The real Grace continues, She tricked me by wearing the same dress as my younger sister. I'm talking about the fake Grace Benet who stole my body. When I came to, I was locked up in here. She has a large man with brown hair as her servant, right? Selonia thinks, a man with brown hair. She must mean the man I saw at Marquis Dinroja's manor. Grace tells, his name is Gale. He locked me up here as per that woman's orders. I overheard them talking when they were here. My sister and father don't even know that I'm locked up here. She then said, All right, is my family safe? Where is my father? She said, My father will recognize me. Hearing this, Selonia flinched. Grace said, Please call my father down here. That way, I can prove my. Selonia said, I'm sorry. We're in an urgent situation, and we can't afford any more variables. Grace said, But. Selonia grasped her hand, saying, I promise I'll be back. She said, I'll come save you, so please hang in there, Grace. Selonia recalls the maid saying, Don't you think Lady Selonia has been acting weirdly lately? Yes, it's as if she's a completely different person. She thinks, I woke up one day to find everything had changed. The world I lived in, my house, and even myself. After realizing I had been reborn into the novel I'd read, I tried to act as Selonia, the female lead. But before I could even adjust to this strange world, I became part of an expedition, and had to face many real threats. During that time, I started living as myself, not as the female lead, and this world became real to me. The other members of the expedition did not know the real Selonia, so no matter how I acted, they could not tell something was off. However, what about Galloway Bessin? Did he really not notice that I wasn't his real daughter? She recalls moments from past, Grace saying, Don't be too upset. We're quite alike, you and me. Jillian saying, I have always worked for Miss Grace. She thinks, what if the premise was wrong from the start? What if Galloway knew everything from the beginning? She ran outside. While running, she fell on the ground. She clenched her hand thinking, I'm so stupid. She starts crying saying, how could I have thought that he truly loved me? Tan came following her. Selonia. He said, what's wrong? You just burst out on your own. Are you hurt? Let me see. She thinks, I should have known. He always seemed to care more about my physical well-being than my feelings. At times, he even looked at me with a cold expression, as if I were a complete stranger. No, deep down, I already knew. I had accepted this world as my own, and thought I could finally have a real family here. I was so afraid of losing that she said to Tan, I'm scared. She said while crying, I want to go back. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too painful and scary. She said, I'm not a savior, I'm not, Selonia Bessin. Before she could finish, Tan hugs her tightly. He said, you can run away if you're in pain. Let's leave together whenever you want, if you want to stop. I'll take you wherever you want to go. He embraced her saying, so please, don't cry, Selonia. Tears fell down from her eyes. They sat in rain for a few moments. Inside, Grace asked to Gale, what did father say? He replied, he said that everything will be in order soon. She shouts, so things are still not ready? Ha, if only we hadn't failed that time. This is so irritating. Everything is going against the plan. Leif won't visit me as much, and I don't know how Macryan broke free from the spell. Gale asked, but you cast the spell on him again, didn't you? She shouts, the problem is that he already broke free once. She opens a box which holds Macryan's heart. She thinks, I managed to brainwash Macryan again. But I couldn't find out how he broke free. Casting the spell over and over won't work forever. I need to find out who set him free. She said, Leif and Macryan still look good enough to take with me, but Ian is already quite destroyed. Should I just throw him away? She said, Gale, find out how Macryan's spell was lifted, and see what Leif has been up to these days. He's acting strange. He left saying, yes, Miss Grace. Grace thinks, I can deal with Ian later. After all, when the time comes, he'll find out the truth one way or another. At an open ground, a guard orders other guards, we'll start the search from here. Most of the people who have gone missing are poor and without families, so be sure to keep an eye out for anything unusual. The guard said, yes, sir. A guard asked other whispering, is it true that the captain kicked the former duke out? Other one said, I heard that he kicked him out quite literally. How scandalous. Ian's companion said, you too. If you have enough energy for chatter, go search an extra area. The guard said, why yes, sir. Then he announced, everyone, focus on the mission. At distant, Ian stood in rain. He said, this is ridiculous. He took off his glove and throws it on ground. His hand was starting to change. He said, damn it. We're flashing back to 2016, South Korea. A girl says goodbye to her grandma, cheerfully announcing, Grandma, I'm off to school. We see her name tag, Lee Eun-young. So, before she became the Selonia we know, she was just a normal high schooler. Inside the classroom, Lee Eun-young is zoning out during class. She was lost in her mind when a friend pokes her and whispers, Eun-young, let's go to the snack shop during break. Eun-young smiles. Sure. Suddenly, a teacher shouts, you too. Eyes up here. Both girls are startled. The teacher is fuming. Eugene, come solve the problem. A classmate gives Eun-young a wrapped gift. Here, a gift. Eun-young looks confused. What's this? Her friend explains. Next week is your birthday, Eun-young. It's a bit early, but I wanted to give it to you quickly. Eun-young is touched. What is it? Open it already. It's a novel. Surviving the Demon King? Eun-young wonders. What is this? Her friend is excited. I read this web novel and it was super fun. Didn't know it had a paperback. The cover's so unique. The friend who gave the gift chimes in. Yeah, you said you hadn't read it yet, so I wanted you to have it. Eun-young smiles. Thanks. She promises. I'll definitely read it after exams. Her friend is thrilled. Perfect. Then we can talk about it after. Eugene asks. Eun-young, who's your favorite character? Her friend gushes. Obviously Ian. Blonde hair, blue eyes, total prince type. Eugene protests. No way. The real prince is. But then we're thrown into a darker scene. Rain is pouring outside the school. A voice booms. Your second year's now, so focus properly. After graduation, friendships won't matter. 1 year flies by. And Eun-young is now a third year. She bumped into a girl who said, what the heck, isn't that her? Lee Eun-young. Another whispers back. Right. Because of her, Haijong didn't get the scholarship. They continue. Look at that sour face. Who said she had a good personality, lol. But isn't she the most pitiful thing on earth? Someone's clearly been messing with Eunyoung, because we see someone open her locker and scatter papers all over the floor. Wow, I'm jealous, looks like a love letter. One of the bullies sneers. Figures, she's pretty and smart, of course people like her. Eunyoung stands there, papers strewn around her, as one of the bullies says. Stop it, I get it already. Later, Eunyoung's friend says. Eunyoung, I'm sorry, I'm walking home with other friends today. Eunyoung tries to play it cool. It's okay, Eugene. Let's go together next time. Her friend offers. Yeah, I'll text you. But Eunyoung's expression turns sad as she watches her go. Eunyoung sighs as she finds herself alone in the classroom. She realizes. Where's my bag? It was just here a moment ago. Suddenly, she hears someone laughing. Why are you laughing? Eunyoung was about to ask, do you guys? But one of the girls says, trying to stifle her laughter. Hey, let's go. She's glaring. The other hisses. Ugh, she's scary. One whispers. Dejected, Eunyoung sighs. Walking home alone at night, she thinks. I can endure most things, but growing distant from Eugene, that hurts. She was my first real friend in high school. Maybe that's why. Lately, I feel disconnected from the world. Suddenly, a voice behind her says. Excuse me. Eunyoung turns to see a boy holding her bag. He asks. This is yours, right? She's shocked. Oh, how did you? Eunyoung manages to stammer. Thank you, she says quietly, accepting her bag. The boy gives a slight smile and then responds. Head straight home. Don't look anywhere else. Just keep walking forward. Eunyoung blinks, confused. She wonders. What's happening to my body? Why are my feet moving on their own? She asked. Hey, you're from my school, right? Thanks. I'll treat you to something tasty next time we meet. Eunyoung is now walking home, but she seems to be on autopilot. Grandma, I'm home. She greets her grandma. Were you sleeping? Did you eat? Eunyoung asks. Her grandma replies sleepily. Yes. Dinner is on the table, eat up, Eunyoung said. Okay. While brushing her teeth, she reflects, I wasted too much time looking for my bag. I have to work part-time this weekend too. But that boy from earlier, who was he? Is there even someone like that in our school? That hair color, and those eyes. Eunyoung stops brushing. Wait, why can't I remember his face clearly? I'm sure, he looked really strange. And then it hits her. Hold on, don't tell me, was he a ghost? She tries to shake it off. Done, let's just get back to studying. She reaches into her bag and thinks. Why is this book here? It's the novel her friend gave her. Did I pack this? She wonders, holding Surviving the Demon King in her hands. Maybe I sensed it vaguely from that moment on, that my soul was being strongly pulled toward the world made of printed words. After some time she went for an interview where someone announced, Number 122, Miss Lee Eunyoung. Sitting and looking relieved, she said, Yes. She stands up and walks. She thinks. She's made it. Eunyoung remembers doing well on the SATs. She didn't want to burden her grandmother, so she worked right after graduation. Even so, I considered myself fortunate. She thinks. We see her at her desk, working hard. The job was tough, but manageable once I got used to it, and honestly, I preferred being busy to having too much time to think. Just having a stable job felt like a blessing. Suddenly, her coworker pops her head over the cubicle. Deputy Eunyoung, the HR team is calling you. The police reached out. They said it's urgent. Eunyoung's immediately worried. The police? Alright, I'll head over. She makes a call. Hello, this is Eunyoung speaking. I've switched numbers. On the other end, they confirm it's Miss Lee Eunyoung. Since you didn't answer your previous number, we contacted your workplace instead. Then the bomb drops. Your grandmother's death has been confirmed. A wave of shock washes over Eunyoung. It appears she may have slipped on the stairs at home, though the exact cause is still under investigation. No. Eunyoung is devastated. Her coworkers rush to her side. Are you alright, Deputy Manager? She hears them ask. The scene shifts. We see a photo of Eunyoung's grandmother, her parents, and a younger Eunyoung. She thinks. If Grandma had Mom and Dad to guide her, she wouldn't have lost her way. She remembers. I wanted to earn money, eat lots of good food with her, and travel abroad together. And later, when I meet Mom and Dad, I wanted to proudly tell them everything. But now, get it together. There's still so much to do. She tells herself, trying to pull herself together. I'll be okay. Later, Young steps out of the elevator. On the 19th floor, she enters the elevator. She thinks, my headaches are getting worse lately. This has never happened before. A wave of dizziness hits her. Suddenly she starts to tremble. Then she lost her balance and was to fall. When suddenly, a man grabs her arm. She manages to stand. He pats her and she says, thank you, he ominously says. Your energy is fading, she asks. Sorry, he continues. Another world is calling for you. Your soul was never meant to be here. You must have gone through painful times. Young, confused, says, what are you talking about? Then suddenly she realized something. It feels like a déjà vu. This person. Suddenly, Young collapses. Ugh. Again. My head feels like it's splitting. As she's on the ground, the man says, you'll feel better soon. Very soon. She reaches out weakly. What did you say? Wait. She tries to stop him. Wait. But he's gone. Young struggles to understand. What does that even mean? Who are you? What do you know? I have so many questions. She's left alone, reeling. The scene changes to a hospital. A doctor says, you mentioned that you occasionally faint because of the severe dizziness, right? We've run every test available, but no abnormalities appear in any results. Cases like yours are almost unheard of, even worldwide. The crushing blow. There is nothing more our hospital can do. Young is crushed. Every hospital gave the same answer. Nothing changed. I was diagnosed with an incurable illness of unknown cause. But honestly, it didn't even feel surprising. Somehow, I'd grown used to this kind of thing. It just felt like the world was quietly trying to push me out, as if there was no place for me at all. Suddenly, we see a flash of another version of Young. I'm not going. I refuse to follow that decree. That's nothing but a death sentence. Another voice says, calm down. If you wait a little longer, then, Young is gasping awake in her bed. Was that a dream? Someone's voice. She sits up, confused. That's me? She saw her body fallen on ground in front of her. Then could it be? A surge of power surrounds her. What's happening? No, stop. I don't want this. Suddenly, Young is jolted awake, but this time in a completely different place. Lady Selonia, are you awake now? You must get ready quickly, Selonia asked. Sorry? What do you mean? The maid asked. My lady, are you all right? The Demon King expedition departure ceremony begins soon. Young is completely disoriented. Demon King expedition? Where even I asked this place? Wait. She thinks, if she called me Selonia, then don't tell me? She looks down at her hands, her dress. At last, the day of departure has arrived. Selonia is asleep in a grand room, bathed in moonlight. She's restless, lost in thought even in her sleep. Before I came to this world, I didn't simply die from an illness. Why did I forget until now? A voice echoes. Your soul was never meant to be here. You must have gone through painful times. That person, he wasn't ordinary. Every moment I met him, every word we exchanged, it all felt deeply connected to this world. Dark thoughts consume her. Why? Why me? What do you want from me? Suddenly, a hand gently touches her. Selonia, Tan, looking concerned, kneels beside her. Are you all right? He takes her feet. Your feet are freezing. He pauses, clearly worried. What's troubling you? If there's something you want, just say it. Say the word, and I'll make it happen. He's so intense. Selonia's still lost in her own thoughts. Father sent someone, didn't he? Tan confirms. Yes. A man named Raymond, but Selonia is firm. I don't want to return to that mansion. Tan reassures her, his voice soft. Don't worry, I sent him back, and stay with me until morning. He sweeps her into his arms. As you wish, he whispers, holding her close. Selonia thinks. If everything ends safely, and if Tan continues to stay by my side without changing, then I think it would be nice for the two of us to just leave. She smiles softly as Tan carries her, so happy. Tan, Selonia vows. I want us to be happy for a long, long time. I won't stop trying to be happy. Even if this unfamiliar world tries to push me out again. After 2 lives, I've finally found a place to stand. My own ground. A world that belongs to me. After some time, an attendant approaches to Selonia's father. My lord, His Excellence the Grand Duke invites you to dine. He enters the room where Tan waits for him. Have a seat, Selonia's father said. It has been a while, Your Excellence. Tan didn't give a reply, so Selonia's father also got silent. Then he noticed the tea. He then said, Congratulations on your succession. I'm honored you invited me, especially in such turbulent times. Tan said, If I hadn't, I had a feeling you'd storm my gates yourself. He laughs. Once you have a daughter of your own, Your Excellence, you'll understand how I feel, Tan coolly replies. Is that so? Then let's continue over tea. Selonia's father's expression darkens as Tan said. Don't refuse. Then he picks up the cup hesitantly. He asked. The tea smells exquisite. A northern specialty? Tan cuts him off. No. I got it from Lady Benet. Selonia's father pauses, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Where is Selonia? Tan's rage is barely contained. Why? Tan smiles thinly. She's under my protection and receiving the best treatment in the Empire. Selonia's father explodes. What? This is outrageous. What if you intend to take Selonia? Tan interrupts, his eyes cold. You, who couldn't stop a foolish duke's bloodline or some baron's daughter from harming Selonia, a man who simply stood and watched. Strange, isn't it? I heard the Duke of Bethin cherished his only daughter above all else. It's famous even in the north, but it seems the rumors were wrong, Tan then says. We're done talking. You may leave. Selonia's father turns to leave, but Tan adds. And one more thing. He deliberately spills the tea on the floor. This tea has such a foul stench. I don't think I can drink it. It seems you cherish Grace Benet more than your own daughter. I'll give you the remaining leaves. Take them if you like. The Grand Duke glares as Tan leaves. He stood silent seeing the tea spilled on his feet. While he turns to leave, Tan said, Oh, do you not need them? Ha! Tan pauses, his expression unreadable. Then he said, Selonia. The door opens, and Selonia enters the room. She's thanking Tan. Thank you, Tan, she said with his reaction. Now I'm certain. Tan takes her hand. Lady Grace is at the palace, and a servant informs her that the princess will be here shortly. The maid said, Her Highness will be here shortly. Please wait here. Grace, ever the schemer, thinks to herself how stiff the servant's neck is, and how she's just a palace maid from a mere count's household. Once I enter the palace, the first thing I'll do is clear out trash like her, she muses, staring at a portrait of Prince. Grace continues her internal monologue, thinking, If I'd known the princess was this naive, I would have changed course much sooner. I've wasted so much time. Well, at least now I know how much use I can get out of her. This time she's a much more valuable asset. I'll make sure to use her carefully, without breaking her. She creepily giggles, declaring that the Empire is already under her feet. Meanwhile, Selonia is gathering her team. Thank you all for gathering on time. Let's begin the meeting, she announces. Feeling the atmosphere, Selonia asks, Why does the atmosphere feel so tense? Did something happen? Tan and Mac Ryan replies. Nothing. Selonia turns to Mac Ryan. Mac Ryan, how are you feeling? He responds. I'm fine, thanks to you, Selly. Thank you. I almost got caught by that woman again, Selonia retorts. That's why I told you to be careful. What if you fall for black magic again? You're seriously, she pauses before asking. Did you figure out where your heart is? Selonia continues, and Tan just stares at her talking with Mac Ryan. She said, Mac Ryan, you should avoid contact with Grace as much as possible from now on. If she realizes again that the black magic was undone without her knowing, there's a high chance she'll use a move we can't predict, he replied. Understood. She then continues, and this applies to both of you. At this rate, Grace will soon realize that healing magic can undo black magic brainwashing. From then on, it'll only be a matter of time, so we need to prepare a countermeasure. By using what Grace wants the most. The scene shifts to a map of the Imperial Palace as Selonia declares. There will soon be the princess's birthday party at the Imperial Palace. Given Grace's personality, she won't miss a chance to draw attention at the palace. You can tell just by looking at articles like this, she says, slamming a newspaper on the table. Leif picks up the newspaper, reading aloud. The Benet family has demanded an annulment of their engagement with the Duke of Cherville, Leif states. This newspaper article was published this morning. And furthermore, there's a high chance this wasn't a decision mutually agreed upon by both families, Selonia adds. Exactly. And the fact that she's acting so boldly right before the palace party means she wants to push things forward as quickly as possible, Leif asks. What's the thing she wants? Selonia, looking serious, says. Judging by the flow of this story, what matters is this. What Grace Benet wants is inside the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, she thinks, however, while on the surface her target may seem to be the princess or the crown prince, but they are likely nothing more than tools. What Grace really wants is probably this empire, the Imperial Palace itself. Selonia's expression hardens. But now I can see you clearly, Grace Benet. No. Selonia Bessin. Run wherever you like. I'll use the unnecessary things you threw away to bind you. Leif is reporting. I see. Taking everything into account, It's clear that Grace Benet is running out of time. Mac Ryan asks. Huh? Why? Everyone glares at him and he asks, Why are you looking at me like that? Selonia explains. I told you already, the reason Grace is rushing is obvious. There are very few reasons to abandon the Cherville family, one of the Empire's most powerful houses. Their alliance wasn't built on something that could be dismissed as lost value, which means this annulment happened because the Bennet family had a reason so strong they were willing to bear all the losses. And that reason is the most plausible one hinted at by recent rumors inside the Cherville estate and the Imperial Knights. Ian's change has already become clearly visible. Mac Ryan gasps. What? So she's planning to dump the broken Ian and get engaged to the Crown Prince instead? Selonia confirms. Yes, that's probably her goal. Mac Ryan explodes. Really? Damn it, that woman really is out of her mind, Selonia adds. Grace has a way to make that happen. But I don't intend to let her get what she wants so easily again, Leif says. The holy water is prepared, Lady Selonia. Selonia replies. Good. First, Leif, attend the palace party carrying the holy water. We need to be prepared for any contingency. Tan stood silent. He then breaks his silence saying, How pathetic, Mac Ryan asked confused. What? Leif stood silent. Tan said, What use do you two even have? You claim you killed the Demon King? That's laughable. With skills like yours, you were just lucky, Mac Ryan demands. What did you say? Say that again. Selonia intervenes. Hey, what's wrong? Calm down you two, Tan smirks. Anytime. If it weren't for Selonia, you'd have died long ago. Don't you find your current state humiliating yourselves? Selonia warns. Tan! Stop it! But then she noticed him, and her expressions gets changed. Tan, with a dark expression, states, It seems there's no longer any reason for me to stay here. Selonia calls out Tan, but he cuts her off. I'll head up first. And walks away. Selonia is left speechless. What was that? For a moment, Tan's presence changed. This had definitely happened before. That sensation, like he wasn't the Tan I knew at all. It felt like she was looking at Tan, the Demon King. Mac Ryan is seething, clearly still annoyed, calling him a scumbag. He sighs heavily. Selonia, standing before him, remains silent. He clicks his tongue, clearly frustrated. She then gets down to business, reminding them that before the Imperial Palace party, they should inform her of any issues or changes through the Hirschbruck estate. Leif confirms. I will do so, Lady Selonia. Mac Ryan said, Got it? Selonia simply nods in response. Then, see you at the Imperial Palace, she says. As they walk away, Mac Ryan calls out. Selonia. She pauses, tilting her head slightly. Turning to face him, she waits. I trust you, he says. He explains he saw her devotion and loyalty during the subjugation with his own eyes. Even when Grace Benet put Selonia under dark magic, he realized she only ever showed him her true self. Mac Ryan continues. Among all the people I know, you are the purest and most beautiful soul. Mac Ryan continues, his expression serious. But I do not trust that man. The reason I follow you is solely for your sake, Leif chimes in. I feel the same way, Lady Selonia, Mac Ryan adds. I'm telling you this so you know. I don't like it, but it seems I'll have to act together with him anyway. I believe you'll make a wise decision in the end. Selonia stands silently, absorbing his words. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous setting. Someone holds his sword. Figures fallen in front of a hooded person. He was Jillian, who was wearing an eye patch. He thinks, this sacrifice must be made regardless. There is nothing I wouldn't do for her. Then, a memory of Selonia. What's your name? This isn't a place just anyone can enter. Were you abandoned? Then I'll take you in. Could you at least handle this much on your own? Come here, Jillian. No! I don't care if it's an imperial decree or not. I'm absolutely not going. She thinks to herself. What should I do? Meanwhile, Grace is crying, wondering if she'll ever return to her own body, and pleads. Help me, Jillian. Looking distraught, he thinks. Until the day my master regains everything. He grips his sword tightly. The scene cuts to Princess throwing a tantrum. I told you I don't want to wear this. Bring something else. A maid apologizes. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'll prepare again. Princess huffs. I'm the star today. I have to look the prettiest. It's Princess Titania's birthday banquet, she said. Everyone will bring piles of gifts for me today too, right? I hope they bring so many that they fill this room. Any young lady who brings a gift worse than last year will be scolded. A servant nervously replied. Your Highness. Princess continues, oh right. When did the Grand Duke of Hirsebruck say he'd be here? He definitely said he wouldn't be escorting Lady Bethin, didn't he? She's told he's attending the evening banquet alone. Princess wonders. What should I do if he presents his gift? Wait, my skin feels way too dry. Emma, bring the box Lady Benet gave me. Emma said. Pardon? That one is. But Princess said, hurry up. Inside the box are tea leaves. Hee, this is good for the skin. She recalled Grace saying, we cultivated it personally in our territory. It has a stronger bitterness than other Darjeelings, but it's good for the skin. Duchess Eleanor also enjoys my tea leaves, Princess said. I'm not interested in bad-tasting tea. Do you have something else? Grace Benet replies. Of course, there's more. For your Highness, I've prepared jewelry from the Naneria jewel shop. Then she asks a favor of Princess. Then could you deliver these tea leaves to His Highness the Crown Prince? Princess thinks. My brother already eats far better things than this anyway. It'd be much better if I drank it myself. Emma, hurry and boil some warm water. The scene changes back to Selonia in her office. Even now, there's still no change in the Holy Sword, since we've already passed the point where it should have transformed. Has the awakening of the Holy Sword disappeared altogether? In the original story, the reason Ian's sword transformed into the Holy Sword was because it absorbed the Demon King's aura. And right now, both the Demon King's aura and healing power coexist within me. Is this not enough to meet the conditions for awakening? Selonia sighs. Even thinking about it now won't give me an answer. I don't know what might happen next, or which ending is truly the real ending of this world. The original story I read no longer exists in this world. Selonia opens the doors to a bright, sunny day. Stretching, she says. Anyway, today's tasks won't do themselves. Then, shall we go? She smiles, ready to face whatever comes next. Back at the Bethin estate, and Selonia is dressed to the nines, looking every bit the elegant young lady as she heads into a grand hall. The Duke of Bethin, her father, greets her with a straight face. Have you been well all this time, father? Selonia asks. He replied. Of course, my daughter, he then said with a smile. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Courtship is fine and all, but do stop by the house more often and let me see you. Your old father can't help but worry. She smiled without saying anything. He noticed something and lost in thoughts. She then mentions, right, the Grand Duke said he'd like to have a meal together sometime. Would that be all right? He responds. I'll try to make time. And just like that, the Duke of Bethin and the young lady are announced, making their grand entrance into what appears to be a lavish social gathering. Welcome, Your Grace, Count Chol says, followed by Duke's response. Oh, Count Chloe, you're here early, the Count replies with a smile. My father kept urging me. He's been rather sensitive lately because of business matters. He then noticed Selonia, but Selonia remains composed as he approaches her. Lady Bethin, may I greet you? He asks. Yes, she replies. He gushes. You look dazzlingly beautiful today as well. Ever since you entered the hall, everyone's eyes have been on you alone. Flattered, Selonia simply says. Thank you, he continues. But, my lady, did you attend today without a partner? If it wouldn't be rude, perhaps I. But just then, Grace appears, greeting. Oh, hello. Count turns towards her, saying, greetings, my lady. Selonia stood silent, focusing on Grace. She thinks to herself, as expected, she wore that necklace. And then, it's an honor to meet you here, Your Grace. Grace said to Duke. He replied, the pleasure is mine, Lady Grace Benet. But Selonia's inner thoughts betray her outward composure. Get a hold of yourself, she thinks. You knew this already. The Duke of Bethin's voice breaks through her thoughts. Count Chloe, where is your father? Let us speak for a moment, he replies. Thank you, Your Grace. I'll escort you. As they walks away, Grace stood there with a little smile on his lips. She then whispers, My lady, there are already many rumors in the capital. They say that before long, the houses of Hirsebruck and Bethin will be joined by marriage. Aren't Bethin and Hirsebruck already in marriage talks with the imperial family? She continues, You should be more careful about your conduct. Selonia scoffs internally. Pfft, Selonia responds, My lady, I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. There's no need for you to worry. Grace smiles awkwardly as Selonia said, To worry this much about me, I hardly know what to say. Grace said, Ha! You sly fox-like girl. Suddenly an announcement rings out. Duke Ian Cherville is entering. Selonia's eyes widen in surprise. Grace then suddenly walks away. Selonia wonders, Where is she suddenly going? Ian strides confidently into the hall. Selonia is lost in her thoughts. Don't tell me. And then a servant approaches her and says, Excuse me, my lady. He hands her a note on a silver platter. Selonia wonders. What is it? A note, as she reads the note, which says, I've discovered a few new facts. I'll be waiting in the third room on the second floor. Her eyes widen in shock. Without hesitation, Selonia heads towards the location mentioned in the note. She glanced in room. Someone asked, Do you already have an appointment? It was the Crown Prince, he asked. Then why did you even come here, Lady Bethin? Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, she says. My apologies. I didn't realize Your Highness was here. He cuts her off. Formalities aren't necessary. No one's watching. Just answer my questions honestly. Why were you trying to meet the Holy Knight? Selonia is silent for a moment. Hey. Prince raises an eyebrow. Lift your head. I'm not trying to intimidate you. Selonia looks up, but her expression is defiant. He observes. That look in her eyes is oddly defiant. Selonia finally responds. Your Highness, why did you summon me? She says. The disguise was flawless. For a moment I thought it was Lord Leia, but I came because I wanted to know who arranged this meeting. I wanted to know who sent the note. She thinks it was Leia's handwriting, but the meeting place for emergencies was different. Inside the banquet hall, we agreed to avoid contact as much as possible. Instead, in case of emergencies, we needed a rendezvous point, so we decided on an unused annex palace. I thought it might not be Leia, but to think it was the Crown Prince who summoned me. The prince asks. Wait. Then you came here without even knowing who sent the note? What did you think would happen? Are you out of your mind, my lady? Selonia is taken aback. Pardon? He leans in, his voice dropping to a dangerous level. Are you ignorant? Or simply brave? No matter how I look at it, you seem like a completely different person from 6 months ago. Visibly annoyed, Selonia says. He continues. Did you hit your head during the subjugation? I've never met a woman as strange as you. Something about you is really odd. Selonia retorts. I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that, Your Highness, Prince simply says. Let me ask you something else about Grace Benet. Selonia's eyes widen with a hint of fear. He finishes his question. What exactly do you know about her? So, things are getting serious. Selonia reveals to Prince that Lord Leif and Duke Cherville were victims of black magic. Selonia adds. And this black magic has side effects, so the longer it drags on, the worse it gets. Which means there could be more victims already. He reflects that he only saw black magic in old grimoires back in her academy days. Prince then asked, What's the Benet family's goal? Treason? Selonia's eyes narrow. She internally questions how much to tell the Crown Prince. And how far he's willing to go. She said, I hesitate to speak too boldly, but, in her mind she continues, if I play this right, it could be a massive advantage. He tells her to go on and speak freely. Meanwhile he thinks that he's been dragged into something exhausting. She explains that it's difficult to identify who's been exposed to the black magic. It may have already spread not only among the nobles in the capital, but even to ordinary citizens. Selonia states that they need to stop it preemptively before things get any worse, so no one else ends up suffering or getting hurt for no reason. If there are other crimes involved, it won't be too late to deal with those after. The prince asks why. Selonia is going that far, saying that honestly, if she stepped away right here, no one would blame her. Selonia insists that she cannot. No, if I do that, it won't end. Because it's connected to me. I don't want to leave it in someone else's hands. She adds that she's telling the prince everything without holding back because she thought he wouldn't be able to stand by while his people were put in danger. The prince scoffs, finding her words a little too obvious. He's not the type to swallow a pretty speech whole. I only believe what I can see. He tells her that if she wants to talk to him, she should show him something real. Bring the evidence, something I can hold in my hands. Then I might even let you use me while I pretend not to notice. Selonia acknowledges his request. I see. Evidence that can prove Grace Benet's guilt. Seeing her, the prince thought, she's got some nerve. To this she's trying to use me. He then said, oh, and also, that note wasn't a forged imitation. Lord Leif really did write it. She asked, surprised, what? Prince says he asked Leif for a small favor, she thinks, so he threatened him. Selonia realizes that the prince already knew she and Leif had been interacting a lot lately. She thinks, the reason he summoned me using Leif was to avoid meeting officially. He didn't want to draw the attention of the imperial family and other nobles and cause unnecessary waves. Selonia thinks back to the original story. The Crown Prince wasn't described much at all. Even after I possessed this body, I didn't get many chances to figure out what kind of person he really was. Honestly, he acted so frivolous that I never once thought he had another agenda. That picture-perfect, womanizing playboy image. But now, somehow, he'd already tracked not only her but Grace's movements too. Selonia realizes she can't read what the Crown Prince is thinking. Maybe his role changed because she altered the original story. Grace and Ian are bothering her too. I can't focus. I should probably get back to the banquet hall now. He noticed her lost in thoughts and didn't say anything. After that she left, and he stood by the window lost in thoughts. He thinks to himself, of course. Then his thoughts turn dark. Was it really? The moment you realize you have the power to control someone else's mind, any human being would first think of what they want most right now. And among the things you could grab immediately, the one you'd want the most would be the easiest one. He thinks, even I might have tried to use that power. Because it looks like the simplest path, acting smart, but not even weighing the actual benefits. What does the young lady even gain by throwing herself into this directly? Suddenly someone knocks the door. He enters the room. Your Highness, I'm coming in. Did you enjoy your conversation with Lady Bethin? You look like you're in a good mood. Prince replies. HM? Yeah, I guess. He asks if the banquet preparations are done. The person says he has something to report. Elsewhere, Grace is suddenly grabbed. Ack. That hurts. Let go. What do you think you're doing? Ian turns to her, icy. What am I doing? Then explain your behavior first, Grace Benet. You had the nerve to send my family a letter breaking off the engagement? Grace responds that there's no point dragging this out. The rumors have already spread everywhere inside and outside the capital. Ian says that she's not in her right mind. She tells him to move and not dare do something like this again. He grabs her arm roughly. Know your place, Ian says. Do you have any idea how much I gave up to choose someone as insignificant as you? And yet you dare. He begins to choke her. Grace struggles. Let go. Ian wonders why. He loosened his grip, and Grace coughs. Vision blurring. Suddenly, a dark figure appears behind. Grace is shocked. Back at the banquet, someone asks if the others heard that. Lady Bethin came to the party today without a partner. I assumed she'd be the Grand Duke's partner. Oh my. Then the Grand Duke must be, someone else says. My goodness. He's coming right this way. Tan is seen walking towards the banquet hall. Oh. Where is he? Tan enters the banquet hall. Seeing him, the ladies said, oh my. He looked this way. Meanwhile he thinks, Selonia's presence isn't inside the banquet hall. Why do humans insist on holding these pointless little entertainments so regularly? He recalls Selonia's directives. Enter the party separately. Blend in naturally with people. Tan must not use teleportation inside the Imperial Palace. And none of them cause trouble. Tan sighs. Fine, I'll just do what I'm told. Mac Ryan approaches Tan. Hey. Let's talk somewhere private, Tan replies. Just say it here. I can't be bothered, Mac Ryan says. Ha, like I'd ever with you. You'd better come quietly tonight, unless you want your identity exposed right here. Then they went out, see, Mac Ryan said. This way. There's really no one around, right? Meanwhile, Tan is cornering Mac Ryan. This is unpleasant. Just say what you want. Mac Ryan sighs dramatically. It's not like I want to be alone with you either. Tan isn't having it. I knew you'd act this stupid the moment you slipped out of my mansion. What exactly are you trying to do? Have you already forgotten Selonia's warning? Mac Ryan, ever the rebel, retorts. I've got it handled, don't butt in. Do you know how much I had to run around today because of that? Flashback time. We see a memo. Selonia's directives, Mac Ryan ver. It orders him to keep an eye on the Imperial Prince, protect the princess as top priority, and absolutely do not run into Grace. He thinks, leaving my post for just a moment should be fine. Suddenly, Mac Ryan feels a chilling presence. A chilling presence, dense, ominous demonic energy sharp enough to prickle my skin. I couldn't be certain until now. Until he made it this obvious, Mac Ryan said. The timing of your appearance in the capital matches exactly with when monsters began appearing again in the north. And the power, this vile power, I've only felt it once in my life. The Demon King. Then, a terrifying question. How are you still alive? We definitely killed you with our own hands, Tan asks. Is that all you wanted to ask? Mac Ryan doesn't answer, then says, no. I'll change the question. If something appeared that threatened the Empire's peace, what would you do? Would you use your power for humans? Tan, ever the loyal dog, responds. If Selonia wishes it, Mac Ryan, staring intensely, thinks. His purpose. The reason he stays by Selonia's side, of course I know it. Because once, I was exactly the same. In a flashback someone said, Mac Ryan. Come here. Why are you crying? I hate humans. Mac Ryan hugs him tightly. Why does the elder have to fight for humans? Are you sad because I'm leaving? The person says softly. Listen carefully, Mac Ryan. It's worth doing, the person said. The predecessor said that evil spreads by parasitizing humans. Humans wage war for beliefs they think are right, kill each other, steal from each other, and even after thousands of years of conflict, they still say they love one another. Good and evil have no purpose of their own. If the righteous wish to believe, they must anchor that belief in the ones they love. Love is powerful precisely because it can endure evil. The person continues, so loving the world is the same as loving you. Don't hate them. Back to the present, Mac Ryan thinks. I don't know if he has the patience my predecessor spoke of, but, he said, I'll watch, to see whether you're someone worthy of standing by Selonia's side. Tan replies. Looks like I wasted my time. Then Tan asks. You sensed it too, didn't you? He asked. Felt what? Tan said. Ian Cherville's presence. Mac Ryan said Ian? Leif is watching. It's interfering with my ability to detect anything properly. Tan asked, Are you really a dragon? He replied, Of course I am. Are you questioning me? Suddenly, Tan flinches. The palace's wall cracks. He teleports and Mac Ryan asks, Damn it, what the hell happened? Mac Ryan calls out. Hey. Wait up. Let's go together. Inside the castle, Princess yells. Bring her before me at once. Brother, I want to meet Lady Grace. Please have Lady Grace brought here, the prince questions. Lady Grace? Then he thinks. Grace Benet. Is this the black magic that drives people into blind obsession? Don't tell me, he orders. Take Titania away. I'll handle the aftermath myself. As Titania is carried away, the maid calls out. Yes, your highness. Then suddenly they turns to see some guards rushing towards them. The prince's companion said. Stop! What is all this commotion? One guard says. A monster has appeared. The guards rush to protect the prince. Request reinforcements. Protect His Highness, Your Highness. This way. The prince asks. Where is the night order? Why is it only the guards here? But then, a monster attacks. He's slammed to the ground, unable to move. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? My body won't move. We see Selonia approaching, her expression grim. Your Highness, please don't move, she says. My side is the safest place. Stay behind me. I will protect you, no matter what. Just moments ago, Leif apologizes to Selonia. I'm sorry, Lady Selonia, His Highness insisted so strongly. I apologize. He looks genuinely regretful, she responded. All right, how could you refuse His Highness's request? He said, thank you. She then continued, I would have done the same. She's got a point, but inside she's fuming, thinking. How should I deal with that sneaky snake? Leif wonders. Did something happen? She asked. What about Ian? He casually replies. It's nothing. He's with Lady Grace at the moment, but her expression betrays her true feelings. Selonia thinks. As expected. She agrees. Understood. Let's hurry back. Yes. As they turn to leave, Leif grabs Selonia's arm. Suddenly, bang! An explosion rocks the palace. Selonia turns, eyes wide with shock. It's a monster! Leif's equally stunned. Selonia is horrified. A monster? She reaches out, touching the window, her mind racing. A monster in the imperial capital? No, it can't be. Then, the realization hits her. It's Ian Cherville. Suddenly, Tan appears, his arm around Selonia. Tan, he states grimly. I feel the same energy. It seems that Ian Cherville's transformation has come to an end. Selonia's eyes widen in alarm. If the transformation is over, does that mean we can't reverse it? So what should we do? No, this isn't the time for that. We need to check on Ian immediately. Tan questions Selonia. Do you want to save him? Selonia quietly responds. If it's possible. But she continues. Most of the people at tonight's banquet are just civilians. I can't let Ian hurt people, especially the helpless. So, Tan takes Selonia's hand. It is different from the magic. That makes me who I am. It is pure evil. The desire to harm others. Tan continues. To confront evil, you need goodwill. If there is a vessel capable of containing pure goodness, that should be enough to combat it. Selonia gasps. Selonia asks. Wait, a vessel, she urgently tells Tan. Tan, you must bring the holy sword. Go straight to the Bessin estate now. But he replied, no. I can still feel it, even now. Selonia gets surprised as he said. The pure goodness that dwells within you, Tan tells her. Visualize it in your mind, and then call upon it with all your heart. Selonia wonders. Call? The holy sword, she thinks. Is that even possible? It was never mentioned in the original story that the holy sword could be summoned. Besides, I'm not the master of the sword, Tan tells Selonia. Act like you're calling out to me. You're used to it. You always have been. Selonia is resolved. Yes, nothing else matters. I'll protect the future I'll share with this person with my own hands, she said in her mind. If you can hear my voice, then answer me. Appear before me, right now. And then, the holy sword appears. Selonia is amazed. Leif is speechless. Tan was right. The true holy sword has been summoned. The holy sword is here. Even better, a perfect holy sword that has even awakened. Wielding the holy sword, Selonia attacks the monster. The attack worked. Tan calls out. Selonia, he said. I can't expose that guy's true form with my power alone. He continues, it is necessary to use the healing power to the fullest. Selonia replies. Understood. Selonia thinks. Tan's aura seems strange. It's not as scary as before, but it seems like something has changed. Tan tells her. Eyes forward, Selonia. Cut as if you were cutting through the shell that bastard wrapped himself in. Selonia steels herself. First, let's focus. Selonia powers up the holy sword. The sword starts glowing. The monster was about to attack, while Tan shouts, now! Selonia plunges the holy sword into the monster. What incredible power, Selonia thinks. And Ian is freed of the monster armor. Ian is saved. Selonia exclaims. I did it, with Ian back to normal. What is that? A knight wonders. Wait. Did you just see that? The monster's true identity. So it was Duke Cherville's scheme? Selonia tells the others. I'll use healing magic. You there, fetch a physician. The knight said, yes, my lady. Lying on the floor, Ian is alive. He seems fine. But the monster armor is still active. Selonia is disgusted. How repulsive. The savior was a monster? Does this even make sense? Then the other saviors, Selonia thinks. He's back to normal, right? And looks around the room. She noticed the prince and thinks. I did the right thing by fixing things, right? The aftermath of the attack leaves everyone reeling. The palace is in chaos. As Selonia kneels beside the fallen Duke Cherville. Take Duke Cherville to the Imperial Clinic. The prince commands, his voice firm despite the situation. His aide said, Your Highness, it's dangerous. Taking him to the Imperial Clinic, something unexpected could happen again. He acknowledges the risk, but then counters. So should we just stand by and send him out of the palace? The prince continues, laying down the law. We need him to regain consciousness quickly so he can explain what happened, clear the Imperial Clinic, and evacuate the royal physicians to the Crown Prince's palace. And the rest of you stand guard until Duke Cherville wakes up. The guards respond with a resounding, Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Later, Selonia is alone when someone addresses her. My lady, it's Prince. He extends a hand. Please stand up now. Did you do something wrong? What's with that face? Selonia hesitates, glancing at Prince's hand before accepting his help. But before she could reach his hand, Tan came in between them and holds her hand, a dark look on his face. Recognition of the achievement should probably come first. After all, she saved everyone's life here. The prince starts thinking with a smile. So she kept that problematic person by her side. I was expecting that. Then the prince takes Selonia's hand. Well, I was already planning to report your achievements today directly to His Majesty, he says smoothly. You are the only one truly worthy of the title of Savior, and you were impressive enough to make anyone fall in love with you at first sight. Smooth, Prince, real smooth. Selonia, though, is less than impressed. Thank you, Your Highness, she replies, clearly not buying his act. Ugh, she thinks. It seems he's a womanizer. Tan's not loving this. Then I will take my leave and return now, he says, a terrifying aura pressing down. Selonia can practically feel his glare. I can tell exactly what his expression is without even looking, she thinks. The prince, oblivious or uncaring, responds, Very well, I'll send word in a few days. Next time, it would be nice if we could sit down for tea and talk. Just the two of us. Oh, he is definitely doing this on purpose. Later that night, Selonia stands outside with Tan. Almost all the servants have already left. I'll go get the carriage, please wait here a moment. Selonia replies. Alright, thank you, she thinks to herself. In just a few hours, a series of events unfolded. I never imagined something like this would happen. She looks troubled. She then noticed Tan, holding her cloak. He stood silent with a serious expression. I'm glad no one got hurt, right? She asks. It was pure luck that I got the holy sword. I didn't know the holy sword could be summoned. After all, it belonged to Ian. So it never crossed my mind that I could summon it. Actually, it was incredibly cool. She descends into a daydream where she's dressed as a wizard. A sword that only I can summon makes me feel like I'm a wizard, or maybe a magical swordsman. Is it really okay to be like this? Tan's voice breaks through her thoughts. Selonia, he says, his voice low. Selonia looks up, startled. How did you know? Tan's eyes narrow. I mean, that sword is the holy sword. Selonia realizes he knows too much. Well, of course, I know because it was written in the original novel, she thinks, then gasps inwardly, realizing what she's revealed. Only someone who read the original novel would know that. Meanwhile, in Grace's chambers, she asks, covered in blanket. What do I do? What should I do? Ian, that idiot, had to cause trouble in the imperial capital. Nearby, Jillian on his knees listened to her. She then shouts. Jillian, are you sure you saw that right? He replied. Yes. That woman restored Duke Cherville to his original form. Grace is shocked. And the Crown Prince? He is not under any black magic spell. Grace is freaking out in her room. She's thrashing in bed. A mere imposter. A mere imposter actually dared to put me in this state. She grabbed a pillow and throws on Jillian. She then asked, furious, where have you been all this time? Why did you only arrive now? Grace cries, tears streaming down her face. You're the only person who should be protecting me. I apologize, my lady, Jillian says. Grace is furious. Neither Leif nor Mac Ryan. They didn't even show up. She's spiraling. They ignored me. They all betrayed me. Nearby, the Duke Bethin sits, drinking wine. Control yourself. Getting emotional won't solve anything. That's why I warned you not to get too involved with Cherville in this condition. She summoned the holy sword. He takes a sip of wine. How did that woman discover the existence of the holy sword? Furthermore, Count Ford not only stuck close to the princess throughout the entire party, but he still hasn't left her side. It's almost as if they predicted our every move. It seems like they covered every possible angle. He's starting to sweat. It can't be, Grace said. Really, this is strange. I've never used healing power like this before. Grace is panicking. Now what are we going to do? What if that woman ends up breaking even the black magic that's on the princess? Duke asks. Tisk, how many souls are left, Jillian? He replied. There are about 10 now, but we're a little behind schedule due to the Royal Guard's search. Everything will be ready within a week, Jillian replies. Duke responds simply. Okay, he continues. When the soul returns to its original state, dealing with the Benet family, whom we temporarily used, would become the biggest problem. After the body swap, we will give our support to the imperial family. Putting the blame on such a humble family will be nothing. Prepare the ritual, Jillian, he commands. Jillian responds. Okay. Duke smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. All right, I'll make sure she learns the price for daring to challenge me. Rumors swirling through the servants' quarters. Hey, did you hear about His Highness the Crown Prince getting engaged to Lady Bessin? One maid wonders if the rumors could be true, while another is shocked. What? Lady Bessin getting engaged? I thought she was with the Archduke. How could she marry the Crown Prince? Gossip is that the imperial family is renovating a new palace. My goodness! So it's true, a sharp "Shh" silences them, but not for long. So what? Your Highness, the Archduke, hardly ever comes to this mansion, someone else chimes in. In any case, His Highness the Archduke is also being courted by Her Highness the Princess. It all points to both of them ending up connected to the imperial family. Meanwhile, Tan is sprawled on a couch, lost in thought. He rises, gazing out the window. It's still a long time until nightfall, he muses, then walks over to a mirror. He stands in front of the mirror. Then he thinks. Things like choosing a drink from the shelf, how to choose and use cutlery, how to recognize high-quality clothing. The moment I encounter it, the memory comes naturally, as if it had always been mine. My tone of voice and even the way I move, even the condescending look I give others, the way I act, and the way humans want me to act. A refined imitation of a noble human, or wearing someone else's skin would be easy, Tan reflects. When I opened my eyes without my memories, humanity, to me, was nothing more than a single characteristic. creatures clinging to their short lives, fighting and wasting themselves on petty emotions, souls easily lost between fear and desire. Then a thought. And I believed she would be no different. I can never understand what that woman is thinking, even when she sometimes seems infinitely fragile. She shines brighter and more intensely than anyone else, and even when she harbors hatred for others, she, above all else, longs for human warmth. And that's why it seemed so strange. That smile, the place where her eyes were fixed, perhaps each of her choices, was something I could never truly understand. Even after the pain disappeared, even though I tried to sleep in the darkness, I couldn't dream. And the longer I spent with Selonia, the more clearly I realized that my body and mind were not like those of a human being. Tan looks at Selonia asleep next to him. Yes, it's different. The way I long for attention and affection. The way I take what I want because I'm not human. The scene shifts to Selonia's internal monologue. How should I explain? In a situation where I can't be sure how much Tan knows, or whether what I know and what he knows are the same. In a situation where I can't be certain, I didn't know what words could bridge that gap. We see Tan, as Selonia thinks. Tan has never, not even once, thought my words were strange or questioned anything I did, and I became too easily accustomed to that trust. I had always planned to tell him everything someday. I wanted to reveal, without holding back, the things I couldn't tell anyone. Because more than anyone else, I wanted him to understand me. I also knew that if I hesitated any longer, it might be too late forever. But how do I do it? I was about to admit that I read a book about everyone here. She hesitates. But I can't say this, Tan said. I can feel it. The weight of the sword, its presence, the power sealed within it. How the elements that form the holy sword clash with the demonic power inside me. That way, we can figure out how your aura and the blade can synchronize. He reaches out, touching her hand. It's natural, like feeling heat when touching a blazing fire. Selonia stares at him, surprised. Then, aghast, he pulls her into his arms. He said, "But that doesn't apply to you. I know better than anyone that you don't have that ability, Selonia." He pulls her closer, and a guard calls out, "Lady Bessin?" Selonia is panicking. She thinks, "Huh? No, wait. No! We absolutely can't be seen like this in the Imperial Palace garden." She whispers, "Please keep it down for just a moment." Tan looks down at her, smirking. "No matter how I look at it," she shushes him, placing her hand over his lips. The guard calls out again. "Lady?" He searches the garden. Where did she go? Meanwhile, Tan, instead of letting her go, leans a bit more closer.